Adversity doesn't ask for permission before it shows up. It doesn't care about timing. It doesn't wait until you're ready. It arrives quietly or crashes in loud, through heartbreak, loss, burnout, failure, fear. And yet, here you are, still standing, still searching. This book isn't about pretending everything is okay. It's about something far more powerful, learning how to navigate life's hardest moments with clarity, resilience, and grace, even when everything feels uncertain. Because the truth is, you don't need to stay strong all the time. You just need the tools to keep going with wisdom instead of willpower alone. Inside these pages, we'll explore the psychology behind adversity and what it actually means to grow through struggle. We'll uncover the mindset shifts, emotional skills, daily habits, and human connections that help people not only survive hard times, but come out of them wiser, more grounded, and more connected to their true selves. You'll find practical strategies for handling fear, failure, and uncertainty. You'll also discover the quiet, courageous forms of healing that don't always get recognized. Asking for help, feeling your feelings, letting go of timelines, and trusting that transformation is often invisible before it's undeniable. Whether you're in the middle of a storm or just trying to prepare for life's unpredictability, this book is your companion. Written and published by Mindful Literary, this isn't just another guide on resilience. It's a soft, grounded, and empowering invitation to meet yourself fully and rise anyway. Let's begin where most stories of strength begin, in the mess. Chapter 1. Understanding Adversity, Foundations and Perspectives. Defining adversity, recognizing the different forms and sources. Imagine walking through a busy city street where each person you pass is carrying their own invisible burden. Some are obvious, like a broken-down car or a crying child. Others are subtle, the quiet weight of loneliness, internal doubts, or lingering fears. Adversity can wear many masks, taking shape as illness, loss, disappointment, or internal struggles. Recognizing these varied forms is the first step in learning how to deal with them, because understanding what we face makes it less intimidating. When you identify the different ways adversity shows up in life, you become better equipped to brace yourself and develop resilience that isn't fragile but adaptable. Life often throws surprises, some gentle, others harsh, but each one offers a chance to learn about the different ways hardship manifests, so you can respond wisely instead of feeling overwhelmed or defeated. Adversity isn't always a loud explosion. It can be a slow leak that seeps into your life, sapping energy and hope. Take personal illness, for example, something that strikes unexpectedly and shifts your entire world. It could be a temporary flu or a chronic condition like diabetes or arthritis. These health challenges can drain your vitality, change your daily routines, and force you to reevaluate your sense of self. Yet, even in illness, there's a lesson in resilience. Finding moments of clarity, appreciating small joys like a sunny morning or a kind word from a friend. Sometimes adversity appears as a personal setback, such as losing a job or ending a relationship, which feels like having the ground suddenly shift beneath your feet. These moments often come with feelings of rejection, failure, or heartbreak, but also push you toward a deeper understanding of your strength and capacity for adaptation. Recognizing these moments for what they are, a form of adversity, can help you see them as opportunities for growth rather than just obstacles. Loss embodies another powerful face of adversity, whether it's the death of a loved one, the end of a friendship, or losing something you deeply value, security, stability, or a dream you cherished. These kinds of setbacks shake the foundation of what you hold dear, and processing grief becomes part of the journey. Adversity in the form of loss is raw and often accompanied by a swirl of emotions, anger, relief, sadness, or guilt, that can feel overwhelming. The key is understanding that loss, while profoundly painful, also opens space for renewal and reflection. For example, after losing a beloved pet or family member, many find themselves questioning life and discovering new depths of compassion and appreciation. Sometimes adversity comes as unexpected upheavals, natural disasters, financial crises, or sudden changes in circumstances that threaten your sense of security and force you to adapt quickly. Recognizing these external sources can help you see your reactions not as failures, but as natural responses to life's unpredictable nature. Internal struggles, such as self-doubt, anxiety, or inner conflicts, are another major form of adversity that often goes unnoticed because they don't have a visible shape. These struggles can be persistent, sneaking into your mind and making you question your worth or capabilities. For instance, Fear of failure can keep you from pursuing your dreams, or feelings of inadequacy can create barriers that seem insurmountable. These internal challenges are often more complex because they originate within, and they can be just as debilitating as external hardships. Yet, acknowledging internal adversity is empowering because it puts the control in your hands to change your mindset or seek support. Sometimes, internal struggles are compounded by external pressures, social expectations, cultural norms, or personal trauma, adding layers to your internal landscape. Recognizing the subtle signs of internal adversity allows you to address it directly, whether through self-awareness, seeking help, or cultivating resilience strategies that strengthen your mental and emotional defenses. When you understand the many shapes and sources of adversity, you gain a clearer perspective on your own life story. You begin to see that hardship isn't a sign of weakness, but a universal part of being human, with each form teaching us something unique. Recognizing these varied faces of adversity also helps you avoid the trap of comparing your struggles to others. Instead, you focus on understanding your personal experience. If you can identify whether your challenge stems from external circumstances or internal doubts, you are better positioned to address it thoughtfully. This awareness can inspire compassion for yourself and others, knowing that everyone is fighting their own silent battles. As you grow in this understanding, you develop a resilient mindset, one that sees adversity not as a roadblock, but as an essential ingredient in your journey toward growth and wholeness. Noticing these forms allows you to meet difficulties with more patience, awareness, and kindness, making each challenge an opportunity to deepen your resilience and self-love. The psychology of challenge: why we face difficulties. When faced with difficulty, our minds often react in ways that are deeply rooted in our evolutionary past. Imagine yourself suddenly caught in a storm while hiking in the wilderness. Instantly, your senses sharpen, your pulse quickens, and a surge of adrenaline rushes through your body. These are not just random reactions, but survival tools encoded deep within our brains. Challenges ignite these primal responses because, for our ancestors, quick reactions to threats meant the difference between life and death. Today, although modern obstacles rarely threaten our physical survival in such direct ways, they still trigger these same ancient circuits. Our brain perceives hardship as a form of threat, activating the sympathetic nervous system to prepare us to fight or flee. This response is automatic and often unavoidable, but understanding that it's a built-in mechanism helps us realize that our reactions, though intense, are natural signs of a resilient mind wired for protection. At its core, this primal response isn't just about immediate survival, but also about building resilience over time. When we experience adversity, these powerful reactions serve as signals that we are confronting something challenging. Resistance or stress triggers a cascade of hormones, preparing us to handle the situation. But here's the magic: our minds also hold the key to shaping how we interpret and respond to these signals. For example, if we see a setback as an insurmountable obstacle, our stress response may become overwhelming, leading to feelings of helplessness. Conversely, viewing it as a temporary hurdle activates a different part of our resilience, encouraging problem-solving and emotional strength. The brain's dual role in either amplifying distress or fostering resilience determines whether adversity becomes a catalyst for growth or a source of despair. Recognizing this duality shifts the focus from avoiding stress to mastering how we engage with it. Every person's inner landscape is shaped by a unique blend of personality, past experiences, and learned patterns. Some individuals seem to weather storms with an almost uncanny sense of calm, while others struggle to keep their anxiety in check. This variation isn't purely a matter of luck. It stems from our psychological makeup. Factors such as self-confidence, emotional regulation skills, and a sense of control over life influence how we confront difficulties. For instance, those with a strong sense of self-efficacy believe they can handle setbacks and tend to face challenges head-on. In contrast, individuals with a tendency toward catastrophizing might see problems as larger than they are, making calmness harder to achieve. Our beliefs about ourselves and the world serve as filters through which adversity is processed, either reinforcing resilience or fueling despair. Moreover, the way we interpret stressful situations can determine whether our response is courageous or reactive. A person who has cultivated mindfulness, for example, learns to observe their thoughts and feelings without judgment, creating space between stimulus and reaction. This practice builds a mental muscle that allows for calmness even in chaos. Conversely, Unresolved trauma or negative self-perceptions can make us more prone to panic or overwhelming sadness when difficulties arise. Developing psychological resilience often involves working on these internal narratives, challenging doubts, building self-compassion, and fostering a sense of agency. Recognizing that our internal makeup influences our reactions offers a promising perspective. Resilience can be cultivated, bolstered by the intentional practice of thoughts and emotions. This understanding empowers us to shape our responses instead of being trapped by them. For example, someone who frequently worries about failure may learn to reframe setbacks as opportunities for learning rather than personal shortcomings. Likewise, practicing deep breathing, journaling, or seeking support can fortify our mental and emotional capacity. Over time, these habits help shape a more resilient psychological state, allowing us to face difficulties with steady courage and a peaceful mind. It is worth noting that building this resilience isn't about eliminating fear or stress altogether. Rather, it's about developing the capacity to move through those feelings with awareness and resolve. Just as muscles grow stronger with use, our mental resilience deepens when we deliberately practice skills that promote calmness and courage under pressure. This internal work creates a foundation that turns challenges into opportunities for personal growth and resilience mastery. Cultural and personal narratives. How stories shape our response to hardship. Every person faces struggles at some point, but how they interpret those hardships often shapes their entire experience. Imagine two individuals facing the same loss. One sees it as an insurmountable tragedy, a bottomless pit from which there's no return. The other views it as an opportunity to grow stronger, a challenge that sparks resilience. The stories we craft about our struggles, whether conscious or subconscious, act like mental lenses that color our entire outlook on life. These narratives can either imprison us, holding us captive in feelings of helplessness and defeat, or liberate us, empowering us to find meaning and purpose amidst pain. Our internal stories about adversity are often rooted in childhood, culture, or personal beliefs. They become guiding scripts that influence how we interpret new hardships. For example, someone raised with the idea that suffering is a sign of personal weakness might shy away from seeking help or vulnerability. Conversely, a person taught that hardship can be a catalyst for growth may greet challenges with curiosity rather than fear. It's like wearing different glasses, some pushing us toward despair, others inviting us to see opportunity even in the darkest moments. Recognizing which stories we tell ourselves is the first step toward changing the narrative, opening doors to resilience rather than despair. Picture this. You're standing at a crossroads after a tough breakup. One path is lined with thoughts of failure, regret, and self-blame, reinforcing feelings of unworthiness. The other route is filled with stories of growth, lessons learned, and self-compassion. The choice of which story to carry is entirely yours. This is more than just optimism. It's about consciously choosing the narrative that empowers. When we become aware of the stories we hold, we can start rewriting them, turning self-defeating tales into stories of strength and hope. It's like being the author of your own life, holding the pen to craft a story that lifts you rather than drags you down. Culture plays a profound role in shaping how we interpret pain and adversity. Different societies attach varying meanings to suffering. Some see it as a necessary rite of passage, a test of character, or even a spiritual journey. For example, in many Asian cultures, enduring hardship quietly and with dignity is highly valued, often seen as a way to honor family and community. In contrast, Western cultures sometimes emphasize individual resilience, viewing overcoming obstacles as a personal achievement that should be celebrated openly. These cultural scripts influence not only how people respond to pain, but also how they seek support, express vulnerability, or accept help. The way a culture perceives strength can either encourage openness or foster stoicism. In some traditions, admitting to emotional struggles is seen as a sign of weakness, leading individuals to bottle up their feelings and struggle alone. Others might encourage sharing stories of hardship, seeing vulnerability as a form of bravery that strengthens communal bonds. These cultural differences can impact resilience in subtle but powerful ways. When someone from a culture that values stoicism faces adversity, they might suppress their emotions, which can delay healing. Conversely, those encouraged to express their feelings may find they bounce back more quickly because they process pain openly and gain support. Understanding these cultural influences helps us realize that resilience isn't solely a personal trait. It's also shaped by social and cultural norms. Recognizing how your background influences your perspective can empower you to challenge unhelpful beliefs. For instance, if your culture promotes silent endurance, you might consider embracing sharing as part of your healing process. Supporting others in sharing their stories, regardless of cultural expectations, can foster a sense of community and collective resilience. The stories we are told and the stories we tell ourselves are deeply embedded in cultural context, and becoming aware of these influences opens the door to reshaping how we respond to hardship, making resilience a collective experience rather than a lonely struggle. The science behind resilience. What research tells us about overcoming obstacles. Imagine you're facing a setback, perhaps a job loss or a personal disappointment, and your mind begins to spiral into negative thoughts. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself, shows us that our neural pathways are not fixed. They can change in response to our experiences, habits, and thoughts. Scientific research has identified specific brain patterns associated with resilience. For example, some individuals tend to activate regions of the brain involved in positive emotion regulation, like the prefrontal cortex, more readily during stressful situations. This increased activity allows them to process adversity with a calmer, more balanced outlook. Conversely, a tendency to amplify negative responses by overactivating the amygdala can make setbacks feel overwhelming. Understanding these patterns highlights that resilience isn't just a trait you're born with, but a set of neural circuits that can be strengthened through deliberate practice. Habits like mindfulness, cognitive reframing, and seeking social support can reinforce beneficial brain patterns, making it easier to bounce back when life throws a curveball. Research also emphasizes the importance of habits and routines that support resilient thinking. Developing a regular practice of mindfulness meditation, for example, has been shown to increase activity in the prefrontal cortex while dampening the reactivity of the amygdala. This shift allows people to respond to stressors with greater clarity and less emotional reactivity. Regular exercise, especially aerobic workouts, can boost the release of neurochemicals like endorphins and serotonin, which improve mood and reduce anxiety, thereby creating a more resilient brain environment. Similarly, setting small, achievable goals each day builds confidence and trains your brain to see obstacles as manageable rather than insurmountable. Over time, these habits cultivate a mental landscape where resilience becomes a natural response, a well-worn neural pathway that's become your default reaction to adversity. Building awareness of your emotional responses and intentionally practicing these behaviors helps to rewire your brain toward resilience, reinforcing that tough times are simply a part of life, manageable and temporary. Furthermore, understanding that resilience involves a complex interplay between neural activity and behavioral patterns can empower you to take charge of your mental habits. Recognizing moments when your mind tends to catastrophize or dwell on negatives is the first step toward breaking those cycles. Techniques like journaling your thoughts, identifying cognitive distortions, and consciously redirecting your focus help solidify healthier habits. For instance, after experiencing a failed project, instead of ruminating, you might pause and ask, "What can I learn from this?" This small shift triggers neural pathways associated with growth and problem solving, reinforcing resilience. Remember, every time you choose to respond differently, saying no to the familiarity of despair or hopelessness, you're physically altering your brain's wiring. Over time, these mindful choices make resilience feel more natural and accessible, transforming setbacks into opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Your resilience isn't solely determined by your biology or upbringing. While genetics play a part, some people may have a natural tendency toward emotional stability or adaptability. These are just pieces of a much larger puzzle. Environmental factors, like supportive relationships, life experiences, and the culture you grow up in, shape how resilient you are in practice. Someone raised in a nurturing environment might find it easier to bounce back from challenges because they learned coping skills early on. But resilience is not fixed. It's a skill that anyone can develop intentionally, regardless of natural predispositions. Think of resilience as a muscle. Stretch it, train it, and it becomes stronger. Even if your background involved hardship or instability, you still hold the power to foster resilience through conscious choices and habits. This perspective shifts the focus from who I am to who I want to become, giving everyone a fair shot at overcoming obstacles and thriving amidst adversity. Research supports the idea that resilience can be cultivated through specific practices, social connections, and mindset shifts. For example, practicing gratitude regularly can rewire your brain to focus on positive aspects of life, counteracting tendencies toward negativity and despair. Building supportive relationships provides emotional safety nets that buffer stress and promote resilience. Learning to reframe failures as opportunities for growth encourages a resilient mindset, seeing setbacks as valuable lessons rather than insurmountable failures. Even simple actions like maintaining a routine, engaging in meaningful activities, and forward-thinking attitudes help strengthen resilience with consistent effort. Most importantly, resilience isn't about eliminating hardship altogether. All humans face struggles, but about developing the mental and emotional agility to respond with courage and adaptability. When you understand that resilience is shaped by intentional habits, not just genetics or circumstances, you unlock your capacity to change your story at any moment. Practicing resilience begins with recognizing that your environment and mindset are within your control. Start by noticing the stories you tell yourself about your ability to handle stress. Challenge negative self-talk and replace it with affirming, growth-oriented statements. For example, instead of thinking, "I can't handle this," try, "I've faced difficulties before, and I have the strength to get through this one too." This shift in perspective rewires neural pathways towards confidence and resourcefulness. Pair this with small practical actions, like setting a daily intention to respond with kindness or taking a moment to breathe deeply whenever stress spikes. Over time, these deliberate choices create a chain reaction. Your brain begins to associate resilience with your daily habits, transforming it from an abstract concept into a living, breathing part of who you are. Remember, resilience is not reserved for the extraordinary. It's built step by step, choice after choice, habit after habit. The more you practice, the more resilient you become, capable of bouncing back, adapting, and ultimately growing stronger. Chapter 2. The Power of Mindset. Cultivating a Resilient Mental Attitude. Fixed versus growth mindset. Shifting perspectives to embrace challenges. Imagine waking up one morning with a lingering feeling that you're just not cut out for certain challenges. That voice inside you quietly whispers, "You're not good enough." That inner dialogue is often the first sign of a fixed mindset at work, subtly telling you that your abilities are static and unchangeable. Recognizing this voice is critical because it influences how you process setbacks and failures. Do you see a mistake as a reflection of your innate limitations or as an opportunity to improve? Your inner narrative starts shaping your reactions, often determining whether a difficulty becomes a stepping stone or a stumbling block. Listening closely to your inner dialogue can reveal whether your mindset leans toward fixed or growth. When you encounter a setback and hear yourself saying, "I can't do this," or "I'm just not gifted enough," you're expressing a fixed mindset. Conversely, if your voice encourages experimentation, like "This is tough, but I can learn from it," you're fostering a growth-oriented perspective. Recognizing these subtle cues is the first step toward shifting your response. It's helpful to pause in moments of disappointment and ask, "What am I telling myself right now?" Becoming aware of your self-talk allows you to challenge limiting beliefs and redirect your thoughts toward possibilities rather than dead ends. This awareness is not about judging yourself harshly, but about understanding how your internal voice influences your actions. For example, a student who labels herself as not being smart enough after a poor grade might give up faster than someone who sees the setback as a signal to try different strategies. The same applies to professional situations, relationships, or personal goals. When you develop the skill of detecting whether your inner dialogue is fixed or open, you begin to see setbacks not as evidence of incapacity, but as opportunities to grow. Over time, this conscious recognition becomes a habit, rewiring your mind to view challenges as normal parts of the journey rather than obstacles that define your worth. Once you start noticing your internal dialogue and realize how much it shapes your experience, shifting towards a growth mindset can make a profound difference. Fixating on limitations constrains your potential, making you see failure as a final verdict rather than a learning moment. But imagine approaching every difficulty as if it were a puzzle waiting to be solved. That's the essence of adopting a growth mindset, seeing obstacles as catalysts for development rather than as threats. When you believe abilities can be cultivated through effort, resilience, and learning, setbacks transform from endings to beginnings. This shift isn't just about reframing words, but about adopting a new attitude that celebrates progress over perfection. Take a moment to reflect on a recent challenge. How did you perceive it? Did you view it as a reflection of your innate talent, or did you see it as an opportunity to improve? When you see yourself moving from I can't to I haven't yet, but I will, you're practicing a fundamental trait of growth. This mindset encourages persistence, curiosity, and openness. It transforms frustration into motivation and fear into curiosity. You start to see failures as necessary steps on the path to mastery rather than as false signs of inadequacy. Over time, this perspective makes hurdles feel more like exciting challenges rather than intimidating walls, fueling your journey with resilience and hope. In practical terms, adopting a growth mindset means adopting a new set of habits. It involves praising effort instead of innate talent, viewing mistakes as learning opportunities, and reframing failures as essential experience. For example, instead of beating yourself up for not understanding a concept immediately, recognize your effort and see it as part of the mastery process. Celebrate small wins that inevitably come with persistence. This approach builds your confidence and helps you develop a resilient attitude where setbacks don't crush your spirit, but motivate you to try again with more wisdom. Remember, the way you respond to setbacks often predicts your future success more than your initial ability ever could. To cultivate this perspective actively, start with simple questions when faced with challenges. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? Or how can I improve next time? Consider keeping a journal to track your responses to setbacks, noting whether your attitude is fixed or growth-oriented. Over time, observing your patterns can help reinforce the shift. The goal isn't to eliminate doubts or frustrations entirely, but to develop an accommodating attitude that embraces growth. This openness often sparks resilience and creativity, traits that ignite your potential and make setbacks feel less like dead ends and more like stepping stones toward your goals. Making this internal shift isn't a one-time event, it's a continuous practice. The more you challenge your fixed beliefs and deliberately focus on effort and learning, the more natural this new perspective will become. When you catch yourself slipping into negative self-talk, actively counter it with affirmations like I can improve, mistakes are part of learning, or every setback is a setup for a comeback. These affirmations help rewire your mind, gradually replacing limiting thoughts with empowering ones. With consistent effort, your response to setbacks will evolve into a powerful tool that fuels your growth, turning life's obstacles into opportunities to become a more capable, confident version of yourself. Reframing failure, transforming setbacks into opportunities for growth. Picture yourself walking along a well-trodden path, confident in your direction, until suddenly you hit a dead end. At first glance, it might seem like failure, like a stopping point that signals you should turn back. But what if that dead end isn't the end at all? Instead, it's a signpost pointing toward an uncharted route, an obstacle that pushes you to get curious about what lies beyond. Failure is rarely a sign of defeat. More often, it's a gentle nudge to look closer at your own boundaries and discover the hidden truths about yourself. When you start viewing setbacks as necessary detours, you open up the possibility for growth, resilience, and self-awareness that you might miss if you only see success as the destination. This perspective transforms each stumble into an invitation to explore deeper layers of who you are and what you're capable of achieving. The maps in your mind might tell you to avoid these dead ends, but stepping into them can reveal pathways you never considered. Paths that could lead to unexpected success or a stronger sense of purpose. Why does this shift matter? Because our natural tendency is to fear failure, seeing it as something to avoid at all costs. Yet, every great innovator, artist, or leader has faced numerous dead ends along their journey. What sets them apart isn't a perfect track record, but their capacity to see failure as part of their story. When we understand that setbacks are a vital ingredient in the recipe for growth, we become more willing to take risks, make mistakes, and learn from them. Each failure becomes an opportunity to tighten our understanding of our limits, not to prove that we can't do something, but to discover exactly where those limits lie and how much we can push past them. It's like walking into a dark room. The failure serves as the flashlight that illuminates areas we need to explore more carefully. Over time, this approach encourages a resilient mindset, one that views setbacks not as obstacles, but as stepping stones that reveal our true strength and depth. Turning disappointment into curiosity is about changing the way you respond to setbacks. When something doesn't go as planned, the natural reaction might be frustration or discouragement. But if you pause for a moment and ask yourself questions like, what can I learn from this? Or where could this lead me next? You begin to reframe disappointment as a puzzle waiting to be solved. Think of each setback as an unopened present. Inside it could be something valuable, but you need to approach it with a sense of wonder rather than dread. This shift from frustration to curiosity sparks a desire to explore, experiment, and uncover possibilities that weren't obvious before. For example, if you fail at a project, instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, wonder, what did I miss? What does this teach me about my process or my goals? This attitude creates a safe mental space where mistakes become lessons rather than failures. As curiosity blooms, it leads you down new paths, maybe into different interests, new skills, or fresh perspectives that can pivot your goals or even create entirely new opportunities. This mindset isn't just about feeling better. It's about actively rewiring how your brain perceives setbacks. When you embrace curiosity, you start collecting valuable insights, much like a scientist gathering data from experiments that didn't work out. Over time, this builds a mental habit that makes setbacks less intimidating and more intriguing. An example might be a person who tries to learn a new language and struggles initially. Instead of giving up out of embarrassment or disappointment, they look at the challenge as a fascinating puzzle. They ask questions like, what sounds do I find most difficult? Or, how can I tweak my practice routine to get better? This curiosity-driven approach ignites a sense of adventure and resilience, turning every slip-up into a stepping stone toward mastery. The more you practice this, the more you realize that failures are simply milestones on the journey of discovery rather than dead ends blocking your way forward. To cultivate this attitude, try keeping a small journal of setbacks each week. Write down what happened, how you felt, and then challenge yourself to identify at least one lesson or new idea from the experience. Over time, this simple habit rewires your response to disappointment, making curiosity your default starting point. Remember, every experience, whether a victory or a setback, is a chance to learn more about your strengths, your limits, and the directions that truly excite you. With this practice, you're not just bouncing back from failure. You're stepping forward with a sense of wonder about what could be, opening doorways that most might overlook in their rush to avoid setbacks altogether. Practicing self-compassion, building inner strength through kindness. Imagine walking through a quiet forest, feeling the soft moss under your feet and the gentle breeze brushing against your skin. Life can feel like that sometimes, serene and peaceful, but other times, suddenly tangled in roots and thorns, making every step uncertain. When things don't go the way we hoped, our instinct often pushes us toward harsh self-criticism, as if being tough on ourselves might somehow fix what's broken. But that's rarely the case. In reality, embracing a kinder, more gentle approach to ourselves is like planting a soft cushion beneath our feet, allowing us to absorb the jolts without shattering. You see, being compassionate with yourself during difficult moments is not about weakness. It's about recognizing that we're human and that resilience grows when nurtured with kindness instead of blame. Self-compassion is the quiet voice that whispers, "It's okay," even when your mind resists. It's acknowledging that imperfection isn't a flaw, but part of everyone's story. When obstacles appear, whether it's a mistake at work, an argument with a loved one, or an unexpected setback, our first reaction might be to berate ourselves. But imagine shifting that reaction into a moment of understanding. Instead of beating yourself up, you can gently remind yourself that everyone makes errors and that setbacks are simply part of growth. Learning to be kind when life feels rough doesn't mean ignoring the pain or pretending everything is fine. It means accepting yourself fully, as you are right now, with all your vulnerabilities. That acceptance becomes the foundation for rebuilding strength without losing sight of your worth. Practicing gentle self-talk may seem simple, but it's surprisingly powerful. Think about how you talk to a close friend during their tough times, offering words of support, hope, and encouragement. Now turn that same kindness inward. When your inner critic starts to shout, pause and ask yourself, would I speak to a friend this way? Chances are, the answer is no. Instead, respond with compassion. For example, instead of saying, you mess up again, you might say, it's okay. Everyone slips sometimes. What can I learn from this? Letting go of the need for perfection and embracing your flawed, human side tenderly can be a profound act of self-love. Every small step you take to treat yourself with gentleness builds a solid foundation for enduring resilience, especially when facing inevitable storms. Cultivating habits of kindness toward yourself isn't about grand gestures, but about small, consistent acts that reinforce your inner strength. It's like watering a delicate plant daily. Over time, those tiny drops of care nurture deep roots. One effective habit is starting each day with a moment of gratitude or acknowledgement of your effort. For example, after waking up, take a few deep breaths and silently thank yourself for showing up. Whether that means facing the day, coping with challenges, or simply existing. This gentle practice shifts your focus from what's broken or missing to what's already present and worthy of appreciation. Over time, it helps you develop a more forgiving attitude and an ability to recognize your worth even during tough times. Another habit is your response to setbacks. Instead of ruminating on mistakes or shortcomings, try to pause and respond with curiosity rather than self-criticism. Ask questions like, "What can I learn from this?" Or "What small step can I take now to move forward?" This habit transforms setbacks into opportunities for growth. Additionally, make self-kindness part of your daily routine by writing down positive affirmations or compassionate phrases, such as "I am enough" or "I am doing my best." Incorporating these into your journal or mirror moments keeps kindness front and center, especially on days when self-doubt creeps in. Practicing mindfulness strengthens this kindness muscle even further. Spend a few minutes each day observing your thoughts without judgment. Notice when your mind turns critical and gently guide it back to a nurturing perspective. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm such a failure," counter that thought with, "I'm human and I'm learning." Over time, these mindful pauses become automatic, helping you respond to yourself with the same tenderness reserved for someone you love fiercely. The cumulative effect of these habits is an inner environment of safety and resilience, making it easier to recover, adapt, and flourish regardless of the challenges faced. By integrating small acts of kindness into your everyday life, whether through gratitude, mindful self-talk, or gentle reflection, you create a resilient inner landscape. These habits act like anchors, steadying you amid life's inevitable waves. As you practice, notice how your ability to bounce back from setbacks grows stronger. Remember, resilience isn't a trait you're born with. It's a skill cultivated through persistent, compassionate choice. So next time life knocks you down, try offering yourself a kind hand to get back up. Sometimes, that's all it takes to turn adversity into growth. Visualization techniques, mentally preparing for difficult times. Imagine a moment when life suddenly throws a curveball, perhaps an unexpected job loss or a personal challenge that threatens to shake your confidence. In those moments, your mind is often flooded with feelings of fear or doubt. But what if you could turn those fleeting thoughts into a powerful source of resilience? Using your imagination to picture yourself navigating through adversity can have a profound effect on how you respond to difficult times. When you vividly imagine yourself remaining calm and capable in tough situations, your brain begins to believe it's possible, gradually reducing anxiety and building inner strength. This isn't about denying reality, but about rewiring your perceptions so that challenges feel less overwhelming and more manageable. Visualizing success in challenging moments draws on the brain's ability to simulate future scenarios. Think of it as creating a mental movie where you are the hero facing hardship head-on, not as a victim, but as someone in control. This mental rehearsal helps to activate neural pathways associated with calmness, confidence, and problem-solving. It's a technique champions have used for generations. Famous athletes, performers, and leaders often imagine themselves overcoming obstacles before they even happen. This deliberate use of imagination creates a sense of familiarity. Your mind becomes accustomed to the idea of triumph, so when adversity appears in real life, the response feels less intimidating. Remember, every time you practice this, you're reinforcing a powerful narrative. "I can handle this. I am resilient. I am capable of staying composed under pressure." Once you understand that your mind can be trained through visualization, the next step is to craft specific mental rehearsals. Picture yourself in a situation that typically triggers anxiety, like giving a speech, confronting a difficult conversation, or managing an unexpected setback. Close your eyes and imagine every detail, the sights, sounds, even the subtle sensations in your body. Visualize yourself speaking confidently, your voice steady, your posture upright. See yourself listening calmly to others' concerns, responding with clarity and patience. The goal isn't just to imagine success, but to feel the emotions as if the situation is happening now. Feel your heart beating steadily, your breathing deepening, your mind focused. These mental rehearsals make future challenges appear less foreign. Your brain recognizes them as familiar, rehearsed scenes where you are in control rather than caught off guard. Turning fear into focus is the core message here. Rather than letting worry or worst-case scenarios take over mentally, shift your focus to what will you do if things don't go as planned. Visualize taking deep breaths, pausing to collect your thoughts, and then responding with calm. Practice seeing yourself pivoting smoothly from anxiety to action. This process builds what psychologists call adaptive resilience, where your mind learns to stay composed amid chaos. In real life, this proactive mental training can make the difference between panic and purposeful action. Every rehearsal acts as a mental shield, preparing you to remain centered when faced with challenges that could otherwise seem insurmountable. Building this mental habit requires consistency. Set aside just a few minutes each day, perhaps in the morning or before bed, to practice your visualizations. Find a quiet space where you can sit comfortably without interruption. Starting with simple scenarios where you usually feel anxious, guide your mind through detailed scenes of calm, focus, and success. Over time, expand these scenes to include more complex challenges, deepening the sense of familiarity and control. To make this process even more effective, consider adding physical cues, like holding a specific object or taking a calming breath, every time you engage in visualization. These cues can help trigger a calming response during real-life moments when anxiety begins to rise. Remember, the power of your imagination grows stronger with regular practice, transforming vague feelings of apprehension into strategic encounters with confidence. Chapter 3. Emotional Mastery. Navigating feelings during tough times. Identifying and validating your emotions. Building emotional awareness. Imagine the sensation of standing in a quiet, sunlit room, feeling a storm of emotions swirling inside you, without rushing to calm that storm or push it away. The first step toward building emotional awareness is learning to notice what you're feeling without labeling it as good or bad. Often, we try to avoid the discomfort of certain feelings, especially those that seem intense or inconvenient, but doing so only distances us from understanding ourselves deeply. When you allow yourself to simply observe these feelings, you create space to process them authentically. Giving yourself permission to feel fully means accepting all aspects of your emotional experience: anger, sadness, fear, joy, or frustration. These emotions are signals that tell you what's happening within, like messengers with important messages. For example, feeling anger during a disagreement might signal a boundary that was crossed, while sadness could reveal longing or loss. Instead of dismissing or suppressing these feelings, imagine sitting beside them like a kind friend, listening without judgment. This practice encourages sincerity with your inner world and gradually builds resilience, helping you respond to others and yourself with greater honesty and compassion. To begin tuning into your feelings, set aside a few minutes daily to check in with yourself. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and scan your body and mind. Notice any sensations, tightness, warmth, tension, and identify the emotion associated. Shift your focus from trying to fix or change how you feel to simply observing. Remember, feelings are like clouds passing through the sky of your consciousness. They come and go. The goal isn't to always feel happy, but to honor the full spectrum of human emotion as a natural, valuable part of your experience. As you develop the habit of noticing your emotions without judgment, it becomes clear that acknowledging them is a vital step toward clarity and healing. When pain or discomfort is left unrecognized, it tends to fester under the surface, often manifesting as stress, anxiety, or unhealthy reactions. By contrast, when you truly accept what you're feeling, it loses some of its power over you. Acknowledgement acts like a gentle release valve, allowing energies that may have been trapped or overwhelmed to flow freely, reducing their intensity over time. Consider emotion acknowledgement as untangling a knot. The more you try to ignore or suppress the knot, the tighter it becomes, making it harder to untie. But if you approach it with awareness and patience, gently loosening the strands one by one, the knot begins to unravel. Recognizing your feelings helps you understand their root cause and see patterns in your reactions. This insight acts as a compass, guiding your decisions and interactions with greater honesty and integrity. For example, acknowledging feelings of jealousy might reveal unmet needs or insecurities, opening a pathway towards self-compassion and growth. In the process of acknowledging emotions, you also build trust with yourself. Trust grows when your inner world is consistent and truthful, enabling you to navigate challenges with a clearer mind. Instead of being ruled by unseen emotional undercurrents, you become an observer who understands the messages your feelings are sending. This awareness doesn't mean you always have to act on every emotion, but recognizes that emotions, when acknowledged, serve as valuable guides, helping you make choices aligned with your true self. Practicing emotional validation can be as simple as saying to yourself, "It's okay to feel this way," or "This emotion is a part of me right now." Even in difficult moments, recognizing your feelings like a compassionate friend can soften hardship and cultivate resilience. Over time, this acknowledgement transforms emotional experiences from confusing chaos into moments of insight, clarity, and healing. Remember, your feelings are messengers, worthy of attention and respect. They illuminate your inner landscape, guiding you toward the clarity and authenticity you seek. Emotion regulation strategies. Staying calm when life gets chaotic. Imagine standing in a crowded subway car, frustration bubbling up as everyone jostles around you. In moments like these, your body's instinct might be to snap or withdraw, but tools like deep breathing and grounding techniques can change that response. These simple practices help anchor your mind and body, creating a pause that prevents impulsive reactions from taking over. The key is to shift from being run by your emotions to observing them with curiosity, like watching clouds drift across the sky. When you take slow, deliberate breaths, filling your lungs fully, then releasing slowly, you activate your parasympathetic nervous system, which promotes calmness and signals your body that it's okay to relax. Grounding techniques, on the other hand, keep you connected to the present moment. You might do this by pressing your feet firmly into the ground, noticing the sensation of your feet against the floor, or by naming 5 things you see, 4 you hear, or 3 you feel. These actions pull your attention away from spiraling thoughts or heightened emotions and bring it back to the here and now. With regular practice, these tools become second nature, allowing you to stay centered even when life throws unexpected chaos your way. When things get heated or stressful, our first instinct often is to react immediately, sometimes with harsh words, impatience, or impulsive decisions. Creating a space between impulse and action is about cultivating a moment of pause that transforms reaction into response. Think of it like hitting the pause button during a tense conversation. By simply taking a breath, a beat, or even counting to 5 silently in your mind, you're giving your brain a chance to process what's happening. This small delay can prevent you from saying something hurtful or making a choice you might regret later. It's about giving yourself permission. Without this pause, emotions can flood your system, leading to responses that feel automatic but don't truly reflect your intentions or values. To build this habit, practice noticing the physical sensations of impulse, your heart racing, your fists clenching, or a flush rising in your cheeks, and intentionally choose not to act on them immediately. Instead, ask yourself, what do I really want to communicate? What outcome is best in this moment? Over time, this practice rewires your brain, making space for thoughtful, compassionate reactions instead of knee-jerk reactions. It's like training a muscle. It gets stronger the more you use it, empowering you to respond with clarity even during the most chaotic times. Harnessing hope and optimism, fueling your journey forward. Hope is often viewed as a fragile thing, yet it possesses a unique strength that can serve as an anchor during turbulent times. Think about a time when everything seemed to be collapsing around you, whether it was a personal setback, health scare, or a crushing disappointment. In those moments, hope acts like a small flickering candle in a vast, dark room. It may seem insignificant, but it has the potential to illuminate the path forward. Hope motivates us to persist, to believe that beyond the immediate pain or confusion, better days are possible. It keeps us moving even when there's no clear answer or promise of relief, reminding us that our circumstances are not permanent. By nurturing hope, we create an internal reservoir of resilience that quietly fuels our journey through adversity. Understanding that hope is a conscious choice can be transformative. It is not merely a vague longing or wishful thinking, but an active engagement with the future we desire. When faced with difficulties, rather than focusing solely on what's going wrong, shift your attention toward what you want to see happen. Cultivating this mindset involves recognizing small signs of progress, moments of kindness, or instances where things could have been worse but weren't. These subtle sparks serve as evidence that hope is still alive within you, waiting to be nourished. Engaging in practices such as journaling about what you're grateful for or visualizing hopeful outcomes can reinforce this light in your mind, keeping emotional energy directed toward solutions rather than despair. Hope also acts as a social glue. Sharing your hopes with others builds connection and reminds you that you are not alone in your struggles. Listening to stories of others triumphing despite barriers can reignite your own belief that obstacles are surmountable. For example, many people draw strength from tales of resilience, whether from family members, community heroes, or historical figures, who refuse to surrender their hopes even in the darkest of circumstances. This collective hope creates a ripple effect, encouraging compassion and understanding. Recognizing that hope exists beyond oneself, in the fabric of human experience, can be a powerful motivator to keep going, especially when life feels overwhelming. Building an optimistic outlook doesn't mean pretending everything is perfect or ignoring problems. Instead, it's about shifting how you interpret challenges. When faced with a setback, a missed opportunity, a disagreement, or a personal failure, you can choose to see it as an ending or as a stepping stone. Optimism transforms obstacles into discoveries, revealing lessons that sharpen your skills and deepen your understanding. For example, losing a job might feel like the end of the world, but it could also open doors to new careers or passions you'd never considered. This perspective encourages curiosity rather than fear, prompting questions like, "What can I learn from this? How could this lead me to something better?" Embracing this attitude helps you see setbacks as part of a larger, hopeful story rather than insurmountable walls. Practicing optimism involves small daily shifts. Start by acknowledging that setbacks are temporary and within your power to influence. Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, focus on what can go right next. Reframe negative thoughts with positive questions, such as what is one thing I can do today to improve this situation? Or what opportunity does this difficulty present? Over time, these mental habits turn into a natural way of seeing the world through a lens of possibility. It's also helpful to surround yourself with positive influences, people, books, music, that reinforce hope and resilience. By consciously choosing to see opportunities in problems, you forge a mindset that actively seeks growth and discovery rather than stagnation or despair. An example of this shift is the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said that he hadn't failed but discovered thousands of ways that didn't work. His optimism in the face of repeated setbacks ultimately led to the invention of the light bulb. When you adopt a similar outlook, you begin to realize that each challenge is only a step towards a better understanding or a more refined goal. Optimism, in essence, becomes a lens that highlights possibility and encourages continuous movement forward, even when the going gets tough. Remember that transforming obstacles into opportunities requires practice. Start small. Next time you face a difficulty, pause and ask yourself what you might gain from it. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to scan for potential growth rather than fixate on failure. By doing so, you create a mental environment where hope and optimism thrive side by side, guiding you through life's inevitable ups and downs with curiosity and resilience. The more you practice, the more natural it feels to see every stumbling block as a chance to learn, evolve, and come closer to your dreams. Developing emotional resilience through mindfulness and meditation. Imagine standing in a quiet forest, feeling the gentle breeze brush against your skin, listening to the leaves whisper above. That sense of being fully aware of your surroundings, without judgment or resistance, is at the heart of learning to be present with your feelings. Embracing your emotions rather than running from them creates a foundation of calm inside. It's about noticing when you're feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or happy, and allowing those feelings to exist without immediately trying to change or suppress them. This kind of awareness is not about eliminating emotions, but about accepting them as part of your human experience. When you give yourself permission to sit with your feelings, you cultivate a kind of emotional resilience that acts like a sturdy tree in a storm, bending but not breaking. Fostering this calm awareness begins with simple practices rooted in mindfulness. You can start by dedicating a few quiet moments each day to observe what's happening inside you, without judgment. For instance, sit comfortably, close your eyes if you like, and focus your attention on your breath, noticing the rise and fall of each inhale and exhale. As feelings arise, whether joy, frustration, or sadness, acknowledge them gently, like greeting an old friend. Over time, These moments of conscious awareness become a refuge, helping you respond to life's challenges with greater clarity. Instead of reacting impulsively or being carried away by emotional waves, you develop an inner steadiness that supports resilience. By practicing this kind of thoughtful presence, you seed resilience in everyday moments, making it easier to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs. It's also helpful to understand that feelings are messengers, not enemies. When you tune into your emotional landscape, you learn to interpret what they're telling you about your needs and boundaries. For example, feeling tense or irritable might be a signal to take a break or set a boundary. Feeling deep sadness could point to unprocessed grief that needs acknowledgement. Recognizing these signals requires a gentle curiosity rather than self-criticism. As you become more familiar with your emotional cues, you build a deep well of self-awareness, which is the backbone of resilience. You start to see your feelings not as obstacles, but as guiding stars that can lead you toward greater self-understanding and strength. This practice turns emotional awareness into a daily asset, strengthening your capacity to bounce back from setbacks and maintain your sense of balance. Picture yourself waking up in the morning, still groggy but eager to face the day. Instead of rushing into routines or letting your mind spiral with worries, take a moment to deliberately pause. A short, mindful practice, just 5 minutes, can act like a reset button for your emotional energy. For example, sitting quietly, closing your eyes, and focusing on your breath can help you anchor yourself in the present moment. As your mind wanders, gently guide it back, like a shepherd tending to sheep. This small ritual creates a pause in your day where you reclaim your calm and clear-headedness. Doing this regularly, perhaps before meals, during breaks, or just as you wake up, helps keep your emotional batteries charged, so you're less prone to burnout or overwhelm. Meditation is another powerful tool that can easily be woven into your routine. You don't need to be a seasoned practitioner. Starting with just a few minutes each day can make a meaningful difference. Focused meditation, where you concentrate on your breath, a sound, or a mantra, trains your mind to stay anchored amidst chaos. Over time, this strengthens your ability to remain centered even when life throws curveballs. Regular practice promotes emotional flexibility, so you can handle stress without becoming consumed by it. Plus, meditation nurtures compassion toward yourself, fostering patience as you navigate difficult emotions. Think of it as a daily recharge that replenishes your mental resources and fortifies your resilience, making it easier to bounce back from setbacks with a calmer, clearer perspective. Incorporating these practices doesn't require a large commitment. Start small, set aside 5 minutes a day, use reminders on your phone, or anchor your practice to existing routines like brushing your teeth or commuting. Over time, those minutes build into a steady habit, creating a fortress of calm around your emotional life. As you become more consistent, you'll notice a gentle shift in how you respond to stress. Less reactivity, more clarity, and a renewed sense of inner strength that carries you through even the most turbulent times. Remember, resilience isn't about never feeling upset, but about developing tools that help you recover swiftly and gently from emotional storms. And the good news? You already carry within you everything you need. Mindfulness and meditation are just the keys to unlocking that inner calm whenever you need it. Chapter 4. Building support systems, connecting with others for strength. Identifying your support network. Who can help when it matters most? Imagine walking through a storm with an umbrella. Your support network is that umbrella, shielding you from the harshest winds and rain of life. Identifying who these key people are is the first step in creating a safety net that offers comfort, encouragement, and practical help when you face tough times. It's often easier than we think to overlook the quiet heroes in our lives. The friends who listen without judgment, family members who cheer us on from the sidelines, or mentors whose wisdom acts as a guiding light. Taking the time to map out these individuals is like drawing a mental blueprint of your personal village. Those who will stand by you not just in moments of crisis, but during everyday triumphs and struggles alike. Building this map isn't about listing as many people as possible, but about recognizing those whose presence genuinely heals and energizes you. Think about those moments when you felt supported and understood. Who was with you? Perhaps it was your childhood friend you could share your fears with, a sibling who always saw the best in you, or a coach who believed in your potential even when you doubted yourself. These connections are the foundation of a resilient life, providing not just emotional reassurance, but also practical resources. When you identify these supportive figures, you're creating an intentional circle of trust, people who lift your spirits and help you navigate challenges. This step transforms randomness into purpose, knowing exactly where to turn when life throws its inevitable curveballs. Understanding that no one can do everything alone is a powerful realization. Support networks are built on mutual giving and receiving. This isn't about depending solely on others, but rather fostering reciprocal relationships where each person offers their strengths. Sometimes, your support network might include someone you've never thought of as a traditional helper, like a coworker who shares your sense of humor, a neighbor who's quick to lend a hand, or even a community group that aligns with your values. You might find that your network extends beyond immediate family and friends, into broader circles that can provide different kinds of help. Recognizing these individuals and developing genuine connections with them means nurturing a safety net that's both wide and deep, ready to catch you when you need it most. Building this map is more than just a mental exercise. It's an active process that encourages you to reflect on your relationships and invest in them intentionally. Start by recalling moments when someone's support made a real difference, who showed up when you needed encouragement, who celebrated your wins or held space for your doubts. Then think about expanding those connections. Are there acquaintances or colleagues who resonate with your values? Can you strengthen existing bonds with meaningful conversations or acts of kindness? Remember, no support network is static. It evolves as your life changes. Regularly checking in with these people, expressing gratitude, and offering your own presence in return deepens these bonds, creating a circle of care that sustains you through thick and thin. As you develop this mental map, keep in mind that your support network is a living thing. It won't be perfect, and that's okay. The real power lies in awareness, knowing who is there and how they can support you. This awareness makes it easier to reach out when needed, instead of bottling up feelings or struggling alone. It also reminds you to be a support for others. Relationships thrive on mutual kindness. Over time, these connections grow stronger, transforming into an unshakable net that catches you when you stumble and celebrates your resilience when you stand tall. Building your support network is an act of love for yourself and others, and the foundation for a life where you're never truly alone in facing whatever comes your way. Effective communication during crises, expressing needs and listening. Sharing our struggles can often feel like walking a tightrope. There's a delicate balance between being vulnerable and feeling exposed, and many of us carry guilt when we admit we are struggling. We have internalized the idea that showing weakness might burden others or make us seem less capable. Yet, true connection often begins when we take the risk to be honest about our feelings, without hiding behind a masked facade. Recognizing that everyone experiences difficulties builds empathy, and when we allow ourselves to open up, reality shifts from being a source of shame to an opportunity for relief and understanding. The key is to see vulnerability as a strength, not a weakness, and to develop healthy ways of expressing our needs without feeling like we're asking too much. One practical way to approach this is to reframe how we view asking for help. Instead of seeing it as a sign of failure, consider it a conscious act of self-care and a way to strengthen your relationships. When you're feeling overwhelmed, try to identify specific needs rather than vague complaints. For example, instead of saying, "I can't do this," specify, "I'm struggling with these particular tasks and could really use some support or advice." This shift not only makes your request clearer, but also reduces guilt, because it focuses on practical solutions rather than feelings of weakness. Remember, people generally like to help when they know exactly how they can assist. Accept that asking for help is a brave step, one that fosters trust and deepens bonds rather than diminishing your independence. It's also important to address the guilt that often accompanies vulnerability. A helpful exercise is to remind yourself that everyone needs support at times. It's part of being human. Think about someone you admire, perhaps a friend or a mentor, who is comfortable sharing their struggles. Notice that they aren't seen as weak, but as authentic and relatable. Building this perspective helps you see your own needs as natural instead of shameful. When you feel guilty about asking for help, pause and ask yourself, would I judge a friend for doing the same? Most likely you wouldn't. This simple shift in mindset can loosen the grip of guilt and allow you to reach out with genuine honesty, knowing that your vulnerability might just encourage others to do the same. Listening during a crisis isn't just about waiting for your turn to speak. It is actively engaging with someone's feelings and needs, creating space for genuine connection. Imagine a friend confiding in you about a difficult situation. Their voice might shake, and tears might well up. Yet, your role isn't to fix everything immediately, but to simply be present. When you listen in this way, your full attention communicates that their feelings matter. Reflecting back what they say, without jumping to conclusions or offering unsolicited advice, shows you're truly hearing them. This act of presence creates a safe space where vulnerability feels accepted. It's enough to listen with your heart open, letting the other person know they're not alone. Empathy is at the heart of effective listening. Instead of trying to solve problems or offering cliches like, "it could be worse," focus on validating their feelings. Use phrases like, "that sounds really tough," or "I can see why you feel that way." Sometimes, simply stating your understanding can be a healing balm. While it's tempting to jump in with solutions, often what people need most is to be heard. This doesn't mean avoiding helpful suggestions altogether, but timing matters. When someone shares pain, offering empathy first might make them more receptive to practical help later. Developing this skill requires patience and a genuine desire to connect, which can transform casual conversations into meaningful conversations that foster trust and intimacy. Pay attention to your own reactions as well. It's normal to feel discomfort or uncertainty when someone reveals their struggles, but try to set aside your own urges to fix or judge. Instead, focus on your breathing and maintain eye contact or gentle nods that acknowledge you are present. Ask yourself, am I truly listening, or am I just waiting for my moment to speak? Deep listening isn't about perfection, but about being as fully present as possible. Over time, this attentive approach encourages others to open up more, knowing they'll be received with compassion. Remember, sometimes your presence alone can be a powerful act of support, turning a fleeting moment into a connection that can carry someone through tough times. In practicing these skills, you may find that your relationships deepen and become more authentic. When you genuinely listen, you create a ripple effect. Others become more willing to share, and mutual understanding blossoms. Try setting aside dedicated moments for focused listening. Turn off your phone, silence distractions, and simply be there for someone who needs to talk. These small acts can qualify as profound acts of kindness and strength. As you develop this habit, you'll notice how your own capacity for compassion grows, and your relationships become more resilient against life's inevitable storms. Listening isn't just a skill. It's a gift that defines us as humans and can turn everyday conversations into opportunities for real connection and healing. Seeking mentorship and guidance, learning from others' experiences. Imagine standing in a crowded room, feeling like everyone else has their act together except for you. That's a common feeling when trying to figure out the next step in life or work. Having someone who has traveled the same path before can feel like finding a lighthouse in foggy waters. Mentors are those guiding lights. They've faced storms, navigated tricky choices, and come out stronger. When searching for a mentor, look for someone who genuinely inspires you, not just someone with the title or experience. A good mentor shares their stories of struggle and victory, making their advice feel real and relatable. The goal is to find someone whose life experiences resonate with your own hopes and fears, because their wisdom becomes a mirror reflecting what's possible for you. Building this kind of relationship takes time and intentionality. Start by observing people you admire, whether they're in your community, workplace, or even someone you follow online. Think about what qualities they embody: resilience, kindness, courage, or the lessons they've learned through failure. Reach out with curiosity rather than expectation, asking questions about their journey and what lessons they cherish most. Sometimes, the best mentorships grow from casual conversations that spark deeper bonds over time. Remember, mentors don't need to be perfect. They just need to be authentic and willing to share their stories, including their missteps, which often hold the most valuable lessons. Learning isn't just about absorbing facts. It's about opening yourself to new perspectives and experiences. Sometimes, the most meaningful lessons come when we listen to those who faced challenges similar to ours. These moments of connection can feel like finding a friend who truly gets what you're going through, which makes the lessons stick even more. Embracing vulnerability and humility allows us to soak up insights that might seem simple but are deeply transformative. For example, a friend struggling with self-doubt might share a story about how they overcame fears of failure, revealing strategies or mindsets that you hadn't considered. When you approach others with an open mind and heart, You create space for honest dialogue and deep learning. This approach can also mean seeking guidance from people outside your usual circles or comfort zones. Sometimes, it takes stepping into unfamiliar environments or trying new activities to meet those who have walked similar paths. Listening carefully and asking thoughtful questions helps uncover nuggets of wisdom that textbooks and courses rarely teach. Keep in mind that everyone's journey is unique. What worked for one person might not work for another, but the underlying principles of perseverance, patience, and authenticity often resonate across different stories. Being receptive to these lessons requires us to shed ego and embrace the idea that we're perpetual students in life, always with something new to learn from others' experiences. In the end, sharing stories and lessons from those who face their own battles helps us remember we're not alone. Life's struggles often feel isolating, but when we hear someone else's honest account of hardship and hope, it sparks resilience within us. Sometimes, the greatest gift a mentor or peer can give is simply their willingness to be vulnerable. Their stories become bridges, connecting your fears with their triumphs, making lessons more relatable and memorable. Don't shy away from seeking out those stories, because they're the seeds of growth that can blossom into your own wisdom and strength. When you embrace both giving and receiving these tales, you foster a culture of heartfelt learning that stays with you long after the conversation ends. Creating reciprocal relationships, giving and receiving support. Imagine standing in a garden where every flower relies on the other for nourishment. That's how genuine relationships thrive. Trust acts as the fertile soil, nurturing bonds that grow stronger over time. When you're willing to show up honestly and vulnerably, you create a space where others feel safe to do the same. This mutual openness fosters a cycle of support, where each act of kindness or understanding fuels the next. Think of trust as a bridge. It requires effort to build, but once stable, it allows for incredible journeys of connection. Building such foundations involves consistent honesty, listening with genuine interest, and being reliable through words and actions. When someone knows they can count on you, even during difficult moments, they're more likely to open up and engage authentically. This openness breeds reciprocity. Giving and receiving support becomes effortless when both sides see each other as dependable allies. Think about how friendships or partnerships flourish when there's an unspoken agreement of trust. They are resilient because they're rooted in this mutual belief in each other's good intent. Investing in trust isn't a quick fix. It's a process that deepens as you share experiences, celebrate successes, and stand by one another during setbacks. Like nurturing a plant, patience and consistent care are essential. When you approach relationships with kindness and vulnerability, you set the stage for profound mutual support that can weather life's storms. Remember, the most meaningful bonds aren't built on superficial interactions. They're cultivated through shared trust, kindness, and a genuine desire to see each other thrive. Picture a cozy room filled with soft light and a quiet conversation flowing naturally. This image captures the essence of vulnerability as a gateway to authentic connection. Many people view opening up about their needs or struggles as a sign of weakness, but in truth, it's one of the most courageous acts you can undertake. When you share your genuine feelings, you unravel the armor that keeps others at a distance. This openness invites empathy and understanding, creating space for others to reciprocate with their own truths. Sharing your needs fosters a sense of trust and intimacy that superficial exchanges can't match. It turns the relationship into a collaboration rather than a transactional interaction. For example, when someone admits they're overwhelmed at work and asks for support, it not only relaxes their own tension, but often prompts others to share their own struggles or offer help. This mutual vulnerability creates a ripple effect. Once one person drops their guard, others often feel inspired to do the same, deepening the connection. Vulnerability is a strength, becomes a rallying cry that encourages taking small, courageous steps. Start by sharing a personal story, expressing a desire, or admitting when you need help. Notice how others respond, a sense of relief, warmth, or understanding. Over time, these moments build a culture of openness, where support flows naturally because everyone feels safe enough to show their true selves. The more you practice sharing your needs, the easier it becomes to build relationships where genuine support isn't just expected, it's embraced. Chapter 5. Practical Problem-Solving Skills. Turning Challenges into Opportunities. Breaking down problems. Analyzing challenges step by step. Imagine standing in front of a towering mountain of problems, each one seemingly insurmountable on its own. It's easy to feel overwhelmed and lost, wondering where to even begin. But what if you could turn that daunting peak into a series of smaller, approachable steps? Breaking big problems into parts makes the challenge less intimidating and transforms a complex mess into a clear, actionable plan. Instead of trying to solve everything at once, focus on isolating specific aspects of the issue. This way, each tiny task becomes more manageable, and suddenly, the mountain starts to look like a set of stepping stones leading somewhere achievable. This approach isn't just about simplifying problems, it's about shifting your mindset. When you see a large task as one enormous obstacle, you might avoid it altogether or become paralyzed by the sheer size. But dividing that task taps into your natural problem-solving instincts. It creates moments of small wins that build momentum and boost your confidence. Think of a puzzle. You wouldn't try to assemble it all in one go. Instead, you focus on fitting a few pieces at a time, gradually revealing the picture. The same principle applies to personal challenges, work projects, or even relationships. Breaking them down ensures you're not overwhelmed and keeps you motivated as you progress. To effectively split a big problem, start by identifying its core components. Ask yourself which parts are most critical or cause the most complexity. Sometimes the problem can be divided into categories, steps, or stages. For example, if you're struggling with a messy home, instead of trying to tidy it all at once, break it into zones, kitchen, living room, bedrooms, and tackle each one separately. As you complete each segment, you'll see tangible progress, making the overall task less daunting. This method makes it easier to prioritize, plan, and execute, turning chaos into clarity and giving you a clear path forward rather than an intimidating jumble. Understanding what's truly at the heart of a problem can feel like finding a shining key in a dark room. Many times, we get caught up in surface issues, symptoms rather than the root cause. Asking yourself, what is really going on here, can reveal a small yet powerful insight that shifts your entire perspective. This tiny detail might seem insignificant at first, but it often holds the potential to unlock solutions that previously seemed out of reach. Often, the core issue isn't what appears to be, but rather an underlying belief, a hidden fear, or a missed link that once uncovered makes the whole problem easier to solve. To find this core insight, consider stepping back from the problem and observing it as if you're separated from your emotions. What stands out as the most pressing concern? Is there a particular pattern or a recurring theme that keeps surfacing? For example, if you're constantly procrastinating on a project, digging deeper might reveal underlying issues such as fear of failure or perfectionism. Addressing this core truth, rather than just the symptoms, can lead to more sustainable solutions. Sometimes, talking with a friend or journaling about the challenge can help bring that tiny but crucial insight to light, unlocking new pathways and giving you fresh hope. Recognizing and embracing that small, often overlooked detail can turn a complicated, overwhelming problem into one that feels much more manageable. Once you identify the core issue, focus your energy on it. This doesn't mean ignoring other parts of the problem, but rather ensuring that your efforts are targeted where they can make the biggest difference. Remember, often a little insight combined with a small shift can produce a ripple effect, leading to breakthroughs you hadn't imagined. When you understand what's truly at the root, your solutions become sharper, your steps clearer, and the process of fixing what's broken feels less like fighting against chaos and more like tuning a delicate instrument. Every challenge becomes a puzzle, waiting to reveal its secrets, and your discovery of that tiny, powerful truth is what makes the whole game worth playing. One practical way to cultivate this skill is to ask yourself powerful questions. What am I avoiding? What am I overlooking? What's a small change I could make right now that might lead to a big difference? These questions help you cut through the noise and get to the essence of the problem. Remember, beneath even the most tangled issues lies a tiny insight waiting to be uncovered. Sometimes it takes patience and curiosity to find it. The more you practice seeking out that core issue, the more natural it will become, transforming your approach to challenges from one of frustration to one of curiosity and creative problem-solving. Creative brainstorming, generating innovative solutions. Imagine a child lost in a garden full of colorful flowers and winding paths, their eyes wide with wonder at every turn. This innocence and freedom to dream without boundaries are at the heart of true creative thinking. When you allow yourself to let go of constraints, whether it's logical limits, societal expectations, or self-imposed rules. You create space for ideas to flourish in surprising ways. Often, the most impactful solutions come from ideas that seem outlandish or impractical at first glance. But with a bit of nurturing, they can evolve into innovative breakthroughs. Think of Albert Einstein's thought experiments about riding alongside a light beam, or the countless artists who found inspiration in seemingly random moments. All of these moments stem from a willingness to embrace the unpredictable and wild parts of the mind. Allowing your imagination to roam freely is like giving your mind permission to play, to take risks, and to explore unfamiliar territory. It's easy to get caught up in the daily grind or to dismiss ideas as too silly or far-fetched. But remember, many great inventions and creative projects started from a simple spark of curiosity or whimsy. Giving yourself the permission to dream big, or even to dream absurdly, is the first step towards discovering new solutions and perspectives. When you're in this playful space, you're more likely to connect seemingly unrelated concepts, think divergently, and stumble upon those hidden gems that can shift your entire outlook. To harness this, try creating mental space for your imagination each day. It could be as simple as imagining your ideal scenario, visualizing a future where problems are solved effortlessly, or even jotting down your wildest ideas without judgment. Remember, some of the most astonishing innovations in history happened because someone dared to think differently, challenge the status quo, or simply dream beyond what seemed possible. So next time you face a challenge, ask yourself, what if, instead of limiting your thoughts, you let your imagination run wild? Often, that is where the seed of a breakthrough is planted. Imagine a spider spinning a web, with each thread connecting to new ideas and possibilities. That's the essence of mind mapping, a tool that transforms a simple idea into a vibrant network of alternatives. It begins with a central concept or problem written in the middle of a page, and then radiates outward as you add related thoughts, questions, or solutions. What makes this technique so powerful is its visual nature. It mirrors how our brains naturally associate ideas, jumping from one to another in a lively, interconnected dance. Instead of forcing linear thinking, mind mapping encourages a free flow of thoughts, helping you discover ideas that might not emerge through traditional methods. This playful approach is particularly effective because it feels less intimidating than formal brainstorming or rigid planning. It invites curiosity and experimentation, allowing for the uncovering of hidden links and overlooked options. For example, if you're trying to develop a new product, you could start with the core idea in the center and then branch out to features, customer needs, potential markets, and even unrelated fields that might offer fresh insights. Along the way, you might notice connections that resulted from your subconscious mind making associations, like a painter noticing color schemes that inspire a new design, or a chef discovering a fusion recipe through seemingly unrelated ingredients. It encourages you to think in layers, constantly expanding and refining your options in a playful, visual way. To make the most of mind mapping, set aside a dedicated session with a blank sheet or a digital tool designed for this purpose. Begin with a seed idea and let your thoughts run freely across the page. Don't judge or dismiss ideas as too small or too strange. Write them down anyway. As your web of ideas grows, step back and observe the patterns, overlaps, and missed opportunities. This process can be both fun and revealing, helping you see the problem from angles you never considered. Over time, you'll develop an intuitive ability to spot promising pathways, turning abstract thoughts into concrete solutions. Remember, sometimes the key to innovation is simply giving yourself permission to expand the boundaries of your initial idea through playful exploration. Decision-making under pressure. Choosing the best path forward. Imagine standing at a fork in the road, with one path shrouded in fog and the other illuminated by a faint glow. In such moments, it can feel overwhelming to decide which way to go, especially when time seems to slip through your fingers. Yet often, your gut instinct holds more wisdom than you realize, an almost silent voice whispering truths rooted in your past experiences, subconscious knowledge, and genuine emotions. Trusting that voice doesn't mean acting impulsively. Rather, it involves tuning into your inner sense and taking a leap based on what feels right in the moment. Sometimes, the simplest actions, like choosing to speak up, take a different route, or say yes even when doubts linger, are guided by this subtle inner compass. Developing this trust can become a powerful tool, especially when information is scarce and the stakes are high. In situations demanding quick decisions, gathering limited information becomes crucial. The key is to focus on what truly matters and avoid getting lost in an endless search for perfect data. Start by asking yourself a few vital questions. What do I already know that can help me? Which details are most relevant to my current choice? When time is tight, forcing yourself to analyze every tiny detail can lead to paralysis. Instead, learn to identify the core pieces of information that can guide you safely forward. For example, if you're rushing to meet a deadline and have only a rough outline of your project, trust your knowledge of the core message and your skills rather than obsessing over every fine detail. Recognize that gathering less noisy, more targeted pieces of insight allows you to act confidently without getting caught in analysis paralysis. Practicing this approach involves sharpening your ability to discern what is essential. Make it a habit to quickly filter out distractions and focus only on what significantly impacts your decision. For instance, if you're choosing whether to accept an opportunity that feels slightly out of your comfort zone, reflect on a handful of key thoughts. Does this align with my values? Is this an irreversible commitment? Do I have enough with me, emotionally, mentally, or practically, to move forward? Trust that even a small amount of reliable information can suffice when balanced with your intuition. Over time, you'll develop an inner sense of when to rely on instinct and when to seek more data, knowing the difference between a gut feeling and confusion. Remember, in tense moments, confidence often springs from trusting yourself just enough to take that first step, and learning to accept that mastery over uncertainty is a skill worth cultivating. When facing weighty choices, the mind can become a whirlwind of doubts, fears, and conflicting signals. It's easy to feel lost in a sea of options, questioning whether you're making the right move. Creating a set of core principles can serve as your anchor, a steadying force that guides you back to your center each time chaos threatens to pull you under. These principles should reflect your values, priorities, and what truly matters to you, like integrity, growth, compassion, or simple honesty. Think of them as your personal compass. Rather than recalculating your route every time, you just check if your decisions align with your guiding lights. For example, if your principle is to prioritize honesty, then even in a difficult situation, you'll choose transparency over deception, knowing it harmonizes with your core beliefs. This consistency helps you stay authentic and makes the big decisions less daunting because you can measure them against what you stand for. Building this set begins with honest reflection. Consider what traits or values you hold most dear, perhaps kindness, perseverance, or fairness, and write them down as a reference. During moments of pressure, ask yourself whether your choices align with these principles. This process is less about being perfect and more about creating a moral framework you can trust. It also provides clarity when emotions run high. In such moments, returning to your principles helps dispel confusion and restores confidence. For example, someone who values balance might set a principle to avoid burnout, guiding decisions to delegate tasks or step back when overwhelmed. These principles offer a gentle yet firm guide, helping you act consistently and kindly, even when circumstances seem overwhelming. They act as an internal compass that keeps you anchored to yourself, no matter the storm raging around you. In practice, rehearse applying your principles during everyday decisions: what to say to a friend, how to handle minor setbacks, or what to prioritize. This internal practice cements your values as your trusted framework. When faced with major choices, your principles will act as a moral GPS, making the right path more intuitive. Remember, it's not about having all the answers, but about trusting your values enough to navigate through uncertainty. Over time, this clarity creates a resilient mindset where decisions feel less like risky jumps and more like steps taken in alignment with who you are. A simple tip: keep your principles visible on your bathroom mirror, in your wallet, or as a notification on your phone. The repeated reminder will help you stay rooted, especially when life's weight attempts to knock you over. Implementing action plans, turning ideas into real results. Turning ideas into results can often feel overwhelming. Your mind can become a whirlwind of possibilities, making it hard to decide where to start. To avoid getting stuck in endless planning, it helps to break down your big ideas into manageable, concrete steps. Think of it like climbing a ladder. Each rung should be a specific task that brings you closer to your goal. When steps are clear and straightforward, action becomes easier because you're not bogged down by the fear of doing something wrong or incomplete. Starting small isn't a sign of weakness but of smart movement. small, deliberate actions compound over time into significant progress. One way to create these steps is to ask yourself simple questions. What is the very first thing I can do today? What resources do I need? Who can support me through this process? Writing down a sequence of actions, no matter how small, can keep you focused and prevent analysis paralysis. Keep in mind that plans aren't set in stone. They're just guides to keep you moving forward. As you complete each step, your confidence grows, and soon the entire project becomes less daunting. Remember, clarity in your plan transforms vague ideas into a clear path forward, not perfection. To make sure your steps stay manageable, set timers or deadlines for each action. For example, commit to brainstorming 5 ideas in 10 minutes or reaching out to one friend or mentor for advice. These small commitments generate momentum and reduce the temptation to overthink. Consistent action, even if tiny, is what keeps the wheel turning. Sometimes, the biggest obstacle isn't the size of your goal, but the uncertainty of where to begin. By simplifying each phase of your project into bite-sized tasks, you turn a mountain into a series of small hills, each one easier to climb. Recognizing and celebrating small victories may seem trivial, but these moments act like fuel for your journey. Every step you complete without hesitation or distraction is a victory worth acknowledging. Maybe it's finishing a chapter of your book, sending that important email, or simply sticking to your schedule for the day. These wins may seem minor on their own, but together, they form a powerful chain of progress that keeps you moving forward. Celebrating small successes shifts your focus from what's left to do to what you've already accomplished, which boosts morale and keeps negative self-talk at bay. Imagine yourself as a gardener tending to a delicate plant. Each small effort, watering, pruning, nurturing, helps it grow stronger and healthier. Likewise, each small win feeds your motivation, giving you the energy to tackle the next challenge. When you take time to honor these moments, you reinforce a belief that your efforts matter. This sense of achievement can turn frustration into curiosity and doubt into determination. It's a gentle reminder that success isn't just one big moment, but a series of little steps that, when celebrated, create a ripple effect. Over time, these ripples become waves of confidence that propel you toward your larger goals. To put this into practice, keep a journal or a success log where you record every small win. It might be as simple as crossing off an item from your to-do list, or giving yourself credit for staying committed to your plan. When you feel stuck or overwhelmed, revisit this list to remind yourself of all the progress you've already made. Sometimes, just reading over that collection of small wins can spark renewed energy and motivation. Remember, the journey to achievement is paved with these tiny, meaningful steps, and every single one counts. Recognizing them shifts your perspective from focusing on your limitations to celebrating your capability. Chapter 6. Developing Resilience Through Daily Habits. Establishing a morning routine that sets a resilient tone. Mornings hold the power to shape the entire day. Imagine waking up and taking a moment to breathe deeply, feeling the cool air fill your lungs and settle your mind. It's a simple act that can anchor you amidst chaos. Practicing gratitude early in the morning can also work wonders. It shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. As you list even 3 small things you feel thankful for, your perspective begins to brighten and negative thoughts lose their grip. Establishing these small rituals can feel like planting seeds of resilience that grow stronger every day. Many successful people swear by starting with a few quiet moments, meditation, journaling, or simply stretching, to create a sense of calm. These habits don't have to be lengthy or perfect. They just need consistency. Think of them as setting the foundation of your mental house, so when surprises come knocking, you're already centered. Incorporating sensory awareness, like feeling your feet on the floor or noticing the sunlight on your face, can enhance this grounding energy. Over time, these practices become familiar companions that remind you to slow down, breathe, and prepare your mind for whatever lies ahead. Transitioning from sleep to wakefulness is often rushed, but this is the moment to intentionally set the tone. Picture a gardener carefully tending to plants. Each small act nurtures growth. Starting your day with intentional habits creates a buffer against stress and negativity, making you more resilient. The key is to make these habits feel like a gift to yourself rather than a chore. In doing so, you create a morning routine that isn't just about productivity, but about cultivating a sense of peace that can ripple through your entire day. Life rarely goes exactly as planned. No matter how well you prepare, surprises tend to pop up: urgent emails, difficult conversations, or unexpected events. A morning routine built on resilience acts like armor, helping you face these challenges with calm and clarity. When your mornings are rooted in practices that strengthen your mental resilience, like affirmations, breathing exercises, or brief moments of mindfulness, you develop an internal reserve. This reserve helps you bounce back quicker from setbacks because you've already set a resilient tone early in the day. Consider this. On days when you start with a mindful breath or a moment of gratitude, you're less likely to react impulsively. Instead, you respond thoughtfully, even when circumstances try to derail your plans. This isn't about perfection or control, but about cultivating a mindset that recognizes setbacks as part of life rather than failures. For example, if a meeting runs over or an unexpected problem arises, you can pause and respond with a sense of calm that originates from your morning habits. Over time, this mental resilience becomes second nature, making the chaos of life feel less overwhelming. Embedding resilience into your morning can be simple yet powerful. It's like building an emotional immune system that prepares you for daily stressors. You might start with a quick gratitude list, a few deep breaths, or a short visualization of handling challenges smoothly. These small acts create a mental shield that supports your overall well-being. Remember, resilience isn't about avoiding stress. It's about strengthening your ability to endure and adapt with a sense of peace. Make these habits a non-negotiable part of your morning, and notice how they influence your reactions and outlook throughout the day. Journaling for clarity and reflection, tracking growth and lessons. Journaling is often seen as a quiet, solitary activity, but at its core, it's a powerful way to genuinely connect with your inner world. When you sit down with your journal, you create a safe space to let your thoughts flow without judgment or censorship. It's like having a heartfelt conversation with your best friend, where you can unload the burdens that weigh heavy on your mind or celebrate the small victories that often go unnoticed. You're not just scribbling words, you're clearing mental clutter, easing anxiety, and tuning into your authentic self. Some days, you might find yourself writing about a stressful situation, venting frustrations with raw honesty. There's something cathartic about putting feelings into words rather than bottling them up. On other days, journaling becomes a celebration, a record of your wins, big and small. Maybe you finally managed to wake up early and enjoy a peaceful morning, or you received an acknowledgement for your efforts at work. These moments of acknowledgement anchor you in positivity, allowing you to acknowledge your growth and resilience. Perhaps most importantly, journaling helps you build a relationship with your inner voice, the part of you that holds your deepest hopes, fears, and intuitive insights. When you write freely, you learn to listen to what your heart truly desires, which guides you through decisions, uncertainties, and times of change. It's like developing a quiet but steadfast dialogue with yourself that can provide clarity when life feels overwhelming. Think of your journal as a trusted confidant who never judges, who is always available to listen and reflect even when no one else is around. Encouraging yourself to write without restraint, especially during difficult moments, can be incredibly freeing. This practice isn't about perfect grammar or beautiful handwriting. It's about revealing what's inside and giving yourself permission to just be. Over time, you'll notice patterns emerging: the worries that repeat, the lessons that sink in, the joy that surfaces unexpectedly. Journaling becomes a mirror, revealing what's been hidden beneath the surface and empowering you to process feelings, celebrate growth, and discover your true voice. Keeping a journal isn't just about venting or recording moments. It's a way to watch yourself grow. Many people underestimate how much change can happen in just a few months or a year. As you look back on your entries over time, you'll start to notice how your thoughts shift, how your reactions to life's challenges change, and how your perspective broadens. It's like having a visual timeline of your inner journey. For example, you might find old entries where you expressed uncertainty or fear, and compare them to reflections from later entries where you talk about newfound confidence or gratitude. This kind of reflection isn't just about nostalgia. It's proof of resilience and progress. To see your evolution more vividly, try regularly revisiting older journal entries. Notice how certain worries might have dissolved or transformed into solutions. Observe how your desires and priorities have shifted as you've gained new experiences and insights. Sometimes, reading past entries can reveal recurring themes or habits, giving you a chance to gently address patterns that no longer serve you. Journaling becomes a mirror that not only reflects your present self, but also illuminates the path you've traveled, often showing growth in places you might not have recognized in the moment. This ongoing awareness fuels your motivation, reminding you that change isn't always dramatic, but often a slow, steady unfolding of your authentic self. In addition to looking back, documenting your intentions and goals regularly can help track your progress more concretely. For instance, writing about your hopes at the beginning of each month and then reviewing those entries later can reveal what you've accomplished or what still needs attention. It's like creating a personal map, marking milestones and lessons learned along the way. Over time, these reflections cultivate a profound sense of gratitude for your resilience and a clearer understanding of what truly matters to you. When you see how far you've come, even during challenging times, it becomes easier to believe in your capacity for growth and to stay committed to your journey. Journaling, therefore, becomes both a mirror and a compass, guiding you toward a more aware and fulfilled version of yourself. Remember, this process doesn't require special skills or a particular style, just your honest voice and a willingness to observe. Whether you write every day or only when inspiration strikes, what matters most is your consistency and openness. Over time, you'll develop a deeper sense of self-awareness, recognizing subtle shifts in your mindset and feelings. This understanding not only helps you navigate daily challenges, but also empowers you to shape your future with intention. Think of journaling as a personal dialogue that evolves with you, sometimes gentle, sometimes vigorous, but always revealing the truth of your inner landscape in the most genuine way. Persistent reflection is a powerful tool for fostering clarity, resilience, and continuous growth, so keep your journal close and your heart open. Practicing gratitude daily, shifting focus toward positivity. Imagine waking up and deliberately choosing to focus on the little things that bring a smile to your face. The warmth of sunlight through your window, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sound of birds singing outside. These small moments may seem insignificant, but together, they build a foundation for strength during tough times. When you practice daily gratitude for these tiny details, you start telling your mind that life has more positive than negative. This shift doesn't happen overnight. It's about creating a habit of actively seeking out what's good, rather than waiting for it to knock at your door. Over time, this small daily practice becomes a powerful tool to boost your resilience, making setbacks feel less overwhelming and joys feel more profound. To make this a routine, consider starting with a simple routine. Each morning, take a few minutes to reflect on 3 things you're thankful for. They can be as straightforward as a kind word from a friend, a moment of calm in a chaotic day, or the fact that your legs carried you out of bed. Recognizing these positives sets a tone for your entire day and gradually rewires your brain to focus more on abundance rather than scarcity. Keep a journal or use a note on your phone, whatever feels easiest. The crucial part is consistency. Even on days when everything feels off kilter, find one thing, anything, that sparks a feeling of gratitude, and let that be your anchor. Notice the beauty in these details, and soon, resilience will become your natural response to challenges. When life throws challenges your way, it's tempting to see them as obstacles, things to escape or hide from. But what if you looked at adversity differently? Sometimes, it's the rough patches that carve out space for growth and deeper appreciation. Think about a time when a setback pushed you to reevaluate what truly matters. Maybe losing a job led you to pursue a passion you hadn't considered before, or caused you to reconnect with family or friends you had neglected. These difficult moments, although painful, often shake us out of complacency and force us to confront our true values. They can act as catalysts that shift our perspective from entitlement or superficial happiness to gratitude for resilience, support, and hidden blessings. Changing your view of adversity involves intentionally asking yourself what lessons can be learned or what opportunities might arise from hardship. For example, imagine a person who breaks a leg and, during recovery, discovers a love for drawing or writing, which becomes a new career path or hobby. This reframing requires practice. Each time you face a setback, pause and ask, what can I appreciate or learn from this experience? This doesn't mean ignoring pain or difficulty, but rather illuminating the often overlooked silver linings that adversity can bring. By seeing hardships as moments that deepen your gratitude for the ordinary, you begin to notice life's gifts more readily, even during the stormiest days. Over time, this perspective acts as a buffer, making setbacks feel more manageable and your gratitude more genuine. Physical activity and nutrition, supporting your mental strength. Imagine standing outside on a breezy morning, sunlight warming your skin as you stretch your arms and take a deep breath. Movement isn't just about exercise. It's a way to reconnect with your body and ignite a spark of vitality. When you find activities that make you feel alive, whether dancing to your favorite song, taking a brisk walk through a park, or doing simple stretches in your living room, you send a message to your brain that life is worth enjoying. This act of moving deliberately can melt away tensions that accumulate during a stressful day and generate a rush of feel-good chemicals like serotonin and endorphins. These natural mood boosters help you feel more balanced, less anxious, and better equipped to handle life's hurdles. Sometimes, the hardest part is simply getting started. If the idea of intense workouts feels overwhelming, think of movement as a gift you give yourself each day. It doesn't have to be a structured gym session. Instead, focus on activities that make you smile or feel energized. Maybe it's hopping on your bicycle for a quick spin, going for a swim, or even dancing around your kitchen while cooking. The key is consistency. Regular movement fosters a sense of accomplishment and can act as a reset button for your mental state. Plus, moving often releases stress hormones like cortisol, helping you shake off worry and fatigue, making room for calmness and a clearer mind. It's also worth considering the social aspect. Exercising with friends or family can create a joyful atmosphere that fuels your motivation and keeps you committed. Sharing these moments not only enhances your mood, but also deepens your connections, which are crucial for emotional well-being. When you choose activities that energize rather than drain you, you're creating a sustainable way to keep stress at bay and happiness within reach. Remember, movement is like watering a plant. Regular watering helps it grow stronger and healthier. Your mental resilience both benefits and depends on what you do today to keep your body moving in a way that feels good to you. Think of your brain as a world-class engine that needs premium fuel to perform at its best. What you eat supplies the building blocks for your brain's health, influencing your mood, focus, and overall mental strength. Nourishing foods are like the support staff in a busy office. They keep everything running smoothly. Fresh vegetables, whole grains, lean proteins, nuts, seeds, and fruits provide essential nutrients that enhance neurotransmitter function, reduce inflammation, and support your brain's intricate network of cells. When you consistently choose foods rich in omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, and vitamins, you're giving your mind a boost, helping you stay resilient against the mental fatigue that often accompanies stress. Imagine eating a plate of colorful vegetables topped with avocado slices and drizzled with olive oil, or snacking on a handful of walnuts while you work. These foods aren't just tasty. They contain compounds that improve brain plasticity and promote clearer thinking. On the other hand, processed foods high in sugar and unhealthy fats can cause mood swings, sluggishness, and cognitive cloudiness. Making deliberate choices to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods can change how you feel physically and mentally. It's not about perfection, but about nurturing your mind with the same care you give to your body, recognizing that what fuels your body fundamentally fuels your mental strength. Adding foods known for their mood-boosting properties can be a simple yet powerful step. For example, dark chocolate contains antioxidants and compounds that increase serotonin production, while berries provide antioxidants that combat oxidative stress in the brain. Incorporating daily habits like eating a colorful fruit salad with breakfast or preparing home-cooked meals packed with vegetables can transform your mental clarity over time. Remember, each nourishing bite is an act of kindness toward yourself, reinforcing your ability to handle stress with greater ease and mental agility. Small shifts in your diet gradually build the foundation for a sharper, more resilient mind that can better face life's challenges and enjoy its moments of joy too. So the next time you reach for a snack, pause and ask yourself, will this food support my mental well-being? Sometimes, tiny choices made at the grocery store or in your kitchen can become powerful tools to strengthen your confidence, resilience, and mood, helping you face tomorrow with a little more clarity and calmness. Nourishing your body with intention is as much a mental act as it is physical. You're investing in yourself in ways that ripple outward, improving your days, your relationships, and your sense of self-control. Chapter 7. Overcoming fear and self-doubt. Identifying personal fears. Confronting what holds you back. Imagine walking into a dark room, the shadows looming large and intimidating. It's natural to want to avoid the darkness. But the truth is, only by turning on the light can the shadows be revealed for what they truly are. Our fears often operate in this same shadowy space, growing bigger and more horrifying in our minds than they actually are. The moment you start acknowledging these fears, admitting their presence, you're essentially flipping a switch. Suddenly, those shadowy figures lose their power, and their hold over you begins to weaken. Embracing your fears isn't about giving them control. It's about recognizing that they are there, real or perceived, and that they don't have to define your life. Many of us carry fears that seem to whisper continuously: fear of failure, rejection, loneliness, or inadequacy. These worries can feel overwhelming, like a weight on your chest that's impossible to remove. But often, the reason they feel so oppressive is because we refuse to look at them head-on. When you hide from your fears, they take on a life of their own. They amplify in your mind and seem insurmountable. Bringing fears into the light means taking the cautious step of naming them, speaking about them, writing them down. It might be uncomfortable or even frightening at first, but doing so strips away their power. Once acknowledged, fears become less like monstrous illusions and more like manageable parts of your experience, something you can confront, understand, and eventually release. This process isn't about forcing yourself to feel brave overnight. It's about kindness and patience. For example, if you're afraid of failure, try to ask yourself what that fear really means. Sometimes, it's a deep-seated worry about disappointing others or not living up to your own standards. By identifying these thoughts, you begin to see that the fear is not a fact, but a story you're telling yourself. This act of acknowledgement invites curiosity rather than shame. Asking yourself questions like, what am I afraid will happen? What's the worst that could really happen? Helps you step away from the shadow and into clarity. Practicing this daily, simply naming, questioning, and accepting your fears can gradually weaken their grip and open the door to genuine growth. Our minds are wonderful at creating elaborate scenarios when it comes to fears. We imagine the worst-case outcomes with such certainty that they almost seem inevitable: failure, embarrassment, rejection, even catastrophe. But look closely at those stories, and you'll see they're often exaggerated or distorted versions of reality. This gap between perception and reality is a key reason why fears can feel so huge, yet turn out to be far more manageable when examined critically. For instance, someone might fear speaking publicly because they imagine everyone will judge their every word. In reality, most people are more focused on their own worries and insecurities. They rarely scrutinize others with the intensity we expect. This realization helps you to see fears as drafts of stories you tell yourself, stories that don't necessarily match the facts. Studies in psychology support this idea, showing that we tend to catastrophize events, giving them a disproportionate weight in our minds. We tend to overestimate the likelihood of negative outcomes and underestimate our capacity to handle them. This mental habit creates a skewed vision, magnifying fears until they seem insurmountable. When you pause and question these beliefs, it often becomes clear that the worst-case scenario is either unlikely or, if it happens, something you're capable of coping with. For example, a person worried about losing their job might imagine a sudden collapse of their entire career. But digging deeper, they may find that even in the worst case, they could find new opportunities or learn valuable lessons. This perspective shift, realizing fears are often less dire in reality, can be liberating and empower you to take action instead of retreating. Practicing this understanding can transform how you approach fears. When a fear arises, instead of reacting with dread, try to consciously analyze it. Is this a fact or just an assumption? What evidence do I have that supports or refutes this worry? This simple exercise, repeated over time, can help you build a more accurate internal map. The goal isn't to eliminate fear entirely. That's neither realistic nor desirable, but to see it as a manageable, understandable part of life. Recognizing that many fears are exaggerated in your mind allows you to face them with a calmer, more grounded attitude. It becomes easier to take that first step toward what you want, knowing that even if things don't go perfectly, you'll have the resilience to handle it. Remember, the mind is excellent at convincing us of the worst. The trick lies in catching those thoughts early and questioning them. With practice, you'll start to notice how fears that once seemed huge suddenly appear smaller and more manageable, like shadows losing their shape in the light. This awareness creates space for courage to grow. A helpful tip is keeping a journal where you document your fears and then challenge each one with facts and alternative perspectives. Over time, you'll see patterns. Fears that repeatedly terrify you may not be as threatening as they appear. By shifting your understanding of these fears, you unlock a new level of confidence, making it easier to move forward with less hesitation and more trust in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Challenging negative self-talk, replacing doubts with empowering beliefs. Imagine walking through a quiet forest, only to be followed closely by a voice inside your head that constantly criticizes every step you take. That voice, often called the inner critic, has a way of whispering doubts, fears, and harsh judgments that can make us feel small or unworthy. Recognizing this inner voice is the first step toward changing how we relate to ourselves. Many people go through their day unaware of how loud this critic is, or how it shapes their reactions and decisions. Though it may seem relentless, learning to hear this voice clearly allows us to confront it with kindness and understanding instead of shame. Once you've identified the voice, the goal becomes replacing its harsh words with gentle, compassionate affirmations. This step is not about dismissing your feelings or pretending everything is perfect. Rather, it's about stepping in as your own best friend. For example, if the critic says, "You're so stupid for making that mistake," you can gently counter with, "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. That doesn't define my worth." This practice requires patience. Over time, the critic's voice begins to soften because it no longer holds power when met with compassion. Think of it as teaching a loud toddler to speak kindly. Kindness and patience are your most powerful tools here. Practicing this shift takes consistency, but it pays off in profound ways. Start by writing down the negative thoughts that pop up during your day, then challenge them with kinder truths. For example, if you hear, "You're never good enough," respond with, "I am doing my best, and that's enough for today." Over the days and weeks, these affirmations become habitual, creating a new inner dialogue rooted in acceptance instead of judgment. Remember, this process isn't about erasing all negativity, but transforming how you respond to it. The goal is to nurture a compassionate voice that uplifts instead of tears down, creating a foundation of kindness that guides your inner world. Picture yourself standing in a vast, open field, surrounded by wild flowers and towering trees. In this space, your thoughts can flow freely, and you have a choice: to focus on what's wrong or to shift your gaze toward what's strong and promising. Redirecting your thoughts from doubts to strengths is like turning on a new lens that filters out gloom and highlights light and possibility. Many people get caught in a pattern of fixating on their flaws or what they haven't achieved, which fuels feelings of inadequacy. Instead, intentionally focusing on your strengths floods your mind with positive energy that builds confidence and ignites your motivation. Start by taking a moment each day to reflect on your accomplishments, no matter how small. Maybe you managed to get out of bed when you felt overwhelmed, or you held your tongue instead of snapping at someone. These are wins worth recognizing. Write them down, make a mental note, or tell a friend. Acknowledging your strengths shifts your perspective. You can also create a list of qualities you admire in yourself, like resilience, creativity, or kindness. By repeatedly shining a spotlight on these qualities, you begin to retrain your mind to notice your potential rather than your shortcomings. When doubts creep in, ask yourself, what evidence do I have that I am capable and strong? This question helps pivot your focus toward possibilities, rather than limitations. As you practice this redirecting habit, you start to notice how your mood lifts and your energy shifts. Your inner dialogue becomes an encouraging conversation rather than a harsh critique. Over time, this approach cultivates a mindset rooted in appreciation for who you are and what you can become. It's like planting seeds of confidence that grow steadily and nurture your overall well-being. Remember, it's not about ignoring your flaws, but recognizing and celebrating your capacities amidst them. The more you practice highlighting your strengths, the more natural it becomes to see yourself through a lens of hope and encouragement, empowering you to take new steps toward your goals with greater ease and belief in yourself. Gradual exposure, building confidence through small wins. Imagine standing at the edge of a small boat, feeling that familiar flutter of nerves, your heart pounding just a little. Facing fears, especially big ones, can feel like that. But the trick is not to leap all at once into the vast ocean. Instead, you take tiny, manageable steps. Each step forward is like placing a small stone in a jar, slowly but surely filling it, building your sense of strength and resilience. When you approach fears gradually, you create a safety net that grows with every attempt, making the idea of confronting them less daunting. This process transforms fear from an unyielding barrier into a series of achievable challenges. Over time, these small victories accumulate, acting as proof that you're capable of handling more than you thought possible. It's about shifting the focus from avoiding fear to tactically facing it in chunks, allowing your confidence to expand step by step. As you master each small challenge, you develop a toolkit of resilience, one that can help you confront bigger issues with calm and clarity. This approach is not about denying your fears, but about taming them gradually, turning vulnerability into a foundation for strength. Taking small, deliberate steps doesn't just make fear more manageable. It rewires how your brain responds to challenges. Think of your mind as a muscle. Like any muscle, the more you exercise it with manageable resistance, the stronger it gets. Each small success acts like a mental rep, reinforcing your belief that you can handle uncomfortable situations. This builds a pattern of bravery that begins to feel more natural over time. For example, if public speaking terrifies you, start by speaking in front of a mirror, then to a close friend, gradually working your way up to small groups. With each stage, you're collecting evidence that you can face your fears incrementally. It's worth remembering that most big achievements are just a collection of tiny efforts. Think of successful entrepreneurs or athletes. Their resilience wasn't built overnight, but through consistent small wins that added up. The key is to keep the process realistic and kind, celebrating each effort regardless of the outcome. The more you invest in these small victories, the more resilience and confidence you build for the bigger moments ahead. To make this approach work, set clear, achievable goals and break down fears into small parts. Ask yourself, what's one little thing I can do today that nudges me closer to my goal? Sometimes, just acknowledging the fear aloud can diminish its power. Other times, action might be as simple as making one phone call or stepping outside your comfort zone for 5 minutes. The critical part is consistency. These small efforts, repeated regularly, carve a path through fear. Remember, every leap of courage starts with a small step, and courage grows as you take those steps repeatedly. Think of it like gradually increasing weights at the gym. Start with manageable loads and increase gradually. If you struggle with a fear, know that even tiny progress is worth celebrating. The most important thing is persistence. Each effort compiles and creates momentum, transforming fear into confidence. When you look back, those small victories will be the foundation on which your larger successes are built. Celebration isn't just about big wins. It's about recognizing every single effort as a victory. When you acknowledge even small steps, you send a powerful message to your brain. You are capable, resilient, and growing. It's tempting to dismiss small wins as insignificant, like only celebrating a marathon finish after months of training instead of cheering for each mile conquered. But by appreciating every effort along the way, you reinforce positive habits and build a sense of achievement that fuels you to keep going. Celebrating small victories can manifest as a mild internal smile, a quiet pat on the back, or documenting progress in a journal. These moments may seem minor, but act like tiny anchors of confidence that tether you to your goals. Plus, each celebration boosts motivation, making the next challenge easier to face. It's about creating a pattern of positive reinforcement, where effort is always appreciated, regardless of the outcome. Over time, this nurtures a mindset that values persistence and resilience, not just perfection. Think of every small effort as a brick in a wall. Each one might seem insignificant alone, but together they form something sturdy and impressive. For instance, if you're trying to speak up more, celebrate every time you voice an opinion, even if it's just in a casual conversation. That effort builds trust in your voice and pushes you to do it again. When you recognize these efforts, you slowly change your inner dialogue from self-criticism to appreciation. This shift encourages you to take risks without the fear of failure overwhelming you. Celebrate progress with simple rituals, like treating yourself to something small after facing a fear or noting your wins in a journal. These rituals reinforce your commitment to growth and remind you that each step forward counts. Remember, nobody is perfect, and setbacks are part of the process. The key is to acknowledge your efforts wholeheartedly, knowing that each one brings you closer to a stronger, more confident version of yourself. To keep this momentum, try ending each day by listing 3 efforts you made, no matter how small. Over time, you'll see a pattern of consistent growth that makes big challenges more approachable. This daily reflection becomes a tool to keep your focus on progress, not perfection. When you celebrate effort, you shift your mindset from judgment to encouragement, cultivating patience and compassion for yourself. This mindset makes facing fears less intimidating, turning challenges into opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Remember, confidence isn't built overnight, but in small, meaningful moments of effort and acknowledgement. So next time you step out of your comfort zone, give yourself permission to celebrate the courage it took, because it's proof that you're stronger than you think, one small victory at a time. Celebrating progress, recognizing your inner strength. Imagine standing next to a tall oak tree that's been weathered by decades of storms. Every scar on its bark tells a story of survival and strength. Recognizing your personal growth feels a bit like that. Each step forward, no matter how small, adds to your story of resilience. It's easy to overlook these moments because they often blend into everyday life, but taking the time to notice them can build your confidence and reinforce your inner strength. By consciously acknowledging progress, you create a habit of gratitude for your journey, making it easier to weather future challenges with a steady heart. When you stop and reflect on your achievements, whether you've managed to hold a difficult conversation, stick to a new habit, or simply get through a tough day, you validate your effort. This act isn't about bragging. It's about honoring your capacity to grow. Research suggests that acknowledging small wins releases feel-good chemicals in the brain, like dopamine, which motivates you to keep going. When you see evidence of your resilience, you start to believe more firmly in your ability to handle whatever comes next. It's like planting tiny flags of victory along your path, each one reminding you that you're capable of overcoming hardships. Set aside moments each day or week to reflect on where you were and where you are now. Keep a journal or simply take a few deep breaths and mentally note your progress. For instance, you might recognize how you've handled a frustrating situation better than before or how your patience has improved. Celebrate these wins, however minor they seem, because they are the building blocks of strength. Over time, this practice turns resilience from a vague idea into a tangible quality rooted in your daily life. Remember, recognizing your growth is a powerful affirmation that pushes you closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. Our minds are wired to seek out praise and affirmation, and when we use positive reinforcement intentionally, it becomes a vital tool for sustaining progress. Think of your motivation as a fire that needs kindling. Kind words and celebrating your wins keep that fire burning brightly. When you give yourself genuine praise, like acknowledging how far you've come after a difficult week or recognizing how you handled a challenging situation, you reinforce the value of resilience. This not only boosts your confidence, but also cultivates an inner voice that encourages you rather than criticizes. The more you practice positive reinforcement, the more natural it becomes to see yourself as capable and strong. This process can be as simple as saying, "Good job," or writing a short note to yourself about a recent victory. For example, after completing a project you felt overwhelmed by, remind yourself, "I pushed through, and I did well." Engaging in these small conversations with yourself plants seeds of encouragement that grow over time. Some people find it helpful to create a reward system, where each milestone earns a little treat or affirmation. These rewards anchor your motivation, making it easier to stay committed when faced with setbacks or fatigue. Remember, celebrating progress isn't about perfection. It's about recognizing effort and growth, fueling your inner resilience to keep moving forward even during rough patches. In the long run, positive reinforcement transforms how you view setbacks. Instead of seeing mistakes as failures, you begin to see them as opportunities for learning and growth. Each acknowledgement of progress, no matter how small, becomes a stepping stone, turning persistence into a habit. This mindset shift helps you to stay focused on the journey rather than fixating on the destination, knowing that every step builds momentum. When you harness this kind of encouragement, resilience grows naturally, making the path forward a little brighter and much more achievable. A simple tip to keep this momentum going is to keep a win journal. Each evening, spend a few minutes writing down everything you accomplished or learned that day. It can be as small as getting out of bed early or as significant as finishing a difficult task. Over time, reviewing your journal reveals patterns of strength and persistence you might have overlooked. These moments serve as tangible reminders that you're climbing steadily, even when progress feels slow. This habit strengthens your belief in your resilience and reminds you to praise your efforts constantly. In this way, the act of acknowledging your growth and reinforcing it with positivity become twin engines that propel you forward in your personal development journey. Chapter 8. Embracing Change and Uncertainty. Acceptance Strategies. Making peace with what you cannot control. Imagine standing on the edge of a flowing river, feeling the current tug at your feet. Trying to resist the river's flow only makes you more tired and bedraggled. Resistance is often what we do when life throws us surprises, clinging to how things should be or wishing for control over situations beyond our grasp. But the truth is, uncertainty is woven into the fabric of life. It's as natural as the changing seasons. When you learn to accept this instead of fight it, you start viewing life as a dance rather than a battle. Accepting uncertainty doesn't mean giving up. Instead, it's about shifting your mindset so that you can relax into the flow of what is happening around you. Releasing resistance involves recognizing when you're trying to control or fix everything, even when that's impossible. Start noticing your reactions when things don't go as planned. Do you feel tense, frustrated, or anxious? These feelings are signals that you're resisting the present moment. Instead of pushing them away, observe these emotions with curiosity. Accept that life never offers a script with fixed outcomes, and that's what makes it unpredictable and often beautiful. When we embrace uncertainty, we open ourselves to opportunities we would have missed by trying to engineer every detail. It's like carving a path through a fog. As you let go of the need to see the entire road ahead, the path unfolds naturally beneath your steps. Practicing acceptance begins with small steps. You might try to pause whenever resistance arises and remind yourself that this moment, with all its messiness, is part of your journey. Breathing deeply and consciously accepting the discomfort can soften the grip of resistance. Think of uncertainty as a river that doesn't run straight but curves and twists. Learning to flow with it means trusting that even if you can't see the entire river, the currents will carry you where you need to go. You can also cultivate an attitude of curiosity, asking yourself what lesson or opportunity might be hidden in unpredictable circumstances. Over time, this approach transforms resistance from an enemy into an ally, helping you stay grounded amid chaos and fostering resilience that grows stronger with each wave you ride. Many people equate acceptance with surrendering or losing ambition, but that couldn't be further from the truth. It's really about finding a quiet inner space where you can observe the chaos without being pulled into it. Life often feels like a storm, with lightning flashing unpredictably and thunder rolling loud. But in the eye of that storm, there can be peace. It's in that quiet center where acceptance resides, knowing that no matter how loud the noise, you can choose to remain grounded. Acceptance isn't about pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about acknowledging the reality of the situation without adding extra suffering through resistance. When you accept chaos as part of life, you journey beyond the struggle and into a place of presence. You learn that defining chaos as the enemy only heightens your suffering. Instead, view chaos as the fabric of life, sometimes frayed, sometimes vibrant, always moving. Finding peace amid chaos is about shifting your perspective, from viewing chaos as something to fight against to seeing it as a wave to ride. Think of a surfer gliding over tumultuous waters. There's skill and courage involved, but also trust that the wave will carry you forward. This trust doesn't come from control, but from an inner confidence that, no matter what, you can stay centered. As you intentionally practice acceptance, you start perceiving chaos not as a threat, but as an invitation to grow stronger and more adaptable. Learning this kind of peace requires patience and gentle awareness. When you face unpredictable situations, remind yourself that you don't need to solve everything or calm every storm immediately. Often, simply allowing yourself to sit with the discomfort can diffuse the tension. Developing this acceptance is like tending a garden, watering the seeds of patience and releasing the weeds of resistance. Over time, your ability to find calm inside the chaos deepens, helping you navigate even the roughest waters with a steadier heart. Remember, peace isn't the absence of chaos. It's the presence of acceptance that transforms chaos into an integral part of your life's unfolding story. Practicing mindfulness, breathing exercises, or journaling about your feelings can help reinforce your capacity for acceptance. Try to remind yourself daily that life's uncertainties are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. When you can hold the tension of chaos lightly, you're better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Just as a tree bends with the wind rather than breaks, you too can become more flexible, allowing life to move through you without breaking your spirit. Acceptance is a continual practice, but with patience, it becomes a natural part of how you live each day, turning resistance into a gentle flow of trust and openness. Flexibility in action, adjusting your plans in response to new realities. Imagine standing at the edge of a river, watching the water flow steadily around stones and obstacles, constantly shifting its course but never losing momentum. That's akin to how true agility works in life. It involves more than just reacting quickly. It's about adopting a mindset that welcomes change as an opportunity rather than a threat. When you stay open to altering your plans and perspectives, you gain the ability to navigate unexpected turns with grace and confidence. This openness cushions the impact of surprises because you no longer see them as disruptions, but as chances to learn and grow. Keeping your mind flexible allows you to see new solutions that you might not have considered if you were rigid or fixed in your ways. Practicing agility begins with honest self-awareness. You need to recognize when your initial plan isn't serving you or when a new piece of information shifts your understanding of a situation. For instance, a project at work might not unfold as expected, but instead of feeling defeated, view the hiccup as a chance to refine your approach or explore different avenues. Developing this kind of adaptability takes a conscious effort to challenge your own assumptions and biases. It's also about trusting your ability to adjust without losing confidence. When you accept that change is inevitable and even necessary, you open the door to resilience and innovation. Instead of fighting what's happening, you dance with it, shifting your steps as the music changes. One practical way to foster this mindset is to cultivate curiosity. Ask yourself questions like, what can I learn from this? Or how might this new perspective improve my outcome? These questions shift focus from resistance to curiosity. Additionally, building a habit of reflection helps you notice patterns in your reactions to change, so you can adapt more consciously next time. Over time, you'll find that embracing change becomes less intimidating and more exciting. Recognize that each unexpected turn or new insight is a gift, an invitation to see the bigger picture, to grow stronger, and to develop a more resilient outlook. Like a seasoned sailor adjusting sails mid-storm, your ability to stay mentally flexible can turn turbulent waters into a journey of discovery. Picture walking through a garden and suddenly noticing a flower you'd never seen before, blooming unexpectedly in a corner you hadn't visited. That surprise can feel like a happy accident if you're open to it. When you view surprises as opportunities, you shift from a mindset of fear or frustration to one of curiosity and excitement. Flexibility acts as a lens through which you see potential where others see obstacles. It allows you to quickly adapt plans, pivot when needed, and even accelerate towards new goals that may have been hidden at first glance. Rather than dwelling on what's gone wrong, you start asking yourself what new doors are opening, what lessons you can learn, and how this change might propel you forward in unexpected ways. For example, imagine you're planning an outdoor event, and suddenly the forecast calls for rain. Instead of panicking or canceling, a flexible mindset might inspire you to move the gathering indoors or create new, cozy activities suited for the weather. This ability to see the change as an advantage turns a potential setback into a memorable experience. Surprises often throw us off because they disrupt our sense of control, but they also challenge us to think creatively and act swiftly. Learning to embrace this perspective involves tuning into your adaptability muscles and trusting your capacity to find solutions. Over time, you'll notice that the more you lean into flexibility, the easier it becomes to spot hidden opportunities all around you. Some simple steps to turn surprises into advantages include pausing briefly to assess the situation rather than reacting impulsively, brainstorming multiple options rather than fixating on one plan, and reminding yourself that change is a natural part of life's flow. When you make this a habit, you'll find it easier to stay calm under pressure and harness the energy of unexpected moments. Think of surprises as little plot twists in your personal story, each one adding depth, color, and richness to your journey. The key is to view these moments as chances to adapt, innovate, and ultimately thrive in the face of uncertainty. Learning from change, finding hidden opportunities in disruption. Imagine a sudden storm hitting your plans or a project falling apart just when things seemed smooth. It's easy to see disruption as a nuisance, something to be fixed or avoided. But what if instead you saw these upheavals as unexpected teachers? Every shift, every challenge carries hidden messages just waiting to be uncovered. Just like a wise mentor who appears at the right moment, these disturbances have lessons that can reshape your approach and help you grow. Sometimes, the most uncomfortable disruptions push us onto paths we never knew existed, revealing strength or talents we hadn't tapped into before. Think about the last time life threw a curveball, maybe a job loss or a sudden disagreement with someone close. While initial reactions are often frustration or fear, taking a step back can reveal that these moments hold crucial insights. These lessons often aren't obvious at first. They require us to pay attention and listen carefully. For example, losing a job might seem like a setback, but it can become an opportunity to explore passions, reinvent your skills, or reevaluate what truly matters. Disruptions act like magnifying glasses, highlighting areas of our lives that need attention or change. By viewing upheavals as teachers, you open yourself to a cycle of continuous learning that makes resilience and adaptability your allies. Often, the key is to trust that each challenge has a purpose, even if it's buried beneath layers of discomfort. When you embrace this mindset, the chaos becomes less intimidating and more intriguing. It's as if each upheaval whispers, "Here's a lesson that can help you move forward faster than you ever thought possible." For instance, a failed project may teach patience or the importance of asking for help, rather than just the immediate disappointment. This perspective transforms setbacks into stepping stones and transforms your attitude from reactive to curious, fueling resilience and inspiring growth. Remember, life's most profound lessons are rarely found in comfort zones. They thrive amid uncertainty and change. When familiar roads vanish unexpectedly, it can feel unsettling, like losing your bearings in the dark. But often, this is exactly what opens the door to discovering entirely new routes. It's easy to cling to what's safe, to the certain jobs or routines that give us a sense of control. Yet, in letting go of those familiar paths, you create space for unexpected opportunities to appear. The trick is to develop confidence in the process of unfolding rather than fixating on immediate destination. Life, like a mystery novel, often keeps its best surprises hidden until we least expect it. Trusting the journey involves believing that even when things fall apart, new chapters are waiting to be written, often more fulfilling than the ones we planned. One way to nurture this trust is by viewing detours as invitations rather than obstacles. For example, perhaps a project you poured yourself into is suddenly canceled. Instead of feeling defeated, ask yourself what new skills or insights this experience could bring. Maybe it pushes you to explore fields or interests that previously seemed unrelated or inaccessible. Sometimes, the best opportunities come disguised as setbacks, prompting us to pivot and explore territories beyond our comfort zone. Trusting that the path is unfolding, step by step, can diminish the fear of uncertainty and foster a sense of adventure. It's like walking through a dense forest. The trail might be hidden, but each step forward reveals new vistas and possibilities. Building this trust takes practice. Start by reminding yourself that every ending is simply a new beginning in disguise. Cultivating patience means learning to appreciate the process of discovery rather than obsessing over immediate results. Keep a journal of unexpected turns and the insights they bring. Over time, you'll notice patterns of growth and resilience emerging. The more you practice trusting the unfolding process, the more you'll see that life often reveals its treasures in moments of apparent chaos. By letting go of the need to control every twist and turn, you conserve energy and open yourself to the magic of unforeseen opportunities shaping your journey. Building adaptability skills for a dynamic world. Imagine waking up on a day when everything seems unpredictable. The weather changes suddenly, your plans fall through, or you get unexpected news. In those moments, your instinct might be to resist or feel overwhelmed. But each of these small surprises offers a chance to build resilience, a muscle that grows stronger with practice. Resilience isn't about never feeling upset or thrown off course. It's about how quickly you bounce back. To cultivate this skill, start noticing everyday situations that challenge you, like missing your train, dealing with a difficult colleague, or handling a mistake at home, and respond with calm and problem-solving instead of frustration. Over time, your capacity to stay grounded in these minor conflicts makes larger upheavals feel less daunting. Resilience in daily life transforms setbacks into opportunities for growth, teaching you to approach change with curiosity rather than fear. This constant practice of resilience isn't about denying your feelings, but learning to manage them effectively. For example, When faced with an unexpected glitch in your schedule, take a deep breath, reassess, and identify what you can control. Sometimes, it's as simple as shifting your plans or reframing the situation as a chance to catch your breath or enjoy an unplanned moment. Small acts like these reinforce your ability to adapt without getting overwhelmed. The truth is, every disruption is an invitation to refine your flexibility. Practicing resilience daily helps you develop patience, problem-solving skills, and emotional strength, all of which are essential when larger challenges arise. These small steps add up, creating a foundation of confidence that makes adapting in a fluctuating world feel more natural and less intimidating. Thinking about learning as a lifelong journey shifts your mindset from a fixed state to one full of possibility. Every day offers something new, be it a skill, a piece of knowledge, or an unexpected lesson. When you approach life with curiosity, the world becomes your classroom. Instead of waiting for formal education or specific circumstances to teach you, actively seek out opportunities for growth. Read diverse books, listen to podcasts, take a new hobby, or simply ask questions. This constant quest keeps your mind sharp and your perspectives fresh. It's not just about acquiring facts, but developing the ability to think critically and adapt your understanding as new information emerges. For example, if there's a new technology reshaping your industry, rather than resisting or feeling threatened, dive into learning about it. The more adept you are at learning, the quicker you can pivot and adjust to shifts around you. Lifelong learning also nurtures resilience because it fosters a mindset of adaptability. When you see setbacks not as failures but as opportunities to learn, you remain open to change. This attitude helps you embrace uncertainty as part of growth rather than something to fear. Building this habit involves small, intentional steps, like dedicating a few minutes daily to reading or experimenting with new ideas, even if they feel outside your comfort zone. Every new skill or insight adds a layer of confidence and flexibility. Remember, in a world where industries, relationships, and technologies evolve rapidly, your willingness to keep learning becomes your secret weapon. It transforms obstacles into stepping stones and keeps your mind engaged and ready for whatever comes next. One simple way to integrate lifelong learning into your routine is to set a mini challenge. For instance, commit to learning one new thing each week, whether it's a fact about a different culture, a new cooking technique, or a software tool to enhance your work. Reflect on what you learn and how it shifts your perspective. These small habits build resilience and adaptability over time and help you remain energized by growth rather than feeling weighed down by change. Remember, the goal isn't to master everything, but to cultivate a playful curiosity that welcomes new experiences as opportunities rather than threats. Embracing this mindset ensures you're better equipped to navigate the unpredictable twists of life with enthusiasm and resilience. Chapter 9. Cultivating Patience and Persistence. Understanding the value of patience in growth and healing. Imagine planting a seed in rich soil, watering it carefully every day, and then patiently waiting as tiny sprouts push their way through the earth. Growth doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual unfoldment that calls for consistent nurturing and trust. Patience, in this sense, isn't about doing nothing or resigning yourself to waiting forever. Instead, it's an active choice to trust the process, to accept that progress sometimes moves at a slow pace, but is still moving forward. Often, people get frustrated when results don't appear as swiftly as they'd like, but it's worth remembering that even the tallest trees began as a small, unassuming seed. Embracing patience means appreciating the value of small, consistent efforts, knowing that these tiny actions accumulate over time and eventually lead to profound change. Patience is a surprisingly underrated form of strength. It's easy to underestimate how much power lies in the ability to stay steady when everything seems to be moving in slow motion. This form of strength is about more than just enduring. It's about actively choosing to stay committed and hopeful during the waiting period. Think of it like tuning a fine instrument. Every little adjustment takes time, but it results in a harmonious melody. When you're working towards personal growth or healing, patience becomes your silent partner, anchoring you through setbacks and delays. It transforms waiting into a dynamic phase where your inner resilience grows stronger, setting the stage for genuine breakthroughs when the time is right. Many of us want quick fixes or instant results, especially in a world that often celebrates immediate gratification. But life's most meaningful transformations rarely follow this pattern. Instead, They unfold like a ripple spreading across a pond, starting from a small point and gradually expanding outward. Recognizing this encourages us to slow down and acknowledge that every moment of perseverance counts. By embracing patience, we shift the focus from immediate outcomes to appreciating the journey itself. This mindset helps diffuse anxiety and frustration, replacing them with calm and trust. Remember, patience is not passive. It's an active, deliberate stance that empowers you to persevere through the stages of growth, knowing that the true treasures of life are often hidden deep beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered in good time. Picture yourself climbing a vast mountain. The journey might seem overwhelming at first, step after step, sometimes feeling like you're barely moving. But every small step, even the ones where you're just placing one foot in front of the other, contributes to your ascent. Each tiny effort, no matter how insignificant it appears in the moment, accumulates into a significant achievement. Healing and growth aren't about giant leaps, but about consistent, mindful progress. When you look back after weeks or months, you'll realize how those small actions have created a powerful shift. It's like building a brick wall. Each brick is small on its own, but together they form a sturdy structure. Trust that your consistent efforts, whether it's practicing mindfulness, journaling, or simply showing up, are gradually transforming your life in ways you might not immediately see. This process invites patience and faith. Sometimes, you might wonder if your efforts are making a difference because you're not seeing changes right away. The truth is, every gentle nudge you give yourself, every moment of kindness or perseverance, is contributing to a larger transformation. It's similar to planting seeds in a garden. You tend to them daily, watering and nourishing, even if you don't see sprouts immediately. Over time, those tiny sprouts grow into robust plants, and the patience you invested becomes clear in the blooming of your new life. Recognizing this encourages persistence and helps build confidence that the small, consistent steps you take are the building blocks of a much greater change. To put this into practice, it can help to track your progress in small ways, perhaps through a journal or a simple check-in. Celebrate the tiny victories, like making it through a difficult day or resisting old habits. These are indicators that your efforts are stacking up, and they bolster your motivation to keep going. Remember, mastery and healing are often about showing up each day with patience, faith, and a gentle awareness that the impact of today's efforts might only be visible in hindsight. This understanding frees you from the need for instant results and allows you to find joy in the process of becoming your best self. Setting realistic expectations, managing frustration and disappointment. Everyone dreams of making big changes, losing weight, starting a new career, writing a book, or turning a hobby into a livelihood. Those dreams can fuel us, but they can also set us up for frustration if they're too lofty or vague. When goals stretch far beyond what's realistically possible in the short term, it's easy to feel defeated before you even begin. Think of your goals as a map for your journey. If the destination keeps shifting into the clouds, it's hard to find your way. Setting goals that match your current circumstances, resources, and skills makes progress tangible and keeps motivation steady. It's like aiming at a target you can actually hit, rather than wasting energy on unreachable stars. All too often, people fall into the trap of basing their goals on what others have achieved or what society says is successful. But these standards don't always align with your unique context. Instead, take a moment to evaluate what's realistically within your grasp. This doesn't mean settling or giving up on your dreams, but rather breaking big visions into smaller, manageable steps. For example, if your goal is to run a marathon but you've never run a mile, focus on building endurance gradually, starting with a walk, then jogging, then running short distances before tackling the full race. Achieving these smaller milestones builds confidence, keeps frustration at bay, and ultimately propels you toward your larger dream. Creating goals rooted in your current reality doesn't mean they have to be boring or uninspired. It's about honesty with yourself, recognizing where you are today, and setting a course that allows consistent progress. Having a clear picture of what's feasible at this moment helps avoid disappointment and reinforces commitment. Remember, growth often happens in small, sometimes unnoticed steps. Celebrating these wins, no matter how minor they seem, keeps your spirits high and your focus sharp. When your goals are aligned with what's reasonable now, the journey becomes less about avoiding failure and more about steady, genuine development. Even with the best intentions and careful planning, setbacks are inevitable. Life is rarely a straight line, and sometimes, despite your efforts, things don't go according to plan. Instead of viewing these obstacles as personal failures or reasons to abandon your dreams, think of them as signals that your approach needs a shakeup. Recalibration is all about adjusting your aims without losing sight of your overall vision. Often, we push ourselves too hard after a setback, trying to pick up exactly where we left off. But this can lead to burnout or further disappointment. A gentle recalibration involves pausing, reassessing, and making small shifts in your strategy or expectations to keep moving forward. For instance, if you're working toward a career change but face unexpected hurdles, like limited opportunities or a sudden shift in your personal life, it might help to revisit your timeline and redefine what success looks like now. Maybe your original goal was to land a new job within 6 months, but if that isn't happening, recalibrate by acquiring new skills at a slower pace or exploring alternatives that still move you in the right direction. Recognize that setbacks are part of growth, and reframing them as opportunities to learn instead of failures keeps motivation alive. Small adjustments, like changing your daily routine or setting incremental deadlines, make the journey feel less overwhelming and more sustainable. Practicing gentle recalibration also involves forgiving yourself for missteps and acknowledging every bit of progress, no matter how small. It's about being kind to yourself, understanding that growth isn't a straight line but a winding path. If you encounter a setback, ask yourself what lessons it offers or what small change can turn the situation around. By staying flexible and adaptable, you build resilience and maintain a sense of hope. Your motivation remains sparked by recognizing that progress isn't about perfection, but about persistence and learning from every twist and turn along the way. Creating small, achievable goals to maintain momentum. When you look at a huge goal, say, running a marathon or launching a business, it can feel overwhelming, almost like trying to swallow an elephant. That's when dreams become clouded by doubt and procrastination. Instead of tackling the entire mountain at once, think of your big goal as a collection of small, manageable pieces. Imagine climbing a staircase, one step at a time. Each step is simple, clear, and achievable on its own, but together, they lead you upward. Breaking down a lofty ambition into tiny, actionable steps helps transform an intimidating vision into a series of doable tasks. This approach not only makes progress seem less daunting, but also creates a clear roadmap that keeps you moving steadily forward. To put this into practice, start by writing down your big dream. Then ask yourself, what small action can I take today that nudges me closer? For example, if your goal is to write a book, your tiny steps might look like choosing a book title, scribbling a paragraph each day, or outlining chapter ideas. These small actions, performed consistently, build momentum without exhaustion. Think of it like stacking building blocks. Each brick might seem insignificant on its own, but as you add more, a sturdy foundation forms. The secret is to keep each step specific, measurable, and realistic. That way, you won't feel paralyzed by the enormity of the end goal, but energized by the tangible progress you make every day. Another key to maintaining consistency is to acknowledge and celebrate those small victories. Each completed step is proof that you're capable of moving forward, no matter how tiny. For example, crossing off a task on your list might seem small, but it reinforces your confidence and creates positive feelings tied to your efforts. Over time, these mini successes serve as reminders that you're capable and committed, pushing you to take the next step. The joy of small wins accumulates, fueling your motivation to stay on track. Regularly revisiting and adjusting your micro goals ensures they stay aligned with your larger dream, maintaining a sense of purpose and focus along the way. There's an almost magical quality to how small successes can dramatically change your mindset. When you achieve even the tiniest goal, it's like flipping a switch in your mind that says, "Hey, I can do this." This feeling of competence builds confidence, which becomes the driving force to tackle the next challenge. Think about it. Imagine a child learning to ride a bike. Falling a few times might feel discouraging, but each wobble and subsequent balance instills resilience. Little by little, these efforts create steady progress, and with each success, no matter how small, you reinforce the belief that bigger dreams are within reach. These small wins also generate a ripple effect, creating a sense of momentum that feeds your enthusiasm. They remind you that progress is possible, even when the overall goal remains distant. For example, if you've committed to exercising every morning, noticing your increased energy or improved mood after just a few days of consistent effort, encourages you to keep going. The key is to recognize and savor each achievement, no matter how minor it seems. Over time, accumulating these little victories can transform self-doubt into a firm belief that your aspirations are attainable. Sometimes it's simply about noticing these wins, such as finishing a chapter, sending an email, or making a phone call, that sparks the most profound shifts in attitude and perseverance. Building on this idea, keep a journal or a success log. Record each small step you complete, along with a quick note about how it made you feel. This habit highlights your progress, boosts your motivation, and provides tangible evidence that you're steadily moving forward. When doubts creep in, revisiting your small victories can reignite your confidence. Remember, no achievement is too small. Each one is a building block that makes your bigger aspirations seem more attainable and real. These tiny accomplishments create a chain of belief, strengthening your conviction that every effort counts and that consistency, more than intensity, is the key to long-term success. Developing a resilient mindset that endures over time. Picture yourself standing in the middle of a stormy sea, waves crashing around you, wind whipping your face. It's in moments like these that our resilience is truly tested, and often, the only thing holding us steady is the memory of the battles we've already won. Reflecting on past victories, no matter how small, can serve as a lighthouse, guiding us through current challenges. These moments of triumph remind us of our capacity to endure, that we once faced chaos and came out stronger. When you remind yourself of these wins, you reinforce your inner strength and build confidence that you can weather future storms. This process isn't about brushing aside difficulties or pretending they don't exist. It's about anchoring yourself with evidence of your resilience. Think about moments when you faced rejection, failure, or uncertainty and still managed to move forward. Perhaps you aced a difficult exam after months of studying, recovered from a personal setback, or managed to stay calm in a heated situation. These victories become your mental armor, a testament that despite setbacks, you are capable of bouncing back. Practicing this consciously, especially during tough times, helps cultivate a mindset rooted in grit and optimism rather than despair or doubt. To make this a daily habit, keep a resilience journal where you jot down small wins and moments of strength. When challenges arise, revisit those entries and let their memories invigorate you. It's like collecting fuel for your internal fire, each victory adding more warmth and light. The power of this practice lies in shifting focus from what's going wrong to what you've already proven you can handle. This shift doesn't just boost your confidence. It rewires your brain to see setbacks as temporary hurdles rather than insurmountable barriers. Remember, resilience isn't just an innate trait. It's a muscle that grows stronger each time you recognize your past conquests in difficult moments. Living a resilient life isn't about occasional bursts of courage. It's about making resilience a part of how you respond to everything. Every obstacle, disappointment, or unexpected change becomes an opportunity to lean into your strength. Just like any skill, resilience flourishes with practice, and the more you consciously choose to respond with grit, the more natural it becomes. Start small. Each day presents multiple chances to choose resilience over despair or avoidance. For instance, if faced with a frustrating work situation, instead of spiraling into frustration or blaming others, pause, breathe, and consider what can be learned or adapted. Building resilience as a default reaction involves intentionally shifting your mindset. When setbacks occur, instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" or "How can I grow from this experience?" Routine practice might include taking a moment before reacting emotionally, then choosing a response rooted in calmness and problem-solving. Over time, this creates a mental habit. Your default becomes resilience, making it easier to face future difficulties without feeling overwhelmed. Developing this attitude isn't about denying pain or discomfort, but about choosing to face it with an inner resolve that says, "I've handled worse before, and I can do it again." Creating daily resilience can involve simple practices like setting small challenges, completing a difficult task, reaching out to someone you find intimidating, or embracing discomfort for a short time. Each small victory adds to your reservoir of emotional strength. For example, if you're afraid of public speaking, volunteer to share your thoughts in a meeting. The initial discomfort may feel intense, but each time you do it, resilience compounds. It gradually rewires your brain to see adversity not as a threat, but as a normal part of growth. Remember, making resilience your default isn't about being perfect, but about choosing to respond differently than you might have in the past, with each choice strengthening your mental armor. One powerful trick is to visualize yourself facing challenges and imagine yourself responding as your strongest, most resilient self. This mental rehearsal prepares your mind to react with strength when real difficulties appear. Over time, resilience becomes embedded in your daily routines and responses, making setbacks feel less like dead ends and more like stepping stones. Consistency in practicing resilience, no matter how small, can turn it into a lasting trait that transforms how you experience life's inevitable ups and downs. Chapter 10. Learning from Failure, Turning Losses into Lessons. Analyzing failures without self-judgment, extracting valuable insights. Imagine standing before a broken mirror, shards scattered across the ground. It might seem like a mess at first, but as you pick up each piece, you start to see reflections of your past choices, your hopes, your fears. When setbacks happen, it's tempting to judge ourselves harshly, to see failure as just a personal flaw rather than a chance to learn. Instead, approaching these moments with curiosity transforms them into opportunities for growth. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? Rather than what did I do wrong? Curiosity opens our minds to new perspectives, helping us see mistakes as clues rather than indictments. It's about shifting the focus from blame to understanding, allowing every stumble to reveal something valuable about ourselves or our process. This mindset creates space for honest reflection, acknowledging our emotions without letting them turn into self-criticism, encouraging a gentler, more compassionate way of viewing failure. By listening to the story behind the setback, we acquire insights that can catalyze future success, much like a scientist learning from experiments that didn't go as planned. This process turns even disappointment into a source of insight, making us more aware of what truly matters and how we can adjust moving forward. Understanding that setbacks are part of the natural rhythm of growth helps us see beyond the immediate frustration. Sometimes we tend to cling to the idea that failure is a sign of inadequacy, which can keep us stuck in a cycle of self-doubt. When instead we treat setbacks as experiments, tests designed to teach us something, we start to see our experiences not as defining moments of defeat, but as stepping stones. It's like baking a cake. Sometimes it doesn't rise as expected, but that doesn't mean all is lost. Maybe you learn to tweak the recipe, or perhaps you realize your oven needs a little more heat. Each failure provides a clue, helping you refine your approach, sharpen your skills, or gain insight into your own patterns. When you look at setbacks this way, you're not wasting time or energy, but collecting valuable data for your next move. Over time, this perspective nurtures resilience, where setbacks become less threatening and more welcomed as teachers guiding you toward better outcomes. Practicing curiosity about setbacks might mean asking questions like, what assumptions did I make that didn't hold true? Or what could I do differently next time? It also involves paying attention to the emotional signals that come up during failure. Those feelings of frustration, disappointment, or confusion, and gently exploring what they reveal about your desires or fears. Instead of dismissing these feelings, see them as guides leading you towards self-awareness. Keep a journal or create a reflection ritual to track patterns and insights, turning each failure into a story worth recording. Over time, this habit helps you develop a mindset that welcomes setbacks as part of the learning process rather than seeing them as threats to be avoided. Remember, growth often involves stumbling along the way, but with a curious eye, each stumble becomes a treasure hunt for lessons you might not have otherwise discovered. Many of us have a tendency to beat ourselves up the moment things go awry, as if failure is a reflection of our entire worth. That beast of self-blame can trap us in a dark cell, where we forget that mistakes are simply moments in a larger learning journey. Instead of viewing failure as a prison that confines us, reframe it as a classroom, a space where valuable lessons are handed out. Think of failures as teachers in disguise, offering insight into your actions, beliefs, or assumptions without judgment. When you start seeing mistakes this way, your mind opens to growth, and your emotional state shifts from feeling defeated to feeling curious and eager to learn. It's like being handed a red pen at school. That scratch through a wrong answer is not a mark of failure, but a chance to correct and improve. When we isolate failures as classrooms, we allow ourselves to make mistakes without shame, understanding that our worth isn't measured by perfection, but by how willing we are to learn from our experiences. Viewing failures as classrooms requires a mental shift. It means embracing the idea that every mistake holds a lesson if you're willing to look for it. Instead of spiraling into self-criticism, ask yourself, what can this teach me? Or where did I miss the mark, and how can I adjust? This approach creates a safe mental environment where mistakes are not punished, but embraced as part of human growth. Think about some of the most successful people in history. They all faced failure time and again, but their secret was seeing each one as a stepping stone, not a lock. This mindset isn't just for the big failures, but applies to the small daily slips, too. Once you learn to treat every mistake as a classroom, you start welcoming failure as a necessary part of life, an essential ingredient in shaping your resilience and wisdom. It's a gentle way to release the burden of perfection and step into a mindset of continuous learning and kindness toward yourself. Practically, you could start by writing down what each failure taught you at the end of the day. Over time, you'll notice patterns. Perhaps certain choices lead to mistakes, or specific fears surface repeatedly. Recognizing these gives you a map of where to focus your growth efforts. Remember, everyone makes mistakes, but not everyone learns from them. Choosing to see failures as classrooms empowers you to break free from harsh self-judgment and focus on the valuable lessons each experience offers. When you treat setbacks this way, you'll feel less afraid of failing and more eager to try again, knowing that each misstep is just a part of the grand adventure of becoming your best self. Case studies of famous failures that led to success. Imagine walking through a maze of setbacks and dead ends, only to discover that each wrong turn was guiding you toward a hidden door of opportunity. Many legendary figures in history faced failures that seemed insurmountable at the time. Take Thomas Edison, for instance, who famously said he had not failed but found thousands of ways that didn't work. His relentless perseverance transformed countless setbacks into a pioneering electric light bulb that forever changed the world. Or consider J.K. Rowling, rejected by multiple publishers before Harry Potter became a household name. These stories share a common thread. Failure isn't the opposite of success. It's often a stepping stone on the path to it. Their journeys teach us that failures, when viewed as lessons, can be powerful catalysts for growth. Listening to these stories ignites a spark, a reminder that setbacks are not the end, but a crucial part of the process of becoming something greater. When you see your struggles reflected in these stories, it becomes easier to embrace your own challenges without losing hope. What if your failures today are just the beginning of your extraordinary tomorrow? The stories of these great minds serve as proof that resilience can turn even the darkest moments into shining successes. Each setback they faced offered new insights and the chance to refine their approach until they achieved their goals. Their lives convey an inspiring truth. Failure isn't final. It's merely a step in the journey toward your ultimate achievement, and often, the greatest breakthroughs come from the lessons learned during tough times. The power of these stories lies not just in their outcomes, but in how their protagonists viewed failure, not as defeat, but as an essential part of growth. They demonstrate that even the most successful people have faced rejection, criticism, and despair. The key is not avoiding failure, but learning to see it differently. When you listen closely to their experiences, you'll realize that setbacks can carry hidden gifts, like resilience, humility, creativity, and newfound determination. These qualities become your armor and your fuel as you continue forward. For example, Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team, yet his relentless work ethic turned him into one of the greatest athletes in history. It's these stories that serve as a gentle reminder. Your current setbacks are temporary. They can become valuable lessons that shape your character and sharpen your skills. Keep in mind that every failure is an opportunity to learn what doesn't work, and by doing so, you pave the way for innovations and successes you haven't yet imagined. Your own story might not be written yet, but by drawing inspiration from those who refuse to give up, you strengthen your courage to embrace failures as stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks. Thinking about these stories also prompts us to reflect on our own challenges. Instead of viewing setbacks as personal flaws, you can start seeing them as necessary experiments in your journey. Every mistake or rejection is a sign that you're pushing boundaries, trying new things, and daring to grow. When Ruby Bridges faced hostility as she integrated her school, her courage paved the way for change, showing how even the youngest among us can lead the way through adversity. These stories remind us that triumph often follows persistence, and that failure is not a reflection of worth, but a sign that you're stepping outside your comfort zone. Embracing the experiences of others who turned their failures into triumphs can help change your perspective on your own obstacles. Instead of fearing failure, you begin to see it as part of a valuable learning process that will eventually bring clarity, strength, and success. Remember, the most powerful stories are those that reveal a person's ability to transform pain into purpose. When you keep these stories close, they become a source of inspiration and a reminder that failure is just a chapter, not the whole story. Many of the most celebrated breakthroughs in history didn't happen after a smooth journey, but after a series of setbacks. Consider Albert Einstein, who was told he wouldn't amount to much as a student and struggled with foundational concepts early in his career. Yet that very persistence to understand and question the status quo led him to develop theories fundamentally changing our understanding of the universe. These moments of struggle are like the dark clouds before a rainbow, distant storms that ultimately bring clarity and color into our lives. What if every obstacle you face is setting the stage for your next big breakthrough? It's easy to feel disheartened when faced with failure, but knowing that many successful people experience setbacks just before they succeeded can give you a fresh perspective. Their stories prove that adversity is not a sign of impending failure, but an integral part of the creative process. For example, Oprah Winfrey faced hardship and rejection early in her career, yet her resilience propelled her to become a media icon whose influence spans the globe. Recognizing that setbacks often precede breakthroughs can shift your mindset from despair to hope. Instead of asking what's going wrong, you might start wondering what lessons these difficulties are trying to teach you and how they might lead to your ultimate moment of triumph. This idea also emphasizes that patience and persistence are critical. Breakthroughs rarely happen overnight. They are often the result of consistent effort through multiple failures. Think of Thomas Edison again. He famously tested thousands of materials before finding the right filament for his light bulb. Each failed attempt brought him closer to success. The key is to stay curious and resilient during these periods of difficulty, knowing that every setback is just part of the process. If you're feeling stuck or frustrated, remember that even the most admired innovators, artists, and leaders saw failure as a normal part of their journey. They understood that setbacks aren't signs of inadequacy, but signals that you're on the right track. By adjusting your approach, you come one step closer to your goal. Keep in mind that breakthroughs are often invisible during the process. They're only visible in hindsight, after perseverance has carved a new path forward. If you embrace failures as evidence of effort and growth, you'll start to see setbacks not as obstacles, but as essential chapters leading to your next big moment. So, next time you face a disappointment or feel like giving up, remind yourself that even those who have changed the world were once at a dead end. Their success stories tell us to stay patient, resilient, and open to learning from every stumble. After all, in the grand story of your life, setbacks are merely plot twists, unexpected but necessary parts of a story still unfolding. The next breakthrough might just be around the corner, waiting for you to persist through the challenge and keep moving forward. Building a failure-resilient mindset, embracing mistakes as part of growth. Imagine standing under a sky full of stars, knowing each tiny glimmer could be a spark of your next discovery. That's what shifting your view of failure can feel like, a realization that setbacks are not the dark clouds blocking your progress, but rather the dust motes illuminated by your inner light, guiding you forward. Too often, we see failure as a dead end, something to be avoided at all costs. But in truth, each stumble, each mistake, is a vital part of any journey worth taking. They are the rough drafts in the story of your growth, the unpolished stones that ultimately shape a diamond. When you change how you see failure, from a sign of weakness to a necessary chapter of learning, you begin to appreciate the lessons hidden within every misstep. This perspective isn't just a nice idea. It's a practical shift that rewires your brain to embrace challenges instead of fearing them. Think of mistakes as a map with some detours, dead ends, and scenic routes. Each one provides valuable insight about where you can go next, what doesn't work, and what you might try differently. When you start to see failures as part of the learning process, a sense of curiosity replaces fear. Questions like, what can I learn from this? Or how can this experience help me grow? Become your guiding lights through uncertainty. The key is understanding that failure isn't the opposite of success, but rather a crucial part of it. The more you view failure this way, the more resilient and willing you'll be to take risks, try new things, and ultimately grow stronger from every experience. Every time you stumble, imagine pinning a badge to your chest, one that says Explorer of Growth or Courageous Learner. Over time, collecting these badges transforms how you see setbacks. They aren't embarrassments, but symbols of your willingness to step outside comfort zones. Mistakes are not signs of inadequacy, but proof that you're attempting something meaningful and pushing boundaries. When you view errors as badges of bravery, you begin to celebrate them rather than hide from them. This shift fosters an environment where risks are embraced because the reward isn't just success, it's the courage shown along the way. Take a moment to think about someone you admire, perhaps a pioneer, an artist, or a leader. Chances are, they faced countless failures before hitting their stride. Their stories are sprinkled with errors, setbacks, and even humiliations, but they viewed each one as a stepping stone. Embracing errors as badges of courage helps to normalize failure internally. It prevents the shame or disappointment from taking root, and instead cultivates a sense of pride in still showing up and trying. This mindset makes failures seem less like dead ends and more like signposts guiding your journey. When mistakes are seen as symbols of your effort and resilience, each correction becomes a proud chapter in your story of perseverance. Practically, you can start to label your mistakes differently. Next time you slip up, instead of calling yourself stupid or failure, think, "This is part of my courage to learn." Recognize that every error is a sign of growth, not a sign of weakness. This approach might feel awkward at first, but it gradually rewires how you view setbacks. Celebrate the courage it takes to make mistakes, because that courage is what fuels real progress. Over time, this perspective will help you to embrace challenges as opportunities to build your confidence, resilience, and wisdom one misstep at a time. Remember, the badges of effort are worn proudly by those who refuse to let fear of failure keep them from reaching their dreams. Creating a personal failure reflection practice. Picking a moment to reflect on your mistakes can feel daunting because failure often carries a sense of shame or disappointment. But think of it like weathering a storm. If you only look at the damage after the sky clears, you'll miss the chance to learn from the gusts that rattled you. Regularly carving out time to look back at what didn't go as planned gives you the freedom to examine your experiences without judgment or guilt. It's about creating a safe space where honesty and kindness meet, so you can see failure not as a dead end, but as a teacher. Perhaps set aside 10 to 15 minutes once a week. Think of it as an appointment with yourself, where you focus solely on understanding your setbacks with a gentle curiosity rather than harsh self-criticism. This reflection isn't about beating yourself up or rewriting history with rose-colored glasses. Rather, it's about being real with yourself. Imagine sitting in a cozy corner, journal or notebook in hand, asking questions like, "What happened? Why did it happen? How did I feel during the process?" Allow yourself to acknowledge feelings of frustration, disappointment, or confusion. These are natural responses. The goal is to recognize patterns, understand what contributed to the outcome, and identify areas for growth. Over time, this honest self-assessment becomes a habit that transforms how you see failure, from an enemy to a guide. Remember, the most honest reflections often reveal the most profound insights, but they require kindness, a gentle acknowledgement that imperfection is part of being human. Integrating compassion into this process is essential. It's easy to spiral into self-blame, which stalls growth and makes future attempts more intimidating. Instead, treat yourself with the same care you would give a close friend facing a tough situation. For example, if a project didn't meet your expectations, resist the urge to label yourself as a failure. Instead, think, "I tried something new, and it didn't work out this time. What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective encourages resilience and curiosity, which are the seeds for future success. Making a habit of honest, compassionate reflection clears the mental clutter cluttering your mind and opens the door for genuine learning and self-acceptance. Once you've established a regular practice of honest and compassionate failure analysis, the next step is putting those insights to work. Every misstep becomes a stepping stone toward a more resilient version of yourself. The key is to treat these reflections as an ongoing conversation with your future self, one that builds wisdom day by day. Start to notice the recurring themes or mistakes that come up, like patterns in your behavior or decision-making. This awareness allows you to approach upcoming challenges with a different mindset, equipped with lessons learned. Think of each failure as a chapter in your personal story, offering lessons that are unique and invaluable. Over time, These stories will remind you that setbacks are not signs of limitation, but signposts pointing toward growth. To make the most of these insights, turn your reflections into actionable steps. For example, if you realize procrastination led to a missed deadline, develop specific strategies to tackle it, such as setting mini deadlines, breaking tasks into smaller parts, or practicing mindfulness to combat distraction. If fear of failure held you back, explore ways to reframe your mindset, viewing setbacks as opportunities to learn rather than threats to success. This process requires patience because growth is not a straight line. It's a series of small, deliberate adjustments. As you accumulate these lessons, you'll find yourself better prepared for future hurdles, more adaptable, and more confident. The act of reflection becomes a power booster, fueling your capacity to face adversity with courage and clarity. One helpful practice is to keep a growth journal where you record what you've learned from each reflection. Over time, this becomes a treasure trove of wisdom you can revisit whenever you face a new challenge. Review these insights periodically and celebrate the progress you've made. Remember, your ability to turn failures into wisdom hinges on your willingness to see each setback as a necessary part of your journey. When you embrace this mindset, you start viewing failure not as an end, but as a beginning, an invitation to discover more about yourself and what you're truly capable of. Ultimately, when reflection is rooted in honesty and kindness, it transforms setbacks into stepping stones, making each step forward richer and more meaningful. Chapter 11. Cultivating Hope and Optimism for the Future. The role of hope in overcoming adversity, scientific and personal perspectives. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, uncharted forest, feeling the pull of uncertainty, yet sensing the possibility of adventure just beyond your line of sight. That feeling of hope is not just an abstract emotion. It's wired into our brain's biology in a remarkable way. When you cling to hope, your brain signals a release of chemicals like dopamine, which is often called the brain's reward molecule. This surge doesn't just make you feel good temporarily. It plays a vital role in motivating you to persevere through challenges. Hope activates neural pathways that encourage movement toward your goals, kind of like an internal compass pointing you back toward effort, even when obstacles loom large. This activation of the reward system is crucial because it helps bridge the gap between facing adversity and finding the strength to keep going. Think of dopamine as a personal cheerleader inside your head whispering, "You can do this," whenever hope flickers alive. It makes setbacks seem less daunting and turns small wins into motivating milestones. Interestingly, this response isn't limited to those with an optimistic outlook. It's a fundamental feature of our brain's wiring. When you experience hope, your brain's circuitry lights up, encouraging you to take the next step, however small. That tiny movement forward is often the difference between giving up and finding a way through. Recent neuroscience studies have shown that hope doesn't just influence mood. It directly enhances cognitive flexibility, the ability to adapt your thinking in response to changing circumstances. For example, athletes or students who maintain hope are more likely to view failures as temporary setbacks rather than permanent defeats. This mindset opens pathways to problem-solving and creative thinking, essential qualities for overcoming adversity. By understanding how hope stimulates your brain's reward system, you begin to see hope not just as a feeling, but as a powerful neurological process that helps you build resilience, and resilience fuels perseverance. When hope courses through your neural pathways, you're more inclined to persist when everything else urges you to give up. Many people have faced moments where life seemed to have drawn a tight circle around them, leaving no apparent way out. Yet, within those dark corners, hope often flickers quietly, waiting to ignite change. Take Marie, for example, a woman who lost everything: her home, her career, her sense of purpose, after a devastating fire. Instead of sinking into despair, she clung to a simple yet profound hope that she could rebuild her life. Over months, this hope fueled small, deliberate steps, finding temporary housing, enrolling in courses, and reaching out for support. Her story illustrates how hope can serve as a force that transforms despair from a dead end into a starting point for recovery. Her perseverance became a living proof that even in the face of utter loss, hope acts as the seed from which renewed strength grows. Stories like Marie's are not isolated. Consider the countless individuals who have faced terminal illness, financial ruin, or personal tragedy and yet found ways to forge ahead. Their resilience often hinges on a simple belief that the future might hold better days. Hope becomes a mental scaffold, supporting them through their darkest hours. For some, hope is rooted in faith, faith in a higher power or belief in human goodness. For others, it's in small, everyday moments, the kindness of a friend, a chance encounter, or a sudden flash of insight. These stories show us that hope does not mean ignoring pain or danger. Instead, it's about believing in the possibility of change despite the circumstances. Sometimes, hope manifests through the stories we tell ourselves. When faced with adversity, it's easy to fall into narratives of hopelessness, thinking, "This will never get better," or "I can't do this anymore." But reframing these stories to focus on resilience and possibility can make a tangible difference. For example, a patient battling a chronic disease might say, "This is a tough phase, but I will find moments of joy and strength," instead of dwelling solely on the pain. Such shifts in perspective are fueled by hope and turn it into a real catalyst for action and change. One powerful way to harness hope is by cultivating it intentionally in your daily life. Start by recognizing the moments when hope begins to fade, perhaps during a setback or during a stressful day. When that happens, consciously choose to focus on a small, positive aspect, an upcoming event, a supportive friend, or a past success. Writing down hopeful thoughts or gratitude journaling can strengthen this practice, turning fleeting moments of optimism into a steady internal foundation. It's not about ignoring reality, but rather about nurturing a balanced outlook that allows you to see possibilities even amid difficulties. Another practical step involves visualizing positive outcomes. Spend a few minutes each day imagining yourself overcoming obstacles, seeing yourself succeed at a task, or navigating a tough situation with resilience. This mental rehearsal doesn't just boost your mood, it engages your brain's reward circuits, reinforcing a hopeful outlook. Pair this practice with actionable steps, small goals that bring you closer to your desired outcome, and you create a feedback loop where hope and effort reinforce each other. Building hope also involves surrounding yourself with positivity and supportive people. The energy of hopeful individuals can be contagious, reminding you that setbacks are temporary. Engage in activities that uplift your spirit, whether it's spending time in nature, pursuing a hobby, or helping others. These activities generate feelings of purpose and connection, fueling your inner hope engine. Remember, hope isn't a passive state. It's an active process rooted in your daily choices and mindset. Small, consistent efforts build resilience over time, transforming how you approach setbacks. Practicing future visualization, seeing possibilities beyond challenges. Visualizing a bright, fulfilling future can serve as the guiding star during tough times. When life throws challenges our way, it's easy to feel overwhelmed or lost in the moment. But when you take a moment to picture what success or happiness looks like for you, it creates a mental map that points you forward. This imagined future gives your mind something to aim for, making struggles feel more like temporary detours rather than dead ends. It's often said that if you don't know where you're heading, you might wander aimlessly, which is why clarity about your desired future fuels perseverance. Just like explorers mapping uncharted territories, you mark your destination clearly so that every step, even in difficult terrain, aligns with your ultimate goal. This kind of visualization shifts your focus from what's going wrong now to what could go right, fostering hope and resilience even in hardship. By regularly imagining your best future, you develop a sense of purpose that acts like a lighthouse guiding you through storms. When setbacks occur, they become less intimidating because they're only part of the journey, not the end point. Seeing yourself overcoming obstacles, celebrating small wins, or reaching major milestones fuels your motivation to keep going. Your mind starts to associate effort with a future reward, creating a powerful emotional connection that sustains momentum. Think about those moments when you faced difficulty and still maintained hope. That's often because somewhere deep inside, a clear picture of your best future kept burning brightly, reminding you why it's worth pushing through. This mental rehearsal transforms abstract hopes into concrete visions, making the process of overcoming challenges more tangible and achievable. Our minds tend to focus heavily on fears, especially when facing uncertainty or suffering setbacks. Instead of letting those fears dominate your thoughts, learning to use vivid imagination can flip the script. Picture your fears in detail. What exactly are you afraid might happen? Then, consciously transform these visualizations into powerful images of what success looks like beyond those fears. For instance, if you're afraid of failure, imagine yourself after overcoming that failure, standing proud and strong at your achievement. This mental exercise doesn't dismiss your fears, but reframes them as stepping stones towards growth. It allows you to confront what you dread, understand it better, and gradually diminish its power over you. The process involves creating a detailed mental scene where you've succeeded despite the challenges, filling it with the sights, sounds, and feelings of victory. This vivid imagining builds confidence and reduces the hold fears have on your mind. Engaging your imagination in this way not only diminishes anxiety, but also sparks inspiration. It helps you see potential outcomes you might not have considered, outcomes that are more positive and empowering. For example, if you're anxious about an upcoming opportunity, picture yourself confidently navigating the situation, receiving praise, or gaining new insights. The more detailed and sensory-rich these visions are, the more real they feel, convincing your subconscious that success is possible. This mental shift can turn feelings of vulnerability into a sense of readiness. Over time, practicing this technique creates a habit of perceiving setbacks not as insurmountable walls, but as challenges that can be overcome with persistence and strategic thinking. Essentially, you learn to see beyond your fears and focus on the possibilities that lie ahead, making your journey through hardship less daunting and more filled with hope. Surrounding yourself with positivity. The impact of environment and community. Imagine walking into a room that feels like a haven, a place where your shoulders relax and your heart feels lighter. The environments you surround yourself with have a profound effect on your mood, thoughts, and overall outlook. Spaces filled with clutter, negativity, or noise can drain your energy, making it harder to stay positive and focused. Conversely, environments that inspire, whether it's a cozy corner with plants and meaningful art or an active community center, can lift your spirits and deepen your resilience. Your relationships carry an equally powerful weight. Connecting with others who see your potential, listen without judgment, and celebrate your victories feeds your sense of strength. These bonds become anchors during tough times, reminding you of your worth and encouraging you to keep going. By consciously choosing where you spend your time and who you spend it with, you're creating a backdrop that supports your growth rather than stifles it. Think about the people who energize you, those who challenge you kindly and inspire you to be your best self. Building a circle of uplifting relationships can seem simple, but it requires awareness and intentional effort. It starts with recognizing the kind of energy each person brings. You might notice some friends lift you up with laughter and kindness, while others leave you feeling drained or discouraged. Prioritize relationships that nurture your hopes and dreams, and don't be afraid to gently drift away from those that consistently bring negativity or doubt. Besides your personal connections, craft your physical space with intention, filling it with objects, colors, and decor that evoke joy or calmness. Whether it's artwork, photos, or familiar scents, small touches can make your environment feel like a sanctuary, fueling your resilience and inspiring you to face each day with a fresh perspective. Negative voices, whether from within or outside, can act like weeds choking a garden. They spread doubt, fear, or shame, quickly overshadowing your inner strength. Learning to identify these weeds is the first step. Notice the thoughts that tell you you're not good enough or that your dreams are out of reach, and realize these are not facts but patterns of negativity that can be challenged. Once you spot them, take active steps to uproot these seeds by replacing them with affirmations or empowering stories. Surround yourself with people who exude optimism and kindness, those who believe in your ability to grow even in difficult soils. Think of your social circle as a garden that needs constant tending. Regularly remove the weeds of criticism and harsh judgment, and instead, water the plants of encouragement and hope. Cultivating this kind of social garden involves intentionality. Seek out communities, whether online or in person, that share your values and aspirations. Engage in conversations that uplift rather than diminish, and limit your exposure to toxicity. It's perfectly okay to set boundaries with those who drain your energy. They are weeds, not flowers in your garden. Practical steps might include spending time with friends who inspire you, joining groups that align with your passions, or simply making a habit of reaching out to positively minded people. Keep in mind that a well-tended garden doesn't grow overnight, and nurturing hope requires patience and consistency. Reflect on the kind of hope you want to cultivate, perhaps resilience in the face of setbacks, or joy amidst everyday monotony, and act from that place. Small, daily efforts to foster positivity can turn your social space into a blooming garden where hope can root and flourish. Remember, your environment and community are choices you can make each day. By intentionally selecting spaces and relationships that uplift you and regularly removing negativity, you set the stage for your resilient spirit to blossom. Before moving on to the next steps, pause and consider. What spaces or people do you need to let go of? What new connections could you nurture? Making even small adjustments can dramatically shift your outlook, helping you feel more grounded, inspired, and able to face whatever challenges come your way. Your surroundings are not just backdrops, they're partners in your journey toward resilience and hope. Developing a hope-filled narrative about your life. Imagine your life story as a canvas, and every challenge or setback you've faced is a brushstroke that has added depth and character. Often, people focus on the parts of their story that highlight struggles or failures, unintentionally reinforcing a narrative of limitation. Instead, try to see those experiences as stepping stones that showcase your resilience and capacity to overcome. Reframing your story involves consciously choosing to focus on moments where you demonstrated perseverance, times when you refused to give up, or when you learned something vital despite adversity. This shift not only uplifts your mood, but also rewires your mindset to believe in your ongoing potential. When you start narrating your life with resilience at its core, it becomes easier to face future obstacles not as insurmountable walls, but as opportunities for growth and discovery. Start by reflecting on your past experiences. Write down stories where you displayed strength or kept pushing forward despite difficulties. Highlight the lessons learned and the qualities that carried you through. For example, perhaps you faced a tough breakup but emerged more self-aware, or you struggled through a challenging job and ended up with a clearer sense of what you need. These stories are powerful because they demonstrate not just survival, but personal evolution. When you rewrite your story with a focus on perseverance, it transforms your outlook from one of vulnerability to one of strength and possibility. This change in perspective can serve as a foundation for building a hopeful narrative about your future, encouraging you to see setbacks as temporary and part of a larger journey toward fulfillment. Remember, stories shape how we see ourselves and the world. By deliberately choosing themes of resilience, we give ourselves permission to be imperfect yet persistent. Share these stories with trusted friends or keep a journal to reinforce this new narrative. Visualize yourself in future situations, confidently facing challenges knowing you are equipped with a resilient story that fuels your perseverance. This mental shift helps build a habit of looking at life as a series of opportunities to grow stronger, rather than as obstacles to escape from. Slowly, your internal dialogue will mirror this resilient story, reinforcing your belief that your best days are still ahead, waiting for you to embrace them with open arms. Picture hope as a gentle tune, a song that plays softly in the background, reminding you to keep moving forward, even when the road gets tough. Hope is more than mere optimism. It's a conscious choice to trust that things can get better and that your efforts can lead to positive change. When you let this melody guide you, it acts like a comforting soundtrack that sustains your spirit through life's unpredictable turns. Think of hope as a lighthouse that continuously shines, illuminating the path ahead amid fog and stormy seas. This isn't about ignoring reality or pretending problems don't exist. Instead, it's about holding on to a belief that good things are still possible, even when evidence seems to point elsewhere. This perspective turns hope into a guiding force, inspiring resilience and encouraging persistence. It helps you see each setback as a temporary pause rather than a full stop, allowing you to maintain calm, focus, and clarity in moments of doubt. When hope leads your journey, you become more receptive to opportunities, noticing small wins and moments of joy that fuel your momentum. To keep this melody playing, regularly remind yourself of your dreams and your worth, like singing a favorite song that lifts your spirits. Surround yourself with stories, quotes, or music that reinforce this hopeful tune, especially during difficult times. Over time, hope becomes a natural part of your inner dialogue, transforming your outlook and giving strength to pursue what genuinely matters to you. Try crafting a personal anthem, an uplifting phrase or mantra that resonates deeply, and repeat it during moments of uncertainty. Doing so reinforces your belief in the future you're creating. Remember, hope isn't about naive optimism, but about nurturing a feeling that regardless of current hurdles, there's a brighter horizon waiting. This approach creates a rhythm in your life, a steady beat that encourages you to press on and stay aligned with your deepest aspirations. When you make hope the melody that guides your journey, your days become filled with a sense of purpose and possibility, turning even the smallest steps into meaningful progress. Chapter 12. Using creativity and passion to fuel resilience. Discovering your passions. Connecting with what truly inspires you. Imagine walking into a room filled with people, but your eyes get drawn to that single thing that makes your heart beat a little faster. Whether it's painting, solving puzzles, baking bread, or storytelling. Those moments of joy are like sparks that can guide you through the cloudy patches of life. When you pause and think about what genuinely excites you, it's as if you're finding a North Star to follow. These passions act as anchors, reminding you of who you are beneath the chaos of everyday worries. They offer a sense of stability, a place to return to when everything seems uncertain. Many of us go through life ignoring that spark, dismissing it as fleeting or impractical. But ignoring your passions can leave you feeling disconnected, lost, even numb. Recognizing what makes you feel alive doesn't necessarily mean turning your hobby into a career overnight, but it does mean acknowledging its importance. This awareness helps you reconnect with your true self, especially during tough times when everything feels overwhelming. When you acknowledge those sparks, you're essentially creating a personalized map that guides you back to your core, your essence, your happiness. It's a gentle reminder that, amidst life's storms, you have something reliable to hold on to. When difficulties hit, it's easy to feel swept away by the storm, losing sight of what matters most. Reconnecting with your passions acts like a resilience booster, helping you find purpose in the midst of chaos. Think of your passions as a source of fuel, something that can recharge your motivation and remind you of your own strength. For example, if music has always moved you, listening to your favorite song during a rough day can serve as a reminder that beauty and joy still exist. Re-engaging with what you love can shift your perspective from despair to hope, creating a mental space where positive energy starts to recharge. This process doesn't have to be grand. It can be as simple as writing in a journal about what makes you happy or spending a few minutes doing a hobby you truly enjoy. In tough times, it's often the small acts that restore our sense of purpose. These moments of reconnecting can serve as anchor points, grounding us just enough to face challenges with a little more clarity and courage. Your passions, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, contain the power to remind you why you are here and what you're fighting for. Knowing that you have this reserve of joy and purpose can make all the difference when life throws its hardest punches. Engaging with what lights you up doesn't mean escaping reality, but rather forging a stronger shield, something that helps you withstand setbacks and find new ways forward. Whether it's revisiting old interests or discovering new ones, making time for what stirs your soul creates a sense of continuity. This continuity builds resilience, empowering you to navigate storms with a little more grace and a lot more heart. Remember, your passions are more than just hobbies. They are the threads that weave your story into a tapestry of resilience, hope, and purpose. Taking even a small step to reconnect today can pave the way to a more grounded, inspired life tomorrow. Creative outlets for expression and healing. Imagine a moment when words fall short, and emotions ripple through you like a wave crashing onto the shore. That's often when art, music, writing, or dance can become powerful outlets. These creative avenues allow us to connect with feelings that are too complex or raw to put into spoken language. For instance, picking up a paintbrush after a tough day can reveal hidden layers of emotion, turning silent grief or joy into visual stories. Music, whether playing an instrument or simply listening with intent, can tap into your subconscious, stirring feelings you didn't even realize were there. Writing, especially when done honestly and without censorship, becomes a way to have a conversation with your inner self, giving voice to thoughts and feelings that might otherwise remain trapped. Dancing can be a physical release, transforming emotional energy into movement, helping to process pain or celebrate happiness. These creative endeavors aren't about creating masterpieces, but about allowing yourself to feel and express authentically, opening channels that words often cannot fully access. Engaging regularly in such activities builds a deeper understanding of your own emotional landscape and develops a healthier relationship with your inner world. So, think of art, music, and movement as your personal language of the soul, a way to speak without words and just be with exactly what you're experiencing. Using creativity as a healing tool involves more than just producing pretty pictures or melodies. It's about transforming internal experiences, pain, fear, anger, or loss, into something tangible and beautiful. When you create from a place of vulnerability, you turn chaos into order, agony into art. For many, this process acts like a mirror, reflecting what hides beneath the surface. For example, someone grieving might paint dark, swirling images that represent their confusion or sorrow, and gradually, as they process these feelings through their art, the images might lighten or find resolution. This act of making becomes an act of release, allowing the emotional weight to diminish as it's externalized. Writing about difficult memories can serve as a kind of emotional unpacking, helping to process and reframe pain into understanding or acceptance. Dance and movement can serve as physical expressions of internal struggles, allowing energy to flow freely and unfettered. Using creativity as a healing balm isn't about perfection, it's about authenticity. It turns the experience of pain into a form that can be witnessed, understood, and ultimately integrated, making space for healing and growth. Practically, embracing creative outlets requires only a willingness to start, without judgment. You don't have to be an artist or musician to benefit. Try dedicating a few minutes each day to allow your feelings to find expression through doodling, humming, writing, or spontaneous movements. For example, set a timer for 10 minutes and freely draw whatever comes to mind, without worrying about how it looks. Or take a walk and hum your favorite tune. Notice how your mood shifts as you connect with sound and rhythm. Journaling can be particularly helpful. Write down your thoughts and emotions as if you're talking to a close friend, without editing or censoring. Dance like nobody's watching, simply moving your body to music that resonates with your current mood. These small, intentional acts can serve as daily stress releases, emotional checkpoints, and sources of insight. Remember, the goal is not perfection but sincerity, allowing yourself to feel, to create, and to let the process be an act of kindness toward your inner self. Your personal expression can be a gentle but powerful way to navigate stressful moments and discover uncharted parts of who you are. Innovative thinking, applying creativity to overcome obstacles. Imagine facing a challenge so daunting that conventional methods just don't seem to crack it. That's when stepping outside the usual boundaries can make all the difference. Instead of relying on what everyone expects, consider ways to twist, turn, or completely overhaul your approach. Sometimes, the most straightforward solution in your mind isn't the only or even the best one. Thinking outside the box is about shaking up your perspective and daring to see the problem from angles others wouldn't naturally consider. This process requires a bit of playfulness. It's like giving your mind permission to roam freely, without the usual confines of rules or best practices. An inventive mindset can lead to unexpected breakthroughs, whether you're solving a work issue or trying to navigate a personal dilemma. For example, a company that couldn't attract customers in a competitive market might have suddenly found success by completely rebranding itself, changing its core message or even its product focus, something that seemed radical at the time but opened new doors. When faced with what seems like an impossible obstacle, challenge yourself to flip the problem on its head. Ask, what if I did the opposite? Or what would I do if failure wasn't a concern? These questions unlock creativity and push you toward unconventional solutions. Embracing inventive approaches involves risk, sure, but it also invites opportunity. Sometimes it's about combining ideas that never seem to fit together, like a chef mixing flavors that don't traditionally go together but end up creating a masterpiece. By actively seeking novel solutions, you carve out space for innovation in everyday problem solving. Remember, many groundbreaking discoveries and innovations stemmed from thinking differently enough to challenge the status quo. So next time you're faced with a seemingly impossible problem, instead of feeling trapped by limits, try imagining a totally different scenario, one where the rules don't apply. That shift in thinking might be the very spark needed to turn everyday obstacles into stepping stones towards a new reality. Our minds are wired to stick with familiar patterns because they offer comfort and predictability. But life's most extraordinary solutions often come when we allow ourselves to dream a little bigger. When you expand your imagination, you open a door to a universe of possibilities that don't necessarily fit into traditional molds. Think of your imagination as a garden. You can plant seeds of ideas that bloom into completely new ways of doing things, creating options that might seem impossible at first glance. Sometimes a simple shift, like imagining a future where obstacles no longer exist, can flood your mind with potential paths you'd never considered before. This expansion is not just about daydreaming. It's about actively cultivating a mindset that welcomes weird, wild, and wonderful ideas. Let your mind wander past the boundaries of practicality and see where it takes you. It could be picturing a new way of approaching a task, inventing a fresh product, or even dreaming of completely restructured goals that defy conventional wisdom. By giving yourself permission to think without limits, you create space for insights that can radically change your approach. For example, a teacher who struggles with student engagement might imagine a classroom where students learn through virtual reality or immersive storytelling, transforming an old problem into an exciting new opportunity. Your imagination is your tool to expand, reframe, and reimagine the possibilities, sometimes revealing a simple twist that changes everything. To foster this expansive thinking, try setting aside time each day to brainstorm freely. No ideas are too crazy. Keep a journal of these thoughts and revisit them periodically. You might find that what seemed just a fanciful notion can turn into a groundbreaking plan with a little refinement. Remember, expansion of thought isn't about instant perfection. It's about opening the door to endless options. The more you nurture this creative freedom, the more natural it becomes to see obstacles as springboards for innovation. Soon, you'll discover that your mind can bring forth solutions that others might dismiss as impossible, because you've learned to believe in the power of limitless imagination. Harnessing passion as a catalyst for persistence. Every journey towards something meaningful begins with a spark of motivation, a feeling that ignites your desire to move forward. But that spark can sometimes flicker or even go out when obstacles appear. To keep that flame alive, it's essential to connect deeply with what genuinely drives you. Think about the moments when you felt most alive, most inspired. Perhaps it was the joy of creating something new, the hope of making a difference, or the simple thrill of mastering a skill. These are your internal fuel, the foundation that can carry you through tough times. When setbacks hit, remind yourself of these core motivations. They act like a compass guiding your actions and renewing your determination. Engaging in regular reflection helps you clarify what truly matters. Ask yourself, why did I start this journey? And what do I stand to gain or lose if I give up? Writing down these reasons or visualizing the end goal can reignite your passion. Strengthening this emotional connection to your purpose makes setbacks feel less like roadblocks and more like temporary detours. Remember, setbacks are not signs to stop, but signals that you need to reconnect with your core motivation and realign your efforts. When you keep your eye on the prize and stay rooted in what motivates you, persistence becomes less of a chore and more of a conscious choice driven by your inner fire. Fueling your resilience with passion becomes easier when you recognize what truly excites and fulfills you. Passion acts as a secret weapon, a wellspring of energy that can push you beyond fatigue and doubt. It transforms the grind from feeling like a burden into a part of your purpose. Think of passion as the wind behind your sails. When you're sailing against the wind, it's tough, but with the wind at your back, you can coast forward almost effortlessly. Identifying what stirs a genuine sense of enthusiasm, joy, or curiosity helps you harness this wind. It's not about forcing passion, but tuning into what naturally unlocks your enthusiasm. Perhaps it's the love of a craft, the thrill of learning something new, or the desire to help others. Once you know what lights you up, make space for it amidst your busy life. Engage with it intentionally, creating moments that reinforce your excitement and deepen your commitment. This emotional boost feeds your resilience, making it easier to endure setbacks because you're driven by a force larger than obstacles. Recognizing and nurturing your passion transforms resilience from a mere mindset into a living, breathing part of your daily experience, guiding you when the going gets tough. To cultivate this resilience rooted in passion, start by making small, meaningful connections to what inspires you. Reflect on the instances where you felt most alive and ask yourself what elements of those moments you can incorporate into your current pursuits. Maintaining a journal or creating a vision board can serve as powerful reminders of your passions. When challenges arise, revisit these artifacts and remind yourself of why you began. Additionally, seeking support from like-minded individuals can amplify your motivation, as shared enthusiasm often sparks additional energy. Celebrate small victories along the way. They serve as proof that your efforts are meaningful and worthwhile. Remember, persistence isn't about never stumbling. It's about how quickly you can reignite your passion after setbacks. By regularly tuning into what stirs your heart, you develop a sustainable source of motivation that keeps you moving forward even when the road gets rough. Keeping your focus on the bigger picture, fueled by genuine passion, transforms struggles into stepping stones toward your ultimate goal. Chapter 13. Advanced Strategies: Resilience in the Face of Chronic and Complex Challenges. Managing long-term stress and burnout. Burnout often sneaks up slowly, manifesting as a persistent sense of exhaustion that refuses to fade, no matter how much sleep you get. It's more than just feeling tired. It's an emotional, mental, and physical drain that leaves you feeling disconnected from your work and your own needs. Sometimes it's subtle, like the feeling of being overwhelmed by small tasks or simmering frustration that you can't quite shake off. Recognizing these early signs is key because burnout doesn't usually happen all at once, but builds gradually, often disguised as everyday stress. If you notice that you've begun snapping at loved ones, losing interest in activities that used to excite you, or feeling indifferent towards your goals, it might be time to pause and check in with yourself. Self-care isn't about luxury. It's a necessity for restoring your energy and maintaining your well-being. When your body and mind are running on empty, small acts can make a big difference. Simple things like taking regular breaks during work, engaging in deep breathing or mindfulness exercises, or setting aside even 5 minutes to stretch and breathe can create a ripple effect of renewal. Mindfulness, in particular, helps you tune into your body and feelings, making you more aware of signs before they escalate into full-blown burnout. Establishing small, consistent habits such as journaling your feelings, eating nourishing meals, or prioritizing sleep strengthens your resilience. It's crucial to drop the guilt around needing time for yourself. Think of self-care as a vital fuel that keeps your engine running smoothly rather than an optional add-on. Beyond individual practices, creating a daily rhythm that respects your limits can prevent burnout from taking hold. Notice patterns. Are weekends truly restful or filled with chores and obligations? Do you give yourself permission to say no without guilt? Incorporate intentional moments for connection, laughter, and reflection because emotional nourishment is just as critical as rest. Setting boundaries with work, such as turning off notifications after hours or designating specific times for emails, helps protect your mental space. Remember, recognizing burnout early and consistently tending to your emotional and physical health can mean the difference between feeling overwhelmed and feeling capable of managing life's pace. Imagine your energy like a valuable bank account. Every day, you deposit and withdraw based on what you choose to engage with. Boundaries are the rules you set to keep your energy safe from being drained by external demands and internal guilt. It's about knowing your limits and respecting them, even when others push or when the culture around you encourages nonstop productivity. Clear boundaries might mean deciding not to check work email on weekends, setting a specific time to end your workday, or politely declining invitations that don't align with your well-being. These boundaries create a buffer zone, safeguarding your emotional reserves and preventing feelings of resentment or overwhelm from creeping in. Building resilience through boundaries also involves recognizing the signs that you're overextending. Do you feel irritable, fatigued, or distracted? Are you neglecting your needs, such as sleep, hobbies, or time with loved ones? When you catch these warning signals, it's an opportunity to reassess and redefine what's acceptable. It's also helpful to communicate your boundaries clearly and kindly to others. People can't respect what they don't understand. Enforcing boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about creating a sustainable environment where you can function well without feeling like you're constantly giving more than you're receiving. This practice fosters respect for yourself and teaches others to honor your limits, which in turn bolsters your resilience to stress over time. Practicing boundary setting thoughtfully can be as simple as scheduling regular breaks, requesting flexible work arrangements, or setting physical boundaries like a designated workspace. Remember that boundaries are a form of self-respect, not selfishness. They allow you to preserve your energy and focus on what truly matters, creating space for joy, connection, and renewal. When boundaries are in place, you're not just surviving. You're actively shaping a life that nurtures your well-being long-term. The key is consistency. Each small act of boundary enforcement strengthens your resilience and helps build habits that protect your mental health, even during challenging times. Cognitive behavioral techniques for deep-rooted issues. Many of us carry around a mental baggage of persistent negative thoughts. those little voices whispering, "You're not good enough," or "You can't do this." These thoughts shape our feelings and actions, often without us realizing it. The first step in change is recognizing these patterns, shining a light on the automatic judgments and assumptions that fuel self-doubt or fear. Once aware, gentle but deliberate mental exercises can help us challenge these beliefs, replacing them with healthier, more realistic perspectives. One of the most effective tools is to question the evidence behind negative thoughts. For instance, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'll never succeed," ask, "What evidence do I have that supports or refutes this?" This simple act encourages a more balanced view. Writing down negative beliefs and then actively listing facts that contradict them can turn a distorted perspective into a more grounded one. This process not only weakens unhelpful thoughts, but also builds confidence as you realize your mind isn't always right. Another powerful exercise involves visualizing alternative outcomes. If your mind fixates on worst-case scenarios, imagine a slightly better version of the story. For example, if worry about a presentation throwing you into panic, picture yourself calmly speaking, receiving encouraging nods, and completing the task successfully. This mental rehearsal helps your brain see a different possibility, gradually rewiring your automatic responses. Over time, these exercises shift your default mental filters, reducing the grip of negativity and inviting more optimism into your everyday life. Engaging in these practices regularly creates a habit of mental resilience. Keep a journal dedicated to these reflections and revisit them regularly. Noticing patterns allows you to identify triggers for negative thinking and develop targeted strategies to address them. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all negative thoughts. That's impossible, but to create space between you and those thoughts so they no longer hold power over your mood or actions. This intentional mental work is a cornerstone for transforming deep-seated negativity into a foundation for growth and change. Breaking free from cycles of despair often feels like trying to climb out of a deep well without a ladder. It's an exhausting and discouraging experience when every thought drags you downward. But within those dark moments, tiny tools and shifts can create a ripple effect that pulls you toward hope and possibility. One of the most impactful is the practice of grounding, which involves anchoring yourself to the present moment. Simple exercises such as focusing on your breath, noticing the sensations in your body, or counting objects around you can interrupt spiraling thoughts and bring clarity. Another key is to cultivate a routine of self-compassion. When feelings of hopelessness strike, the instinct might be to blame yourself for feeling this way. Instead, treat yourself as you would a dear friend, tenderly and without judgment. Affirmations like "It's okay to feel this way," and "I am not alone" can serve as gentle reminders that your feelings are valid and that healing often happens gradually. Combining these with small, achievable actions, such as taking a walk, writing a gratitude list, or reaching out to someone, can slowly anchor you in hope rather than despair. Building resilience isn't about ignoring pain, but recognizing it as part of the human experience. Develop a toolkit of small steps you can take when despair is creeping in. For example, practice deep breathing exercises to calm the nervous system, or use visualization to imagine a safe, peaceful place where you can regain strength. These techniques create a sense of control amid chaos, reinforcing the idea that even in darkness, you can find moments of light. Consistently using these tools not only helps in crises, but gradually rewires your brain's response, making you more resilient over time. Lastly, connecting with supportive people, whether friends, family, or professionals, can be life-changing. Sharing your feelings and hearing others' stories reminds you that you are not alone in your struggles. Often, hope sparks when we realize others have faced similar dark times and emerged on the other side. This shared human experience fosters a sense of community and understanding, providing a sturdy bridge to move from despair toward recovery. Remember, small, consistent steps, combined with compassion and connection, are powerful allies in breaking free from the grip of hopelessness and discovering renewed strength. Building resilience in the context of trauma and loss. When faced with trauma or loss, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by waves of emotion that seem impossible to control. The instinct might be to suppress or rush through these feelings, but true resilience begins when we accept that grief and pain are natural parts of healing. Instead of pushing feelings aside, it's often more beneficial to approach them with a gentle curiosity, allowing yourself to sit with the discomfort without judgment. Imagine your grief as a delicate seed, giving it time, warmth, and patience allows it to grow into strength over time, rather than forcing it to disappear instantly. This process involves small, honest acts of self-compassion. You might set aside specific moments for quiet reflection, journaling, or simply breathing deeply while acknowledging what's inside you. Remember, mourning isn't a timeline, it's a journey, and each step, no matter how small, counts. Honor your own pace and avoid comparing your process with others. Sometimes, creative outlets like drawing, music, or gardening can serve as silent expressions of your innermost feelings, helping you process what words cannot capture. Rest days and self-care routines can act as anchors during tumultuous times, providing stability as your emotional world shifts. While embracing your grief, it's essential to recognize that repression can lead to emotional blockages that hinder true healing. Instead, you can nurture your wounds through gentle rituals, lighting a candle in memory, planting a tree, or creating a small memorial. These acts validate your feelings and transform pain into a source of connection and remembrance. Healing is not a straight line, and setbacks may occur. That's okay. They are part of the process, reminding us that resilience isn't about avoidance, but about resilience amid adversity. When you treat your wounds with kindness and patience, you foster a foundation where hope and strength can gradually blossom amid the ache. Trauma and loss are deeply personal experiences, and sometimes a little guidance from someone who understands the nuanced pathways of healing makes all the difference. Reaching out to trained professionals, such as therapists, counselors, or support groups, provides a safe space to unpack complex emotions in ways you might not manage alone. These experts can help you identify patterns, develop coping skills, and set realistic goals for recovery. Working with someone who specializes in trauma means you're not simply managing symptoms, but fostering genuine growth, even amidst difficulty. Developing a tailored approach involves recognizing what works best for you on a practical level. Some people benefit from cognitive behavioral techniques, which help reframe negative thought patterns. Others find comfort through mindfulness or grounding exercises that anchor them in the present moment. Integrating physical activities like yoga, walking, or martial arts can also aid in releasing stored tension and reconnecting with your body's wisdom. Creating routines around self-care, regular sleep patterns, nutritious meals, and time for hobbies builds stability. Remember, everyone's journey is different. What feels empowering for one person might not be the same for another. So keep experimenting until you find your unique recipe for resilience. Seeking support isn't a sign of weakness. It's a recognition that healing often requires external help and connection. Sharing your story with someone you trust can release some of the burden, and hearing others' experiences might offer insights or hope you haven't yet considered. Support groups and community networks can also normalize your feelings, reminding you that you are not alone in this. As you develop your personalized strategies, celebrate small victories, like managing a challenging day or saying no to something that drains you. These are the building blocks of resilience, reinforcing the idea that healing is a gradual, compassionate process tailored to your needs. Creating a resilience action plan for persistent difficulties. Building a resilience action plan begins with understanding that no two challenges are exactly alike, so your strategy must be uniquely tailored to your circumstances. Imagine facing a persistent difficulty, like ongoing stress at work or repeated setbacks in personal relationships. It's natural to feel overwhelmed or unsure where to start, but the key lies in creating a clear, step-by-step roadmap that makes the journey feel manageable rather than impossible. The first step is to acknowledge your struggles honestly, rather than avoiding or minimizing them, and then break down these difficulties into smaller, specific issues. For example, if you're struggling with feelings of burnout, identify whether it stems from excessive workload, lack of support, or emotional exhaustion. Once you've pinpointed the source, you can craft practical steps to address each aspect. This might include setting boundaries at work, practicing self-care routines, or seeking support from friends or professionals. The goal is to set achievable goals that build your confidence gradually, enabling you to face challenges with a sense of purpose and control. Remember, resilience isn't about avoiding difficulties, but about developing strategies to navigate through them effectively, step by step, as if you're constructing a sturdy bridge over turbulent waters. In designing your plan, consider the importance of setting realistic expectations and flexible milestones. Life often throws curveballs, so your plan should allow room for adjustments without guilt or frustration. For example, If your first attempt to establish better boundaries at work doesn't go perfectly, view it as a learning experience rather than failure. Keep track of what works and what doesn't, and celebrate small victories along the way. This approach fosters a sense of progress and fuels your motivation to keep moving forward. Building resilience also involves cultivating a mindset of curiosity and kindness toward yourself. Treat setbacks as opportunities to learn rather than signs of inadequacy. Over time, layering these practical steps into your daily routine creates a foundation of confidence that bolsters your ability to endure ongoing difficulties without feeling defeated. Remember, a customized plan doesn't need to be complicated. It just needs to be meaningful and tailored to your needs, giving you a sense of agency and hope even during tough times. Resilience isn't something you build once and forget. It's a continuous process that evolves as you do. Life keeps changing, and so do the challenges you face. That's why regularly reviewing your plan is crucial. It's like tending a garden, where you reassess which plants are thriving and which need extra care or a different approach. Set aside time periodically, perhaps monthly or after particularly tough periods, to reflect on what's working and what's not. During these reviews, be honest with yourself. Did a particular strategy help you feel more grounded? Did you notice patterns that trigger setbacks? Adjust your plan accordingly, maybe by strengthening certain habits or trying new techniques that better fit your current circumstances. Staying flexible and open to change keeps your resilience muscles strong and adaptable. It also helps you stay engaged in the process, preventing stagnation or frustration when things don't go perfectly. Because resilience is never a destination but rather an ongoing journey, giving yourself permission to grow and adapt is the most empowering gift you can offer yourself. Think of your plan as a living document, fluid, responsive, and constantly evolving with your growth. Chapter 14. Giving back and creating meaning in adversity. Finding purpose through helping others. When life hits us with hardships, whether it's loss, failure, or a sense of helplessness, finding ways to help others can shift our focus from suffering to serving. Acts of kindness don't just benefit those on the receiving end. They also become powerful medicine for our own wounds. Imagine a person who has lost a loved one but chooses to volunteer at a local shelter. In their giving, they channel grief into compassion, slowly transforming pain into a sense of purpose. This process isn't just about feeling better temporarily. It rewires our minds to see adversity as an opportunity for growth and connection. Service creates a ripple effect, touching lives beyond our immediate circle and strengthening our own emotional resilience. When we help someone, our brain releases dopamine and oxytocin, chemicals linked to happiness and bonding. These feelings act as natural antidepressants, making us feel more hopeful and stronger in the face of difficulty. Over time, small acts, like listening to a friend or helping a neighbor with chores, accumulate into a foundation of resilience. They remind us that even amidst pain, we possess the ability to restore hope, build strength, and find meaning through giving. These moments not only aid others but also serve as anchors during our most challenging times, reinforcing that purpose can be found even in hardship. Developing this perspective involves intentionally noticing opportunities to serve and reframing pain as a catalyst for growth. For example, a person struggling with their own health issues might volunteer to support others dealing with similar conditions. The act of giving becomes a source of validation and healing, providing a sense of mastery over pain rather than feeling overwhelmed by it. As you consider your own struggles, reflect on how small acts, offering a kind word, sharing your story, or simply lending a hand, can help you process suffering and foster a stronger sense of purpose. Recognizing the power in giving transforms pain from a sign of weakness into a source of strength, allowing resilience to deepen through connection and service. Sharing your personal journey of overcoming difficulties doesn't make you vulnerable. It makes you a lighthouse for others wandering in their own storms. When you tell your story, whether through conversations, writing, or social media, you give others permission to be real about their struggles and remind them they aren't alone. Your honesty can spark courage in someone who feels trapped in their pain, providing a blueprint of hope that healing is possible. Think of your experience as a map drawn from your own navigations through darkness. Once shared, it becomes a trusted guide for others searching for light. Stories have a profound way of connecting us. They evoke empathy, break down barriers, and foster a sense of shared human experience. When someone listens to your story, they realize their struggles are valid and that change can happen. This sharing creates a sense of community where healing becomes a collective journey, not a solitary fight. It's easy to forget that everyone has their own battles behind closed doors, and your willingness to be open can offer comfort and motivation to others even without intending to do so. By sharing what you've learned along the way, you not only lighten your own emotional load, but also serve as a torchbearer for others seeking hope and renewal. To make this sharing more impactful, consider framing your story around specific lessons learned or insights gained. Instead of focusing solely on pain, highlight moments of growth and resilience. You might share how a particular act of kindness during your darkest days helped you find clarity or strength. Such narratives can inspire others to see adversity as a catalyst rather than a dead end. Remember, vulnerability fosters connection. Your honest reflection can be the catalyst that sparks a chain reaction of support and inspiration, lighting a path for many who are still trudging through their own struggles. Engaging in community service and volunteerism. Imagine standing in a community park, watching children laugh as they play on swings, feeling a warmth in your chest. That moment captures how engaging in causes you care about can transform your life. When you choose to lend your time or skills to something meaningful, you deepen your sense of connection with others and find a greater purpose. Sometimes the idea of giving back feels overwhelming, like trying to fix a massive puzzle, but even small gestures can fill a big gap. Volunteering doesn't have to be grand. It can be as simple as helping a neighbor, tutoring a student, or organizing a local cleanup. These acts create ripples of kindness that come back to you in unexpected ways, fostering a sense of belonging that many strive for but often overlook. When you get involved in causes close to your heart, whether it's fighting hunger, protecting the environment, or supporting vulnerable groups, you're also nurturing your own emotional well-being. It's like planting a seed. As it grows, it blooms within you, strengthening your resilience and giving your daily routine a brighter, more purposeful glow. Supporting your community acts like an anchor during stormy days. When life throws challenges your way, knowing you have a network of people rallying around you makes a significant difference. Community involvement isn't just about helping others. It's a powerful way to reinforce your own strength. From sharing resources to offering a listening ear, every act of kindness creates a safety net that benefits everyone. Think about the last time someone checked in on you when you were feeling low. Didn't that lift your spirits? That's exactly what community support can do on a broader scale. It lifts everyone, including those giving in return. It's easy to forget that human connection is a two-way street. Supporting others boosts your mental health, cultivates empathy, and enhances your sense of security. For example, if you become part of a local food bank, you're not only feeding others, but also reminding yourself that no one has to face hardship alone. This collective strength turns individual struggles into shared stories of resilience, reinforcing the fundamental truth that community is a life raft we all rely on during tough times. Engaging in community service isn't just a duty or an act of kindness. It's a way to foster your own growth and happiness. Whether you're volunteering regularly or just occasionally lending a hand, these actions increase your sense of purpose and remind you of the deep well of strength inside. When you see the positive impact you've made, be it a clean park, a supportive word, or a meal shared, it fuels your motivation to keep going, even on tough days. As you build these connections, you find yourself more rooted in your surroundings, less isolated by the fast pace of life. The simple truth is, your willingness to help creates a cycle of hope and resilience that benefits everyone involved. So, maybe next time you're considering whether to say yes to a community event or project, remember, you're not just helping others, you're strengthening your own backbone. Small steps in service can lead to big changes in your outlook and emotional health, and often, the most meaningful growth comes from the simplest gestures of kindness. Transforming personal pain into collective empowerment. Sharing your journey through pain and struggle can seem daunting at first, vulnerable even. Yet, within those very struggles lies a powerful story that, when told authentically, can encourage others who are facing their own battles. Think of your challenges as a treasure chest filled with lessons learned, resilience built, and insights gained. When you open that chest and share its contents honestly, you offer a blueprint for hope to others lost in their own dark times. It's about transforming personal suffering into a beacon of possibilities, showing that hardship is not the end, but often the beginning of growth. When you choose to speak about your experiences, You create a connection rooted in shared humanity, reminding others they are not alone in their pain. Your story can serve as a gentle push for them to find their strength and rise above their circumstances, turning personal hardship into a source of collective inspiration. To do this effectively, start by reflecting on your journey. Identify moments where you faced adversity, felt broken, or questioned everything. Then, consider what these moments taught you about yourself, others, or life in general. Don't feel pressured to present yourself as perfect. Authenticity resonates far more than perfection. As you craft your story, focus on the times you found even a tiny flicker of hope, a lesson, or a breakthrough. Sharing how you overcame obstacles, perhaps by changing your mindset, seeking support, or taking brave steps, can empower others to do the same. Remember, your story isn't only about what happened to you, but how you responded and what you learned along the way. Once you're comfortable sharing, consider different ways to tell your story, be it through conversations, social media, or writing, so that your message reaches those who need it most. Your experience isn't just a testament to personal resilience. It's a gift you can offer to ignite courage in others. Ultimately, your pain and perseverance hold the potential to transform lives. When you openly talk about your struggles and how you turned them into strength, you foster a sense of hope and possibility. You become a living example that setbacks can be setups for comebacks. Sharing your story bravely also empowers you to reclaim your narrative, shifting from victimhood to a voice of inspiration. Think about someone who helped you through your tough times. Chances are, they shared their story or advice, and that moment made a difference. Now it's your turn to be that guiding light for someone else. When your story lights the way, others gain the courage to walk their own paths of healing and growth. Remember, every story, no matter how painful, can be a catalyst for someone's awakening and empowerment if shared with heart and intention, building a legacy of resilience and hope. Imagine planting a small seed and watching it develop into a mighty tree that provides shade and comfort for generations. Building a legacy of resilience starts with small, meaningful actions today. Acts of kindness, passing on wisdom, or simply living with integrity. These actions may seem simple at first, but over time, they create roots that deepen and spread, touching lives in ways you might never fully see. Think of each moment you choose resilience, facing challenges with courage, forgiving others, or assisting someone in need, as watering that seed, helping it grow into something enduring and meaningful. This legacy isn't necessarily about fame or material riches. Instead, it's about cultivating a character that inspires others long after you're gone. When you demonstrate resilience, you become a living example that hardships can be overcome, that hope can be rekindled even in the darkest times. By intentionally shaping your responses to life's inevitable struggles, you set a pattern that others can follow. Your strength becomes a quiet but powerful gift that continues to nurture hope and courage in others, passing from one generation to the next like a treasured heirloom. Building a lasting impact also involves nurturing your community, whether that's family, friends, or even strangers. Sharing stories of overcoming adversity or simply being present can inspire someone to keep going when they feel like giving up. Remember that small acts of resilience, like showing up every day, choosing positivity, or offering support, create ripples that extend far beyond your immediate circle. These ripples can eventually reach someone you may never meet, creating a legacy woven from compassion, strength, and hope. Your life, in essence, becomes a testament to the power of resilience, a beacon guiding others toward their own strength. Every person faces moments of vulnerability, times when giving up seems easier than pushing through. Resilience, however, is like a shiny gift you carry within, not just for yourself, but for those who look up to you. It's a treasure that can be shared intentionally or gently passed along through your actions and words. Think of resilience as a warm flame, one that can be handed from one person to another without diminishing, but instead getting brighter with each transfer. When you embrace your capacity to withstand tough times, you empower others to do the same. Imagine the stories your future grandchildren or great-grandchildren might hear about the resilience you've shown during your darkest days. These stories serve as proof that adversity isn't the end of the road, but a chapter in a larger story of perseverance. Sharing your struggles and how you overcame them sends a message. Resilience is teachable, learnable, and most importantly, contagious. Your strength becomes a seed that, when planted in others, can grow into their own resilience, creating a cycle of hope that sustains families, communities, and even entire cultures over time. When you see resilience as a gift to others, it shifts the way you approach your setbacks. Instead of viewing difficulties as personal failures or insurmountable walls, you see them as opportunities to build strength that can serve as a guiding light for future generations. This perspective encourages honesty about hardships, knowing that vulnerability can be a bridge to connection and growth. Sharing lessons learned from painful experiences not only helps others navigate their struggles, but also reinforces your own resilience, turning your journey into a legacy of hope and perseverance that others can carry forward long after you're gone. To take this even further, consider actively mentoring or coaching those around you. By sharing your story of resilience, offering a listening ear, or simply demonstrating the importance of persistence in everyday life, you transform your personal strength into an educational gift. This active passing on of resilience encourages a culture where facing challenges becomes an opportunity for growth rather than defeat. Ultimately, recognizing resilience as a gift you offer creates a ripple effect. Each person you touch carries a piece of your strength into their own lives, helping to shape a future filled with hope and endurance. In this process, it's helpful to keep in mind that resilience isn't just about bouncing back, but also about bouncing forward. Every time you meet adversity with courage, you not only recover but often emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. This growth isn't limited to yourself. You're creating a legacy of perseverance that others can lean on, learn from, and emulate. Your resilience becomes a shield and a torch, protecting those vulnerable to despair and guiding those seeking hope through their darkest nights. Remember, every act of resilience, no matter how small, contributes to that larger tapestry of hope, inspiring others to build their own strengths and carry the torch long after you've passed the baton. Chapter 15. Sustaining Growth, Lifelong Resilience and Continuous Transformation. Developing a personal resilience maintenance routine. Imagine resilience as a muscle that needs regular movement to stay strong and adaptable. Just like lifting weights or stretching keeps your body ready for physical challenges, daily practices keep your emotional and mental resilience prepared for life's uncertainties. These routines don't have to be complex or time-consuming. Even small, intentional actions can have a big impact over time. The key is consistency, building habits that weave resilience into the fabric of your everyday life. For example, starting each morning with a moment of gratitude helps shift your focus from stressors to strengths, setting a positive tone for the day. Other simple practices include mindful breathing during stressful moments, journaling your feelings after a tough day, or just taking a few minutes to disconnect from screens and reconnect with nature or your senses. These activities act like mental stretches, enhancing your capacity to bounce back more quickly when difficulties arise. By regularly engaging in these small but meaningful routines, you strengthen your ability to face setbacks with calm and clarity. Over time, they cultivate a habit of resilience that becomes second nature, making resilience not just a reaction but a way of life. Developing a resilience routine is about creating a variety of practices that can be suited to your unique lifestyle and preferences. Think of your resilience muscles as a garden. You need to nourish it daily with care and attention. Whether it's a short walk after lunch, deep breathing exercises, or a moment of reflection before bed, these acts reinforce your inner strength. The goal is to make these practices as enjoyable and sustainable as possible so they feel less like chores and more like acts of self-love. Remember, resilience isn't about never feeling overwhelmed. It's about building enough strength to keep going even when the storm hits. Resilience isn't a one-time effort or a quick fix. It's a lifelong journey. The more you invest in nurturing this skill, the more naturally it will become part of who you are. Think of resilience as a relationship you're building with yourself, a relationship that requires ongoing attention, kindness, and patience. When you treat resilience as an active pursuit rather than a passive trait, you start noticing opportunities for growth in everyday moments. Whether it's choosing to see setbacks as lessons or taking intentional breaks when you feel overwhelmed, these small acts compound over time to strengthen your mental and emotional core. To nurture resilience intentionally, consider setting specific goals for your personal growth. Maybe it's committing to journaling weekly about your challenges and successes, or practicing a new skill that boosts your confidence. Reflect periodically on how you handled previous setbacks and celebrate the progress you've made. This awareness helps you see resilience as a practice, not a fixed state. When you approach life with the mindset that resilience is a skill to be developed, it invites a sense of curiosity and mastery that motivates continued effort. Resilience becomes less about surviving storms and more about thriving amid them, as you learn how to turn difficulties into opportunities for growth. Building resilience as a lifelong skill also means being gentle with yourself during setbacks. Recognize that everyone faces tough times. It's part of being human. The key is to develop a toolkit of habits and mindsets that you can rely on, even when life gets messy. This might include cultivating self-compassion, seeking support when needed, or keeping a sense of humor. Over time, these practices help you to remain steady and balanced, no matter what challenges come your way. Think of resilience as a garden that blooms brighter each season because you commit to nurturing it with love and intention every day. This ongoing effort creates a foundation of strength that sustains your well-being through all of life's chapters. To keep resilience alive in your daily life, try setting aside moments to reflect on your growth. Ask yourself what strategies helped you recover recently and how you might improve. Celebrate even small victories, like managing your emotions during a conflict or finding peace after a stressful day. These practices reinforce your belief that resilience isn't just about bouncing back, but also about becoming more aware and compassionate toward yourself. The process involves patience and persistence, recognizing that each effort adds to your inner strength. Remember, nurturing resilience is like tending to a precious plant. Consistent care, kindness, and a little patience allow it to flourish over time, enriching your life in ways that words can hardly capture. Learning from new challenges as opportunities for growth. Life has a way of tossing unexpected challenges our way, often catching us off guard and testing our resolve. When faced with a problem, whether it's a setback at work, a personal loss, or a sudden shift in circumstances, it's easy to feel overwhelmed or discouraged. But what if instead of seeing these obstacles solely as barriers, we began viewing them as invitations to grow? Each challenge holds within it a lesson, a piece of wisdom that can deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Think of difficulties as rough stones that, when polished, can become beautiful gems. By adopting this mindset, we start to see setbacks not as dead ends, but as opportunities to develop resilience, patience, and creativity. Embracing challenges in this way transforms our experience, turning moments of doubt into stepping stones toward greater strength and self-awareness. This shift requires intentionality, choosing to lean into discomfort, to ask what the situation is teaching us, and to trust that growth often follows struggle. Slowly, you begin to notice that each problem contains within it a seed of possibility. For example, losing a job might initially feel devastating, but it can also be the prompt needed to explore a new career path, learn a new skill, or even start a side hustle you never considered before. Similarly, a health scare can remind us to prioritize self-care and nourish our body and mind more consciously. The key is to stay curious about what can be learned from each experience. Instead of reacting with frustration or despair, ask yourself, what is this situation trying to teach me? This simple question shifts your perspective from victimhood to empowerment. Over time, you'll find that your ability to adapt and grow through difficulties becomes a muscle you can strengthen, making future challenges feel more like opportunities than threats. One powerful way to embody this approach is to reflect on past challenges you've already overcome. Notice how even difficult moments contributed to your development, perhaps making you more compassionate, resourceful, or patient. Recognize that every obstacle is like a workout for your resilience. When you treat challenges as chances to learn, you start to build a mental archive of lessons learned. This creates a kind of internal resilience bank, ready to draw from when new difficulties appear. Remember, growth isn't about avoiding difficulties but engaging with them fully, discovering what they can teach you, and allowing yourself to emerge with a richer, wiser perspective. Your attitude towards challenges can turn into a catalyst for meaningful change. You just need to see every difficulty as an opportunity in disguise. As you navigate the twists and turns of life, maintaining a curious and open attitude becomes essential. Life is a continuous classroom where lessons come not only from the big crises, but also from everyday moments that seem insignificant at first glance. When you stay curious, you're more likely to notice opportunities for learning everywhere. Whether it's a disagreement that reveals your underlying beliefs or a new project that stretches your skills. Resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks, is built through this steady curiosity. When you encounter setbacks, instead of retreating into despair, ask yourself what you can learn about your strengths, weaknesses, and preferences. This approach turns every experience into a chance to sharpen your understanding of yourself. Resilience is not a trait you're born with. It's a skill that can be cultivated through ongoing curiosity and a willingness to face the unknown with a sense of adventure rather than fear. Remaining resilient involves more than just enduring hardships. It's about actively engaging with them. For example, when you face failure, resist the urge to see it as a final verdict on your worth. Instead, think of it as data, valuable information that guides your next move. Each stumble provides clues about what works and what doesn't, helping you refine your approach in future endeavors. Staying curious about your own reactions and choices. Asking questions like, why did I react that way? Or what could I do differently next time? Deepens your self-awareness. At the same time, resilience grows from developing emotional flexibility, accepting what you cannot control, and adjusting your expectations accordingly. This resilient mindset keeps you open to learning and growth, turning life's ever-changing landscape into a series of stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks. To nurture this mindset, consider keeping a journal where you reflect on daily lessons, surprises, and insights. Celebrate small wins, like facing a difficult conversation calmly or trying something new, and see them as proof of your capacity to adapt. Remember, resilience and curiosity fuel each other. The more you ask questions and stay open, the easier it becomes to bounce back from setbacks. Life's lessons don't stop coming, and that's a good thing. Each lesson adds new depth to your experience, sharpening your ability to face the future with confidence, even when the path isn't perfectly laid out. Embracing this ongoing journey of discovery transforms setbacks from sources of discouragement into chapters of your growing story of strength and curiosity. Sharing your journey, inspiring others, and building community. Sharing your journey through tough times can seem intimidating at first. Many people hesitate because they fear judgment or vulnerability. But revealing how you've navigated obstacles can ignite hope in someone feeling overwhelmed or lost. Think of your own experience as a beacon, a reminder that persistence and courage can lead to growth, even amid hardship. When you open up honestly, you not only lighten your own emotional load, but also create space for others to do the same. It fosters empathy and reminds everyone that struggles are part of the human experience, not the end of the story. For instance, imagine telling a friend about a moment when you felt completely broken but found a reason to stand back up. Stories like this have a ripple effect, encouraging others to find their strength. Your transparency can serve as a guiding light, motivating those who might think their challenges are insurmountable. Sharing your resilience isn't just about telling your story. It's a way of inspiring others to believe that they, too, can overcome and thrive. When you show vulnerability, you normalize the idea that setbacks are part of growth, which can empower someone to take that first brave step toward change or healing. Building a community around these stories creates a powerful collective energy. When people gather to exchange experiences of resilience, it offers a sense of belonging and shared purpose. This support network becomes a refuge where individuals can find understanding without judgment, realizing they aren't alone in their struggles. As stories are shared, lessons learned become communal wisdom, and collective healing begins to take root. Sharing your resilience fosters authenticity and invites others to do the same, creating a cycle of encouragement that strengthens everyone's resolve. Think of your story as a thread in a vast tapestry, each one adding color, texture, and depth until the entire fabric embodies hope and perseverance. You might be surprised by how much someone's life can be changed just by hearing that someone else has faced similar storms and come out stronger. As these stories circulate, they help dismantle shame and silence around personal battles, replacing them with openness and compassion. This collective sharing not only inspires, but also helps build a culture where persistence and vulnerability are celebrated as sources of strength, not weakness. To make your story truly impactful, focus on honesty and clarity. Avoid sugarcoating or softening the hardships. Instead, highlight how you managed to keep going despite setbacks. Sharing specific moments, like a particular day when you felt close to giving up but found a new purpose, can make your story resonate on a deeper level. Use vivid details to make people feel they are right there with you, experiencing the emotions and struggles firsthand. Remember, your story might be just what someone needs to hear in that moment. They could be on the verge of a breakthrough or about to give in to despair. By articulating your journey authentically, you set an example that resilience isn't about being perfect, but about showing up for yourself day after day. For those who want to share their own stories, start small. Draft a few paragraphs about a pivotal moment and how you coped. Sometimes, just articulating your experience is enough to reinforce your own growth while paving the way for others to do the same. Creating a community that lifts each other up begins with intentional effort. It's about making space for honest conversations where everyone feels safe to share their wins and their wounds. When you foster an environment of acceptance and understanding, people naturally open up about their journeys, creating a ripple of shared vulnerability. Building this kind of community takes patience and consistency, but the payoff is invaluable. Imagine a circle of friends or an online group where each story of progress is met with cheers and setbacks are met with compassion. Over time, this collective energy becomes a source of strength, a reminder that progress isn't always linear and setbacks are simply part of the process. Celebrate persistence by acknowledging every small step forward, whether it's showing up for oneself or taking a leap in a new direction. When we choose to focus on growth instead of perfection, the community becomes a fertile ground for inspiration. It's a place where individuals learn to see failures as lessons and resilience as a shared asset. Cultivating this environment allows everyone to feel valued and motivated to keep pushing, even when the road gets rough. To build such a community, start by actively listening. Pay attention to what others are sharing, whether in person or online, and respond with encouragement rather than judgment. Highlight stories of perseverance and progressive change. These stories serve as catalysts, showing that persistence pays off over time. Creating regular opportunities for sharing, like weekly check-ins or storytelling sessions, reinforces the sense of belonging. Set a tone that celebrates vulnerability by sharing your own experiences first. This encourages others to follow suit. Recognize the unique strengths each person brings to the table, affirming that every journey is valuable. A community that thrives on celebrating growth creates a ripple effect, inspiring its members to embrace their own struggles and successes. Remember, fostering connection isn't about fixing each other's problems, but about being present, listening, and reminding everyone they're not alone. By cultivating this supportive environment, you help turn individual stories of persistence into a collective heartbeat, a powerful force that keeps everyone moving forward through life's inevitable ups and downs. Finally, integrating practical elements like shared goals, accountability partners, or collaborative projects can strengthen community bonds. When people work together toward common aspirations, whether health, learning, or personal growth, they develop a sense of shared achievement and belonging. These collaborations turn individual efforts into a collective momentum, making persistence feel less like a solo act and more like a movement. Also, celebrating milestones together, big or small, reinforces the value of each member's effort. Creating space for humor, joy, and authenticity helps keep the atmosphere lively and genuine. Remember that communities flourish when people feel listened to, appreciated, and empowered to be their true selves. As everyone invests in lifting each other up, the collective strength grows, turning resilience into a practiced daily habit instead of a fleeting moment of courage. Your community becomes a haven where persistence becomes contagious, and each story adds to the collective narrative of hope and triumph, creating a vision for a resilient, fulfilling future. Imagine waking up in the morning with a deep sense of peace, knowing that whatever challenges come your way, you have the resilience and clarity to face them head-on. Visualize a life where setbacks are seen not as dead ends, but as stepping stones, each one teaching you something valuable and pushing you closer to your true potential. Think of moments when you've overcome difficulties, and how those experiences have infused your days with wisdom and strength. This future isn't a distant dream. It's a reality that begins to emerge the moment you start to craft a powerful vision of yourself after adversity. Adversity's grip can sometimes feel overwhelming, making it hard to see anything beyond the pain or frustration. But what if you shifted your perspective? Instead of viewing tough times as purely negative, consider them as opportunities for growth, for building a character that's unbreakable. When you paint this vivid mental picture, one filled with hope, fulfillment, and purpose, you begin to create a roadmap for moving beyond survival and into a life where joy is reconnected with meaning. Picture yourself standing at the top of a hill, looking back at the obstacles you've conquered, feeling proud, grateful, and eager to take the next step forward. This envisioned life is grounded in understanding that true resilience isn't about avoiding difficulties, but learning how to navigate them with a sense of purpose. It's about cultivating a feeling that, no matter how stormy life gets, you have an anchor, a core sense of why you're here and what you're working towards. This clarity acts as a guiding star, helping you stay focused and motivated even during hardships. As you deepen this mental image, it becomes easier to tap into the strength already inside you, awakening a sense of hope that radiates outward, energizing every part of your life. Once you can see the life you want to create, full of hope and purpose, the next step is to set clear intentions that echo this vision. Intentions act like a compass, showing your subconscious the direction you want to move. Rather than vague wishes or hopes, intentional statements are precise and actionable, helping you stay aligned when challenges arise. For example, instead of saying, "I want to be happier," you might say, "I intend to find daily moments of gratitude and growth, even on difficult days." This shift from wishful thinking to purposeful intention energizes your mind and helps you stay rooted in your mission. Setting intentions is a process of becoming conscious of your deepest desires and values. It's about clarifying what truly matters to you and what kind of person you want to become. This clarity provides a solid foundation that supports your resilience. Knowing your intentions helps you stay focused on your purpose when external circumstances shake your confidence. To make intentions more powerful, you can phrase them in the present tense, as if they are already happening. For instance, "I choose to respond with calm and clarity during stressful situations," reinforces a sense of already being on that path and prepares your mind to act accordingly. Aligning your intentions with your vision creates a flow, a harmony that guides your daily actions, decisions, and mindset. When storms hit, instead of feeling lost or overwhelmed, you'll have a set of guiding principles that remind you of your inner strength and purpose. This makes it easier to stay calm, motivated, and purposeful, knowing that each step you take is an expression of the best version of yourself. Regularly revisiting and refining these intentions helps keep your focus sharp, turning your overarching vision into a practical, living guide for everyday life. To start, you can take a few moments each day to reflect on your intentions. Write them down, say them aloud, or even create small visual reminders, like sticky notes or images, that resonate with your purpose. Over time, these intentions become ingrained, shaping your responses and stirring up resilience when you need it most. Remember, the act of setting intentions isn't a one-time event. It's a continuous practice that strengthens your connection to your ultimate vision and reinforces your confidence to navigate whatever storms come your way. If you've made it this far, it means you didn't give up on yourself. Not when it was hard, not when it was messy, not when it felt like everything was against you. And that alone is something worth honoring. Adversity isn't something we conquer once and forget. It's a thread that weaves itself into every meaningful chapter of our lives. But you now have the tools to face it differently. With perspective, with purpose, with a heart that knows how to bend without breaking. This book wasn't here to fix you, because you were never broken. It was here to remind you that struggle doesn't make you weak. It shapes you into someone who understands the quiet, transformative power of persistence, patience, and self-trust. So as you walk back into the world, know this. You are resilient not because you've avoided pain, but because you've learned how to walk through it with intention. You are capable of rewriting your story, no matter how the last chapter ended. And every time you choose to keep going, no matter how small the step, you're already doing the hardest part. Thank you for reading. And thank you for still showing up. With courage. Mindful Literary.